Hi everyone, it's Rob here getting things set up. Apparently YouTube and Zoom have decided not to play nicely with each other this year. This was not as big a problem last year, so I don't know what happened this time. I'm not going to get it fixed in the next 15 minutes, I don't think. So we are going to be coming from this URL instead. Looks like Shan just joined. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so that's we'll get this thing going one way or another.
Can you hear me? I just want to confirm.
Hang on. All right, that works. So we are a little early. I was trying to get things set up so this would be a nice, smooth transition, and clearly that's not how this is going to work today.
This is a test. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
All right, rock and roll.
All right, we're still 10 minutes early. If you know anyone who's going to the URL I sent out to everyone, please do get them the new URL. Let me grab that. Seven people waiting on the old channel. Hopefully they saw my message. So we'll see who is actually coming here. We've got one person watching, which I assume is me.
Do you want me to exit out for now and then come back in?
Up to you. It should work either way. And if you want to like jabber on for 10 minutes, that's fine with me. At least people will know the stream's working.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. I'm here. I'm
Okay.
relatively ready.
Then you're readier than I am, apparently.
Aha,
To be
well.
more precise, I was ready, just that YouTube apparently wasn't ready.
Oh, well, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes YouTube gotta be
Well, my guess right now, putting on my computer scientist hat, is I think I had it set up as a brand under my personal account last year.
Yeah.
And this year, I think I set it up through the actual Ann Arbor Pagan Pride account, which is different.
Okay.
It's occurring to me now that they may not want to admit they do not necessarily know that those are the same two people, the same person. They're convinced that Rob Henderson's Ann Arbor Pagan Pride Day is trying to break into the Ann Arbor Pagan Pride account,
Of
and they're
course.
stopping it. Well, I guess I kind of appreciate the security, but not right this second, I know.
Yeah, that's fair.
YouTube is goddamn weird under the best of circumstances. So
Yeah, I knew it was a risk that I was going to set up the URL in advance and something could go wrong. Last year it worked. This year, apparently, it has not. Looks like we're getting a few people coming over. If you advertise this anywhere, please feel free to give them the new URL.
Okay. There's a new one?
Put it in. I think I put it in the Zoom chat.
Yeah. Let me take a look. Chat one. Okay, there we go. So
Well, while you're going with your thing, I'm probably going to be bouncing all over Facebook trying to post corrections.
Give me the thing. Okay. Control C. Yeah, just keep doing your thing. I'll turn off the stream so I'm not completely.
Okay, there I am. Oh no, it just dropped the call. All right. What I want to do is test. I want to test if I can do my power. Okay. I want to test and see if I can do my PowerPoint.
Okay, you should probably mute your speaker on your end because we can hear it coming through.
I'm working on that. Hang on.
Oh, I did the same thing. It's understandable.
Oh, okay. Can you ask them to? I'm trying to find out if my PowerPoint is going to work.
Yeah, just go to share screen and
but it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah, I need to give you permission to do that.
Oh, okay.
And I'm trying to get. Fortunately, I have 2 hours to remember how to do that. I didn't realize you were going to be doing a screen thing. Is anyone else doing a screen thing?
Yeah, I want to test it to make sure it works so that I can get back out of it again. This is like the second time in my whole life I've done Zoom. So
That's impressive.
I am a swamp witch. We don't have Zoom in the swamp.
I may have to look this up.
We barely have internet in the swamp.
Yeah, we barely have internet out here.
I do want to make sure everybody knows that the YouTube is currently live. Right?
I am aware of that.
Okay, cool.
Frankly, I'm leaving the audio on so people who are coming here know that it's the real site.
Okay, cool.
Now that it's not the best solution, but it's a solution. So that's what I'm doing.
Okay, well, what you might have to do is you might have to bow out and let Mother Multiverse and Shan have space for their class. Well, I can open up a brother's Zoom with you and teach you how to do screen share.
Okay, I know how to do it. I just want to make sure that that's going to work right. All right, well, thank you very much.
Sure, we'll figure it out by the
I
time you
can't
get back.
disable my mic so everybody can't hear me.
You
Yeah.
get the
All right, so again, those of you who are coming, and it looks like there are a grand total of 3 of you watching on the new channel. I'm having difficulty getting this my Zoom and my YouTube account talking to each other, so you had to move to this URL. Other than that, we're about ready to get started. So how is everyone else's day going other than this?
So far, so good for me.
Yep, I'm chilling.
I thought the high was going to be 86. I don't know if that would have been too warm if we were still doing it in person.
I mean, it could have been. I don't know. I feel already like I'm gonna melt doing this, so we'll see.
Yeah.
my room gets pretty warm in these summer months.
Oh, now I'm clicking the link and it's saying video. Okay, that's fun. Why are we unavailable?
Are you seeing a little like a lightning bolt thing?
Where?
On YouTube, sorry.
No.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, the Zoom link will still be working.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, the YouTube video is working too, from what I can see.
I didn't make this a private video, did I? It can't be because Kai's watching it, so it's not completely not working.
Do you have it as unlisted?
I might.
Which that's gonna mean, well, I mean, that's fine as long as the link is what people are using.
Yeah, okay, now it seems to be coming through.
Okay.
So I don't know what the issue with that was.
Your Pagan Pride Day is still loading. Please realize that our Pagan Pride Day is very important to us, I'm sorry, our technical support. Actually, kind of relevant to the next topic, so that could work out in a weird way. So we got
The
about a
ultimate
minute
disaster would be
now.
having to switch the YouTube link and the Zoom link.
Yeah, that'd
No
be,
presenters and nobody watching.
yeah, that'd be unfortunate. Shan, are you ready to go? We got about a minute or 30 seconds.
Where to go?
Probably.
I thought there would be preamble, but no.
Oh, I mean, there might be.
Maybe
Is there
we could do
preamble?
something, I'm sure.
Go for it.
I have
mean,
nothing scripted.
You don't have to have anything scripted. You could just
I love
say what this event is.
I literally don't have anything scripted.
Well, I do have things scripted.
Okay.
Yes, because you're a nerd.
Yeah,
that's
that's
okay.
fair. All right, I'm gonna turn on my video now. I think it's about time. Hi, everybody. So welcome to Ann Arbor Pagan Pride Day online virtual. I don't know exactly which title, 2021.
Are you just saying words?
Yes, I'm just gonna start. Like, why not? Yeah, this has been kind of a hard couple years here. Obviously, this is a virtual event because of COVID. And because of that, I thought it might be important to cover magic and ritual and practice as far as doing that online, being able to connect to people, even though we're far away. I'm going to be presenting with Shan. I'll give you a quick preamble of who I am. My name is Mother Multiverse. I am a chaos magician and heathen. I have been practicing magic for over 20 years, getting closer to the 25 mark. And I've been really kind of specializing in chaos magic for about the last 15. I'll get to promo stuff at the end if I get to promo stuff at all. All right, but that gives you an idea of who I am. Shan?
Yeah. I really thought there was going to be more preamble into the whole Pagan Pride Day thing, but it's fine. My name is Shan. I've been practicing, for about 25 years. I was a wee bitty babe. My expertise in various fields covers most sort of cyber magic, cybersecurity type stuff. And yeah. So
Yeah. So Shan's here bringing a little more expertise than I have in this area, but I wanted to, well, write things out. One, because I'm very organized and not a nerd, but also a nerd. So I'll be writing notes, which I probably would be referencing notes even if this was a live event. So it's going to be about the same. So the thing I wanted to start here with, I already kind of referenced the fact that we've all been stuck indoors to various degrees. We've been probably avoiding a lot of live events. We're starting to get vaccinated, which is giving us a lot more freedom, but we're still having a lot of times where, and there's variants coming out of COVID, and some of them are more contagious. We don't know what Moo is looking like yet, but the thing is, if it changes enough, we might need to get booster shot inoculations, and we're kind of back to square one. So we're doing what we can, but we're going to be doing a lot of connecting online. I'm sure a lot of you have been probably working from home. You've been meeting with friends and family through the internet, and I am sure for at least some of you, you're very much missing the live outdoor events for things like this, or for rituals or whatever else. So what I kind of wanted to just do to start this is kind of talk about doing magic through the internet, doing ritual, how that can be done, because there's plenty of people who do, and it's possible. And I know for a lot of people, they've never done that, or it feels like it's some sort of barrier. But I think once you gain a deeper understanding, it changes from barrier to tool. And in some cases, with some magicians, you'll actually be more effective using the internet. So we've got a couple different little topics. Probably what's going to happen is I'm going to run through group ritual stuff first. That way, I just want people to have the tools. And it's already kind of there, so that'll be easy. And then me and Shan will probably go back and forth on a variety of topics. If people have questions, I'm not sure if we can get them, but if we can, we'll try to answer them. All right. So first thing to start off with the internet. The internet. I got the definition according to Wikipedia. The internet, or internet, is the global system of interconnected computer networks that uses the Internet Protocol Suite, TCP/IP, to communicate between networks and devices. It is a network of networks that consists of private, public, academic, business, and government networks of local to global scope, linked by a broad array of electronic, wireless, and optical networking technologies. So that's a whole lot. I think the best part, the takeaway there is that term network of networks, and what that means, and what that means to us as far as us connecting to each other, to magic, spirit, etc. So this means like the internet is a series of systems that are interconnected. They share information, interactions, and they connect to other systems. Now, our bodies are also networks of a type. We have a nervous system that spreads throughout our body. It connects a variety of systems, our circulatory system, digestive system, all these different systems. And that connection allows us to kind of balance them, support our continued life function. And without them working together, we would die. And so when it comes to magic, I wonder if maybe this is why when you want to work magic on someone, you get a piece of their hair or their blood or something else that connects to that person, because then it gives you a link and it gives you some potential access to that system. So whether you're healing or other things, that's useful. Now, with that connection, that lets you do magic, and it's more strong and accurate. What, I'm hinting at things. Anyhow,
it's like other things,
other stuff. You never knew what you could do. Anyhow, so it lets you work across that distance with a lot greater ease by having those kind of physical little links. Now, the thing is when we use the internet, we're linking our network to that network, and once we have that connection, magic can begin. And since we're all sort of linking into the same thing in a certain way, the internet is a magical link to everyone who uses it. Okay, so that's our start bit. Go ahead.
One of the things in terms of sympathetic links, which is basically what we're talking about when we talk about, interlinking, networks through blood and hair and blah, 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 blah. It's actually really interesting, some of the stuff that you can get into when it comes to interlinking via things like, I know your IP address, or I know your internet handle, and how a lot of that is also processed through the same filter as a sympathetic link, depending on how connected to your device you are. It's actually pretty interesting. But continue.
Okay. So group ritual. So this is the stuff I kind of wanted to provide here because I figured people could use it. So yeah, that's the main reason I'm starting this one. So the first thing I want to talk about is mediums of communication. Then we're going to move on. We're going to talk about how obviously real life versus, real life, how live in this world versus like internet connection style ritual. There's going to be some places where it falls short, but there's going to be other places where there's a lot of real good advantages to it. So we're going to try and kind of go through all those. So the first thing I want to talk about was mediums of communication. For virtual meetings, obviously Zoom. Like we're using Zoom right now, or we're technically using Zoom. There's also Skype and Discord. These are all pretty common ways to keep in touch. I'm sure there's some other programs too that I don't know of, but these are the ones I know and what I'll talk about right now. We'll probably cover a few more when I get through this. So Zoom's one of the easiest if you want visual and voice. You can set it to single speaker view if you have a central figure, or you can set it to a gallery mode if you want to see everyone. I've not touched Skype in a while, but from what I briefly researched, it sounds like you got to pay to get kind of a similar functionality out of it. Discord is free and it can do video, and it can be a little buggy and crashy on older systems. Sometimes mine, that's if you do the video, but if you just do voice, it works just fine. Discord does give a lot of advantages. I'm going to be honest, it's my kind of favorite medium for these kinds of things. You can create your own servers, you can create roles in those servers, so you can literally set it up where if you have a ritual, you can be like, okay, here is who is doing each of these roles, this is what you're doing. You could even run a virtual con there and have it so you can literally give tickets and let people have access to different parts of the server, which can have multiple voice servers, multiple rooms for chat. It just gives a lot you can do with it. It sends images really well, and it also has a lot of bot functionality. So if you need to have music for your ritual, you can literally get a bot that'll play it for you in the chat. So it's really useful. But that's just my preference. Really, any medium you use can probably work, as long as it lets you see other people, what they're trying to say, even if it's just chat. Plenty of people have done just magic through chat, but more visual, more voice will probably help for a lot of people. You can use live YouTube as a kind of mostly one-way medium for conducting a ritual. It does have some drawbacks. The chat's not very robust. You don't really see your audience. And if you're trying to be choosy about who attends, YouTube's probably not your best bet. But you do get a permanent video out of it when you're done. If you don't mind connecting to your audience more passively, that could be a good option. Twitch can be kind of similar for that kind of thing. Shan, do you know of any other mediums you think are worth mentioning?
Primarily the ones, well, there was a question from Ann Arbor Pagan Pride here about, remember Skype, whatever happened to that? And my answer is, yeah, it got eaten by Teams. It's still technically usable as just Skype, but ultimately when you log into Skype, it is going to say, would you rather use Microsoft Teams? And it's going to have you download it and a bunch of other nonsense. Microsoft Teams is one of those platforms that is an amazing tool for communication, but is definitely locked down by the fact that Microsoft owns it and monetizes the hell out of it. So yeah, it's, I think for like a business, for a personal Teams account, it's free, but there's like weird limits on how many users and blah, 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 blah. So real talk, if I were going to choose one, just for ease of use, I would go with Discord. It just, it's so much easier. Or if you still happen to have a Skype is about as easy. It's just a question at that point of how limited you want to make your audience, how you want to parse out, you know, different, like if you're in like a degree system, being able to separate out your Discord into certain degrees where, you know, first degree initiates have this information and they can see these chats, and second degree initiates can see these chats, and third degree initiates can see maybe everything, because that's how pyramid schemes, I mean, that's how hierarchical things like that work. So it gives you lots of room. Yeah, basically what Microsoft did was eat Teams, because yeah, they're basically competing products from the same company. And then yeah, they basically are going to be like, well, we're going to give you better video functionality and better everything else on Skype, but they're going to be people at home who do not want to use Skype. And so I'm sorry, who do not want to use Teams, because that's a scary thing for the office. And so
yeah,
they keep themselves sort of contained. Yeah, so that's my whole rant on the different sort of avenues. Real talk, at least for right now, Discord is the winner, because it gives you the most bang for your buck in terms of what you can use, how you can use it, who you can invite, which is way, way important. So you don't just get everybody. And you can keep it to just maybe your ritual circle or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So that's our info we got as far as things you can use for communicating. You can use just about anything, but those are some of your better options. So this section, I'm going to talk about some of the drawbacks in comparison to real life. I'm pretty sure Shan is going to have something to say about it as soon as I'm done with it, but I'm going to try and get through it first. So one of the things is our minds build our whole world based on sensory feedback we have and our own thoughts, like feedback loops from that. So in live, you can sense things more clearly. If there's a drum beating, you'll be able to feel those sound waves running through your chest and not just hear it in your ears. If there's some sort of cleansing herb used, you will smell them. And, you know, if you're holding hands, you're going to actually feel them. Food or drink, you can taste them. So a lot of those elements with online are going to be lost to some degree. So we have two senses that we basically share across that space, and it's sight and sound. And even there, the sound gets converted and the sight gets a little distorted. So it is not 100% the same. Now, for continuing other things, it can also be a little difficult to connect with place in the same way. When you're conducting a ritual somewhere, like especially outdoors, you're firmly connected to the place simply by being there. The soil is underneath your feet. The sky is over your head. You're there and you're held and existing within that space just by being there, and you physically are sharing it with other people. So it's all very kind of immediate. And that connection you kind of don't have too. There's also a time distortion. So loading times and connection speeds can mean you're not hearing things at the same speed everyone else is. And in some cases, lag can cause sudden silences or unplanned interruptions. Not to mention there can be sudden outages or momentary loss of service. So I'll also say, if you get a bunch of people trying to sing in some of these chat programs, it becomes just a terrible cacophony because nobody's on the same timing, and also then lag comes in, and some programs start freaking out when you have too many people talking at once. So that won't work out a lot of times. So summarizing, online spaces will mean there is a certain level of necessary distortion of the senses, of place, and of time. However, this does not mean we should disparage, because there are a lot of ways to compensate for a lot of those things, and there are a lot of extra tools. Okay, that's that part. Shan, do you want
to? What you're expecting me to do is to jump in here and tear this.
Well, that's
all
what
apart.
you did the first time when we practiced. When we went through, you were like, drawbacks. What drawbacks?
Well, okay, so I speak from a certain amount of, I guess the word would be, I've been doing this a long fucking time, right? So I personally have already sort of built in workarounds in order to deal with a lot of this stuff. And part of those workarounds has to do with the fact that virtual space, in terms of virtual ritual space and things like that, are, yeah, I mean, there are certain people who are always gonna not vibe the same way with the virtual space as they do in real life. Like, that is just a truism. But I think a lot of it is, I think a lot of it's in our minds. And I think a lot of it is, we don't want to, mix our chocolate and our peanut butter.
It's like the term limiting beliefs. It's very much one of those, if you don't think you can do it, then you're gonna have a hard time doing it.
Exactly. And like, that to me is the important thing that I think holds a lot of energy workers back to using virtual space. We have it in our mind that magic and technology can't mix. And that is something that I've found to be problematic from the first time I heard that particular notion. Of course they mix. Humans use technology all the time. If you're wearing fucking glasses, you're using technology. Like, yeah, exactly. Human technology has literally made it so that, we could survive on this planet. We still be in huts without it. And so if people are like, oh, well, technology is somehow evil when it comes to energy work, I need you to review and address that, because it's simply not true.
Yeah.
When I say that the drawbacks are an illusion, primarily I tend to think about what individuals can do in their own spaces to simulate, like, the cleansing herbs, the sound waves, all that.
That's the next section, Shan. Fine.
But one thing, because I was actually going to jump off that in a moment. Because I know it's the next section. I don't want to. One of the things that we don't think about, and this is very important, is how things like network-based ritual, internet-based ritual allows for disabled folks to participate. People don't think about that. Like, if I have to carry my fucking, walker or wheelchair or whatever into the woods, yeah, it's doable. And yes, some people don't mind doing that, but there are people who can't do that and who don't have the privilege of being able to do that. And so it can become very ableist in a lot of ways to just be like, oh, hey, we're going to do this ritual in the middle of, X, Y, or Z park. It's like, okay, well, I can't go because they don't have any chairs unless we bring them. So unless I'm bringing a whole pack with me in order so that I can sit down if I'm having trouble walking or, things like that. This is why those drawbacks are kind of an illusion to me because of all the things you get in return. And one of those things that you get in return that is so very important is accessibility.
Yeah. No, that's super fair. That is a super good point. All right. So compensation. So how to make up for any shortfalls you might have. So there's a theory I learned while reading on how to make a proper haunted house and make it scary. And that was that the more senses you engage, the more real things will feel. And I think as a crossover into ritual, I think there is a lot of efficacy there. So sound and sight, we already got. So the only things we have left to connect are taste, touch, and smell. If you have a well-coordinated or small group you're working with, it's easy enough to just coordinate the elements within your own home and replicate these things. Have the same tools, same, same tools, same visuals, same everything. If you need to, you can coordinate quite a bit. So make a list and just make same offerings, burn the same incense so you got the same smell. If you have a drink or anything like that, incorporate, drink the same thing. So that'll all work. Now, if you're not working with a small and well-coordinated group, incorporating common elements that everyone can do is a great way to kind of make up for things. Think about things that everybody has in their home. Everyone has cups of some type, and there's going to be water somewhere because without it you would die. So there's going to be cups, there's going to be water. If you can incorporate some water into the ritual, that's going to be something it's easy for anybody anywhere to do. You can say at the beginning, hey, get a cup of water before we start. It's going to involve some things. So take a dab it, put it on your forehead. That's our cleanse. Okay, we're going to say these words. Okay, we're all going to drink together. You're feeling the same cold, same kind of thing. So you get very on the same kind of sensory input. And so that's a great way to kind of get everybody on the same page and the same wavelength, so to speak. It's a good one. So another one is body motions. Now, not everybody can do everything, obviously, but to some degree, there's some that you can expect. If you need to turn your head, that's pretty good. Certain hand motions are usually going to be okay, depending. So little things like that are another way to coordinate people and get them kind of on the same page. And this is kind of like one of those things of like, with ritual, what does a ritual do? I think of things like, and this is obviously outside our usual purview, things like the sign of the cross. When somebody goes and does that, they're basically all doing the same motion, and it connects them to their community because it's something all do together. It connects them to their history, to their God, to their way of thinking, and there's even a physical sensation associated with it. So all of those things just connect together to kind of get you into the network. And so any kind of ritual action we take where we're all coordinating, that is a way to get us all connected in that way. So overcoming the issues of connection to place. So that's mostly the senses there. I think visuals can help. So if you have an image file or even a video of a space that you're trying to connect people to, that's going to make it easier for people to connect. And that will even help with people who don't have much in the way of visualization skills because they can literally just look at it. Time distortion. So this one's a little bit more philosophical. I would start with embracing the concept that time, when it comes to spiritual terms in space, is not something that simply moves forward in one direction, but can go backwards and forwards, up, down, side to side. Time is not necessarily illusory, but it is not the same thing. It can be navigated and rewound and switched around in a way. So in other words, the time we experience on here is not the same because you're not hearing me in real time. But nearly live or not, there's a little distortion, but as long as you realize that distortion isn't important and that there's all these other things putting us on the same wavelength, it won't really matter. We'll be able to get our spirits to connect and coordinate with that. I would recommend using music because as a sort of advantage to that, even though there's going to be that lag difference, you're hearing the same music, and unlike some forms of music, it is going to be pretty much identical, right? Because you're looking at the same sound file or the same YouTube video or whatever else, and that'll coordinate in a way that live performances don't necessarily. So excuse me, it's more syncing up the experience across time. Okay, that's my bit on compensations. Is there anything you'd want to bring up?
Yeah. One of the things Michelle Belanger, I don't know how to say her fucking weird ass last name. One of the things they're doing is they have a lit incense or a candle that when they're doing their high muckety muck connection ritual. They're a friend of mine, so I'm talking shit, and so if you tell them I'm talking shit, they'll be like, "Yeah, that sounds like Shanna, right?" But they do like a lit candle for their connection ritual, and they just have people look at the candle, which if somebody's blind or unable to see very well, obviously that's a hurdle, but it's one very, very easy point of connection for everybody watching their video. Everybody's looking at the same candle. So if you watch it the same day, different time, whatever, you still have the focal point of the candle as your connection point. That brings you all into sort of the same virtual space. And I found that it's gangbusters. It works a goddamn treat, because if you're the person leading the ritual, you can do a lot to center and focus your group by just being like, okay, I as the ritual leader am gonna have, well, yeah, that's the thing. That's why I think it's an incense, because if the candle's popping a bunch, if the candle's popping, it will create a weird noise in your ear. So I think it's an incense that's burning, and they just have people stare at it, and then past a certain point, then they begin the ritual. I also think they have really good mic equipment, so they mess with that a little bit. And also they don't use the big old crackling candles which you can buy if you're really into that. I think they use candles they make, so it's not making a whole lot of noise. Anyway, that's actually another thing I hadn't thought about. But ASMR's ritual.
Could see
and it. ASMR's ritual in terms of bringing people into the physical, bringing people into the virtual space, bringing people into the almost into the hypnagogic state where ideas and imagery tend to be much easier to process. So people don't think about stuff like that when they're saying computer bad. These are ways that we as people who exist with the internet and exist online mostly have found to connect in very, very deeply. And I really want to express how easy a lot of that can be to set up.
We should probably give a definition of ASMR because there's probably some people who have no idea what you're talking
I
about.
think it's autonomous sensory meridian response.
That sounds about right.
And basically it is described as many things to many people, but the most common one is a sense of tingling or a sense of like pleasurable sensations that can occur on the scalp, down the skin, things like that.
But really relaxing for some people.
Yes, part of ASMR would be a certain amount of relaxation. Visualization is very important. There's lots of videos where there's face touching and things like that that help to allow people to cross into that virtual space. And I think that for the purposes of energy work, it's pretty goddamn amazing what you can do. Somebody just talking to you and maybe giving you something to look at, and then all of a sudden you almost feel like what they're saying on the video is happening to you.
Oh, wow. No, that's good. That's like kind of like a guided meditation.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, that's legit. I can totally see that as being a thing. So this, I think, is a way to good place to segue into the advantages of the virtual space. So some of these things might seem small, but virtual communication varies from live communication in several ways, and places where it might lack, there are also lots of benefits. There are lots of things that we'd be foolish not to take advantage of. One of the advantages is the ability to supplement and replace ordinary visual feedback. Like if you display a sigil at a live ritual, one of the things is it's going to be different for people, right? Because some people have to sit further back, some people are going to be further forward, and you might have to pan it around to make sure everybody can see it, depending on like how big the audience is or what format they're sitting in. But the thing is if you're casting it pretty much live on a screen, everybody's getting almost an identical picture. And so in that level of coordination, you are in same time, same place, same eyeballs, almost coordinating towards that. That's a pretty powerful way to focus a bunch of people and put them all on the same page. Likewise, guided meditation. You could potentially use a video or a series of pictures to help focus people, which may be of special benefit to those who have very weak or non-existent internal visualization, aphantasia. Like some people just lack the ability to visualize. And I think this is super simple, but it's so not to be underestimated. If you have handouts or other things like instructions, virtual space, you could literally be like, here's file link, and everyone just has it, rather than being like, oh god, I need to print them. Did I print enough? Are there too many? Are there not? Nope, file, everyone has it. So that for coordination, I think is nice.
I'm doing Magic. I don't want to go to Kinko's. What the hell?
Yeah, a little bit. Also, you go to print it, something's wrong, you're out of ink, you don't have enough paper. Like there's so many things that can go wrong, but where with a file send, it's generally like, is the file right? Yes. Done. And you skip all those steps of having printing crap. So I think that's pretty good. So another advantage is the use of media to provide music and atmospheric noise. I already touched on this a little bit, but there's seriously such a vast array of music at our fingertips nowadays that we really do not appreciate just how much we have. And there are a lot of fantastic soundscapes you can get. You can get like windy forests, under the sea. YouTube has just about everything, but there's other apps too that you can find stuff on, or sites that you might find useful. And I think this is a place where the internet really kind of shines because we can connect across such vast distances to help us like better attune to any place, time, or dimension that we happen to care for. I cannot do a ritual at the bottom of the ocean, but I can put on a video that will literally have visual and auditory of the bottom of the ocean and try to put myself in that place. I want to do air, I can get a clip of cold mountain wind that is howling. Earth, there's various cavern noises. There are so many soundscapes to put you in those places. And I mean, honestly, think about the idea of doing like elemental stuff, like people calling the elements and literally being connected to the places where those elements are rather than sitting on the ground and thinking about them. I think that could be a much more powerful connect than we normally get. So I think that's really good. I would feel remiss not to bring up binaural beats because I find them really useful. Just like ASMR can cause effects like you're tingling and stuff. Binaural beats, what they do is they play two slightly different noises, and your brain puts them together to create a third noise inside of your head, and it seems to help promote a lot of trance states for people. So I am just thinking about when you start putting together the kind of auditory elements, the fact that you have music that can promote trance state, that everybody's listening to the same music quite literally as about as close as it can get. You can put people so on the same page and connect to so many things. You could really create some powerful rituals, and I would say that sometimes they're going to be more powerful than stuff you could do live. So for the group ritual stuff, just summarizing, there's a lot that can be missing, but the things that are missing, there's a lot of things you can do to compensate for those. And if you start taking advantage of the tools that the internet provides you, you can create really effective, really powerful rituals that can connect people from all across the globe. Ooh, that's a bit I missed actually, because that whole connecting to space sometimes is a disadvantage, but then you think about the idea of technically one of you could be casting from, say, a forest, somebody else is connecting from a mountain, or even just as simple as a bunch of people in different sacred spaces to, let's say, one particular god, all connecting in a ritual together and connecting those places live. That is some powerful stuff. And so I think that if you take all the tools, you can create some amazing rituals that you could never replicate really in just regular life. Okay. That's my spiel.
Well, no, it's not. There's a lot more spiel to go.
Well, there's more talking, but that's all the group ritual stuff. I still have some notes for topics we can talk about. Do we have any YouTube questions or things that we need to look at, or other things people want?
I was answering them as they were coming in.
Oh, okay. If not, we've got these notes.
One of the things that I immediately want to jump into, that I think we should all review, is nature fetishism versus nature appreciation, and how that connects to the topic of cyber magic, if one were to use such a term, or the ability to connect via networks and computers, et cetera, et cetera. There's a big thing within the pagan community where we fetishize the ability to go outside. We fetishize the ability to sit in a field. We fetishize the ability to touch trees to the point where, one of the best insults, I guess, happens on Twitter is touch grass. Like, oh, you've been connected too long. As if such a thing can happen. We, I think, as pagans, need to understand that the internet is just nature plus plus. It's all of nature, good and bad. We have predators here, we have everything in the world, and it all exists within this space. But because There are people who are maybe less good at interacting with it. People write it off. And I think that that is a grave mistake. People will pretend like, oh, well, the only nature that matters is, go outside. No. There is a thriving and active ecosystem within the internet. And there are a lot of people who ignore it. And that, like I said, that is to their detriment. I would almost ask the class, like, why do we distrust the nature of the internet versus the nature of somewhere where a fucking bear can maul you? Like, and like, okay, well, both of those things have powerful predators that can fucking hurt you, but one of them might just maybe hurt your email account or hurt your bank account, whereas the other one will just straight up, cut you in half because bears have fucking huge claws. Like, but we appreciate one more than the other as pagans, and that's something that I think we all need to review. Why are we?
I'm now kind of wondering, this just thought came to mind while you're mentioning it. To a certain degree, I kind of wonder if it's a sense of exoticism for people who, you live not in the country, suddenly go out to it. Like, look, there's trees and this and that, the other thing. And okay, it's different. And kind of the early days of the internet, there was still a lot of that mysticism to it. Like, you were like, ooh, oh, this is new. This is different. There's so much in here. And now everybody's on their phone all the time. It's so second nature that we almost underestimate it.
Yeah. And like, there was, and funny enough, when you say like the exoticism of like driving out to the country or driving out to the woods when you are not from those spaces, and being like, well, the funny thing is that there's also some of that happening from the other side that is not fascination, but active distrust. Like someone who is from a more rural community who just decides that they don't trust the internet because they just don't. And, because either the internet out there, people
you don't understand, so you fear.
Yeah. And so you get a lot of like, we don't use no, newfangled internet. We talk to people, or, sometimes people need to log off and blah. But what people don't understand about the whole process of the internet is that it is the most powerful connective tool we have. In terms of not only things like business, but in terms of meeting people. Like, seriously, one thing I want to ask the entire goddamn class, let's say you play an MMO. Let's say you played WoW or EverQuest or whatever the hell MMO you've played or game you've played, even if you played Moos and Mushes and Mucks and all that shit from back in the old people days. You know how many relationships have spawned from those? You know how many deep friendship connections that will never die? You know how many, packs and clans and all of these groups of people who are more connected than who are just more connected than they could ever be in real life. people don't think about how strong and powerful those connections are. And actually, the Ann Arbor Pagan Pride account brings up a great point. All of those people being like, touch grass, go outside, et cetera, staying offline a whole day means cutting off communication with other people, like potentially, family, friends, relationships, lovers, blah, blah, blah. That's cutting off contact to your entire world for a day because some jerk off wants you to go touch grass. This is stuff that people don't think about within the pagan sphere. And we have to start thinking about it if this is going to become an intersectional community. We have to think about the ableism of our goddamn words. And we have to start thinking about the ableism of our ritual systems. If using the internet rather than fetishizing nature will allow there to be more accessibility overall, why aren't we doing it? And we need to address that. We need to address that as a community.
Yeah.
And we need to address that in order to make our community stronger, because right now there are a bunch of pagans who, might have, issues with hearing or issues with seeing very well, or, whatever the disability happens to be, that being able to listen or to see, an Arbor Pagan Pride, and that might be the place where they connect and feel like, oh my God, these people are reaching out to us.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is what is going to make our community better. That to me justifies cyber magic on its face, is that we are opening the doors. And the fact that for many, it took until the pandemic to even begin to think about this is one of the ways that maybe we were sort of lost in this very ableist idea of like, oh, well, in order to do real magic, you all have to get together in somebody's house or get together outside or get together. I can't get together because somebody might have fucking COVID or,
Sorry, that's absolutely true.
Yeah. Or I can't get together. I can't get together because, I can't walk, the 150, 200, 500 feet to walk into your sacred goddamn grove. That's, where the trail to get in there is covered with like roots and vines and small foliage. I can't get there. Are we supporting those people?
Good point.
And like, yeah, I believe this is Hess is saying like that they haven't been able to get down to the HK gather in years. And yeah, like one of the because of things going on, but
How's Kepru gather for those who have no idea what that is?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
But like them being virtual is amazing. Them being virtual, them being like, and people, as we're trying to adapt to COVID, we are becoming more intersectional. Almost by accident. This is by accident. This was not, a lot of places did not do this by design, but now that it's happening, we cannot slip back into, okay, well, our rituals are only going to be outside now. It's like, well, set up a fucking camera, my G. Like, it's not that hard. Like, set up a laptop, do something. You know, and yeah, I mean that's mostly my rant because that's what that was.
Yeah.
But we got like 9 minutes left, so I wanted to jump onto something a little more interesting. That Ghost in the Machine topic we were talking about.
Oh yeah. So the spontaneous magical things that happen within the internet as a place, as living entities, all that kind of stuff. Do you have any good spooky stories on internet?
I have one that everybody who plays video games will immediately recognize. And I'm going to bring the microphone real close to my face. All of you worship RNGesus. Literally all of you. I have never met a video game player who does not worship RNGesus. RNG is the
random number Jesus, basically, for those who don't understand.
Yes, random. Okay, so the term RNG is random number generator, which is what gives you your items or your loot in like MMOs and that sort of thing, right? This has been shortened to RNGesus because you are praying to the thing in order to get what you want, whatever item you want. Like, say you're playing World of Warcraft and you really want that drop. You want that drop really bad. You know, people do invocations to RNGesus all the goddamn time. Or, as I believe Hess just said, you complain about needing a drop, or there are so many rituals that are baked in to the process of invoking, and this is just RNGesus. A study of the different like egregore things would net so many very powerful symbols and icons that we continue to use. Anybody who does any role playing on Discord who uses the Dice Maiden program is 100% sure that Dice Maiden is out for your goddamn blood.
It's absolutely true. She's merciless.
And that's the thing.
There's no pity in her soul.
Yeah, and so have we given Dice Maiden a certain amount of life because we focus on, you know, how Dice Maiden is often merciless and often out for blood. Yeah, Dice Maiden is a fucking terrible mistress and will murder your characters dead as hell.
So, yeah, we only got like 5 minutes now.
Yeah,
we'll give a little break for people to be able to kind of get ready for the next class and things.
Yeah, while we're sitting here and everybody's getting ready for the next class, if anybody has any questions, you can connect to, well, Melody, where can they find you? Multiverse, where can they find you?
So mostly, if you want to find me, most of what I've been doing lately is making not video games, but making RPG stuff. So if you want to find stuff I'm doing and working on, a lot of tabletop RPGs, and only some of which are totally magical. Only some of which. If you go to itch.io and look for Mother Multiverse, you can find all the stuff.
The sons and daughters of Muspelheim will fire itself. Hail, eldest ancestor.
Sarenth popped in.
Does Sarenth know that he's on audio?
I don't think Sarenth knows that. No.
Okay, he seemed to get off audio. I was going to jump in though and say, if you want to put URLs for your things into the chat on the YouTube video, that's fine with me.
Okay. No, that sounds good. I don't know. Oh, I can throw something in there. But yeah, that's most of where I can be found. Shan, is there anything you want to throw up?
Yeah, I can mostly be found on Twitter. Like, Twitter's probably going to be the easiest way to find and connect with me. I am at Fenrir's Chosen on and I put the link into the chat. That'll be the fastest way to connect with me. Warning, I do all sorts of call outs and shit on my on my Twitter. So if you come to my Twitter and you say some fuck shit, I'm gonna call you on it. But you'll see the rules. They're pretty simple. I try not to, I'm not a one mistake and I'll fucking leap on you kind of guy, but just don't be a jerk. If you want to go through my my post history a little bit, you'll see what I tend to speak on, and hopefully that'll make you comfortable. I am currently today actually I'm doing a session 0 for my for an all POC Pathfinder game on my Twitch TV/Lunar Howl Gaming channel. And so it's going to be a session 0. You don't have to do a heck of a lot with that, but some people like to see like a session 0. Some people like to see people coming together. So that's probably going to be about like 5 o'clock or so. If you're interested, you'll be able to see when we go live if you follow the channel. But that's pretty much it for me.
All right. Thanks everybody who came to our class. And next one's gonna be a good one.
Woo!
Thank you for presenting it. It looks like we actually had like up to 14 people in the stream, which is more than we had last year. I guess that's improvement, right?
Yep.
Okay, so those of you joining us now, welcome to Ann Arbor Virtual Pagan Pride Day. Not the location I had in mind because I couldn't get Zoom and YouTube to talk to each other. I apologize for that. Again, to all of you watching this weeks later, and there's only one video, you're not going to have any idea what I'm talking about. But up next, we have Sarenth, who I think is doing being a spirit worker. Sarenth, are you with us?
Yep, I am with you.
Okay. Before we get started, do you have a thing you can do to share your screen that would be not embarrassing?
No, hold on. Let me pop up what I'm actually looking at. Share screen, whiteboard, share.
Okay.
We all good?
I know what that is. All right. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure we had it turned on for our next presenter.
Yep.
If you want to use it, go ahead.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. Then it is not quite 12 o'clock. We could probably start a few seconds early if you really want to. Anyone in the chat have any questions for the previous presenters before they completely go? All right, I'll take that as a no. You can go ahead, sir.
All right, beautiful people. You are here for the Being a Spirit Worker workshop. So real quick, I'm going to introduce myself. I am Sarenth Odinsson. I am a heathen spirit worker and a Gothi of Minas Brunner Kindred, which is a small kindred here in Southeast Michigan. I am the co-host of Around Grandfather Fire with Jim Stovall and Caitlin Stormbreaker. And I am also the co-host with Malik Odinsson for 3 Pagans on Tap. The links will be posted hopefully pretty soon here because I just threw them all at the Pagan Pride. So, being a spirit worker. What is a spirit worker? What things can spirit worker be called to do? What duties and responsibilities might they hold? How do I know if I'm being called to this? So we're going to explore these questions and other basics of being a spirit worker, including boundaries, finding effective means of spiritual communication, building networks of support, and skills for being an effective spirit worker. Please bring your questions. Please bring your experiences. I will have the Ann Arbor Pagan Pride YouTube video up, so I have a scrolling chat. And yeah, thanks, Shan. So, getting heckled in the comment section, I appreciate it. So, what is a spirit worker? The term spirit worker is a job title. I sometimes call it Vetarverker, which is just Old Norse for spirits worker. It means you do work for the spirits. It's what it says in the tin. The spirits can be gods, ancestors, and or the general spirits, such as the land spirits of an area. We call them Landvetir in Old Norse. a spirit worker tends to have a broad base of skills, starting with basics of praxis within a given religion. In other words, if you're a heathen spirit worker, you've got a basis in heathenry. You have an active hearth cultist with gods, ancestors, and the spirits that are relevant to that tradition. And then on top of that, you will develop branching into specialization with magic and spirit work within that religion. This might be divination, magical practices of various kinds. For heathenry, there's things like Seidr or Spe, which Seidr is basically translated to witchcraft or magic work, and Spa or Spe is seering, prophesying. You can do sacrifice, consultation, spiritual consultation, things like that, so on and so forth. What things can a spirit worker be called to do? Suffice it to say, a lot. A lot. So, ooh, that's a good point. Thank you, Ian Arbor, Pagan Pride. I am going to do that. Thank you. Say there is witchcraft. I have to find the special letter for the A in order to spell it proper, because otherwise you're going to get a whole bunch of links for spas, and that's not what you're looking for. Spirit. Okay, so a spirit worker, getting back to what we can be called to do, they might divine, craft ritual or ceremony, make sacrifice, cleanse an area. Basically, they do things for other people within the community, and that community can just be the gods, ancestors, and spirits that they serve, or it can be the wider community. Most spirit workers serve some kind of wider community. My own spirit work has run the gamut. I offer divination, cleansing, spiritual consultation, writing rituals, writing and making prayers, as well as putting on workshops like these. Sometimes all I do in a session is I listen to folks. Sometimes all I do is throw a couple of runes and we talk about the results. Long story short, all of my work is done in service to what I call the Ginregen, and I will put that into chat. The Ginregen are the mighty or holy powers, aka gods, ancestors, and Vatir or spirits. Okay, so duties and responsibilities. The duties and responsibilities of a spirit worker are to be ethical, first and foremost, within the bounds of whatever frame of ethics you're working from. Basically not taking your people for a ride, not trying to just get money out of people and not providing a spirit work service, not talking to other people about what you learned during a spirit work service. Stuff that should seem obvious, but has to be said for sake of the fact that we don't always have people who are ethical running around doing this stuff. Another ethical responsibility that spirit workers serve is not serving as the ultimate mediator of a relationship between a person and their gods, ancestors, or spirits. So if somebody is coming to you continuously every single week and you are helping them make simple life decisions with divination, stop. Stop. That is an unhealthy relationship. So part of my duty as a spirit worker is to say, okay, this is a boundary and we're going to enforce this boundary of you're going to live your own damn life. You're going to have your own hearth cultist with your gods. Hearth cultist, that is, a hearth cultist is the hearth, the home, cultists, worship, and relationship with the gods, ancestors, and spirits. I am not mediating your relationship with the holy powers, long story short. Okay. The duties and responsibilities of a spirit worker could probably be its own workshop, so I'm going to move on because we only have about 45, 50 minutes left. So suffice to say, the duties and responsibilities of a spirit worker are context dependent on what you're being called to do, how you're being called to do it. But the generalities are to not lead people on, to make sure that their needs are fully met before you end a spirit work session, to do your due diligence, and to do your work completely and fully in such a way that when the person leaves your spirit work, they have the information they need and it's actionable. Whether or not it's what they want to hear is beside the point. The other part of a duty and responsibility of the spirit worker is making sure that in some way, shape, or form, your time is compensated. And this doesn't always need to translate to money. It can be, hey, I need help on a building project. Are you willing to help me out? Cool. Here's the divination. We can work this out. The responsibility then is for the other party to also put in their fair share, whatever that is, whether it's paying for the service or doing service for the service or doing service on behalf of the spirit worker. For instance, I've had situations where a client's come to me for a reading. I said, hey, so I know you can't pay for this, but what I need you to do is go take some of my mead and give it to this tree or this river or something, because I can't physically be there. Okay, not a problem. So part of the responsibility of a spirit worker is having boundaries, but also being able to negotiate within those boundaries. Okay, so moving on. Spirit workers. Am I being called? Well, how can you be called to be a spirit worker? I kind of break it down by three categories: by the holy powers, the Ginregen, by personal interest, or by your community. So the Ginregen, the question you got to ask is, are the gods, ancestors, and or spirits calling you to become a spirit worker? What are they looking for you to do? And underneath that second one, are you able to do it? Are you willing to do it? Are you willing to prioritize your life around what the Ginregen need or want rather than your own, around what the gods, ancestors, and spirits need or want rather than your own desires? Part of being a spirit worker, in my experience of it, is your list of priorities is the gods come first, and then your family, and then other people in your community, and so on and so forth. Like your list of priorities, if the gods aren't at the top, if the gods, ancestors, and spirits are not at the top, before you become a spirit worker, once you become a spirit worker, they get filed at the top, because it affects even more so than just a run-of-the-mill heathen. In my experience, it hits everything. Boom, 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 all the way down your priority list in a much more visceral way, I guess, is the way I'd put it. Just check, make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, no questions so far. Cool. The other question, the fourth thing you need to ask yourself underneath being called by the gods, ancestors, and spirits is, what kind of initiatory work, learning techniques, etc., are they asking you to do? Are you willing to do it? Are you able to do it? Moving on, the second one is by personal interest. Are you actually interested in becoming a spirit worker? Why? Are you looking for personal power or gain? If so, you're likely going to get it with the understanding that the gaining of power in spirit work is to further your ability to do spirit work. The old joke is that, when you get really good at working with a small shovel, you get a bigger shovel. If you don't want the service aspect of the job, becoming a witch, magician, etc., is likely a better option, because being a spirit worker is a job. And while a lot of spirit workers are also witches, magicians, and so on, the focus of spirit work is on service to the gods, ancestors, and spirits. You come second to their work. So before you answer a call with personal interest, keep that in mind. Because even if you don't start off your spirit work journey as, well, I'm going to do service for myself, well, eventually spirit work, in my experience, in all the cases I've ever seen, eventually turns into, I am working for these gods, these ancestors, these spirits. And of course, you need to ask yourself, what kind of initiatory work, learning techniques, etc., are being asked of you, and are you willing to engage it? Moving on, the third way of being called to spirit work is by a community's need. Is the community actually asking you to become a spirit worker? If so, what are the rules and expectations around becoming a spirit worker within your community? Can you accept them? If so, what kind of work are you going to be expected to do? What kind of initiatory work, learning techniques, etc., does the community expect of its spirit workers? I think until lately, most modern polytheist communities here in America didn't have those kinds of standards because it was so new. We're getting into about second and sometimes third generation pagans and polytheists. And some of these people are second and third generation spirit workers of various kinds. We're starting to develop expectations of what a spirit worker can do or should do. And I think that's really important. Yes, Nicole, your reward for work is more work. Yes, but in a lot of ways, I think the work gets easier the more you do it. Or at least it becomes less burdensome because it's like working muscles, right? So the question of like what kind of work is going to be expected of you by a community, that's going to really depend on your community. It can depend on whether you're a heathen, a Kemetic, a druid. It can also depend on what your particular community within the greater polytheist or pagan communities is. You know, if you're a spirit worker who happens to have a very wide range of friends in a very wide range of religions, then your spirit work is probably going to look very different from somebody who only works with the heathen community. So that's totally, in my experience, totally normal. We're seeing this in the larger pagan and polytheist communities through the development of what we call regional cultists. That is, my Odin may not ping the same as your Odin. Odin in Texas might be experienced different than an Odin from Michigan. So can the second question you really need to answer with if a community is asking you to become a spirit worker is, can the community support you becoming one? Does the community need you to become one regardless? And are you willing to do the work with or without community support? Because a community might have a need in the moment for a spirit worker. You may not have to answer that call. It might be that you have to go look for somebody who is already there. Now, if it's no question you've done your divination, you've done your due diligence, and there's no question you've got to become a spirit worker for this community, they need to support you, hands down, straight up. So in becoming a spirit worker, most of the time when you have these answered questions and you're just answering these questions, the next step is divination. It's usually the first step in the next step of being a spirit worker. Is done at every step in a person's journey to become one. The particular method of divination can differ person to person depending on aptitude and the requirements of the spirit worker's religion or religions. There's spirit workers that, in my own case, like I worship a bunch of different gods from different culture groups. I don't call them pantheons because that's kind of limiting. So I work and worship heathen gods, Greek gods, Roman gods, Kemetic gods, the Egyptian gods. So the method of divination for divining a spirit worker might be something really generic like tarot, or it might be something more specific such as runes or Ephesia Grammatica for Greek, or maybe you've got one of the toys of Dionysus like the knuckle bones, for instance, if you're specifically working with Dionysian mysteries. So there's a lot of different variation on how the divination can be done and what the particular requirements are. This is a very big overview of spirit work. I cannot get into the weeds because we'd be here all day. Okay, so we've got divination, and let's assume that we have confirmation and acceptance of the person at hand to be a spirit worker. Now what? So this is where we get into priorities. As a spirit worker, your first priority is going to be the gods, ancestors, and or spirits that you serve. Like hands down, I don't know a single spirit worker where their first priority in some way, shape, or form is not related to this. My own priorities look like this. The Ginregen, that is the gods, ancestors, and the spirits. My family, partners, and friends. And my kindred is kind of included in that. My tribe, which are the larger group of people that I have loving, deep relationships with, but are still not nesting partners, not living with me, etc. And then there's the wider community. And the wider community are people that are really outside of my immediate concern. These are people that are, for instance, outside of the Around Grandfather Fire Discord. These are people that are not with me in terms of the Three Pagans on Tap community. Like these are people that are in the wider pagan and heathen spheres, in the wider American community, even. Like as soon as you get outside of my core of Michigan, unless you are tied to me, a lot of my priorities kind of drop off. This is something I've found every spirit worker has to go through, is figuring out their list of priorities and boundaries around those priorities. Generally, the gods, ancestors, and spirits are going to be number one. And it doesn't matter, if you've got young kids. I've got a 4-year-old, almost 4-year-old, and a 15-year-old. And throughout both of their lives, the gods have always come first, with the understanding that by serving the gods, ancestors, and spirits, I also serve my family. By doing my work, I ease up the work on other people within my family and within my greater community. So there's a give and a take to that. Okay, so we've talked about priorities. Let's talk about boundaries. So there's a list of questions that you're probably going to need to ask yourself as a spirit worker. Anybody that is worth their salt should spend some time thinking about this. Whether or not you're a spirit worker, really, these questions are useful to everybody. What ethical boundaries will I not cross? What spiritual boundaries will I not cross? What spirit work will I not do? What ethical boundaries must I adhere to? What spirit work will I need to do? What spirit work do I want to do? Who can I not bring issues I encounter to? And finally, who can I bring issues that I encounter to? For those who have elders, this is great. For those who don't, this is a harder question. What ethical boundaries will I not cross? Like, I will not, for instance, I will not share information I learned during a spirit work service with somebody's partner without their express permission. What spiritual boundaries will I not cross? I will not do spirit work for somebody that hasn't asked me to do it. What spirit work will I not do? I am not an ordeal master. I don't do ordeal work. What ethical boundaries must I adhere to? I adhere to the ethical boundaries of heathenry, and I live in America. So in order to live well, I abide by the laws and rules of the state that I live in. And some of these can be very simple and straightforward, but you dig into these and you get into particular scenarios, and actually thinking about these things can be very important to your practice, because you might be the one person who experiences a one-off that challenges those boundaries. Yes. Nicole will be covering weeds later, and that's awesome. And yeah, how did that happen? He's two. Yeah, no. My son Kiba is 15 now. Yeah. Kiba's 15 and Blue is almost 4. Yeah, how did that happen? I just brought them both home yesterday, I swear. So finding effective means of spiritual communication is the next step in being a spirit worker. So you need to explore different kinds of divination, not just for yourself, but also for any clients that come along. Sometimes people are reassured, because there are some spirit workers that straight up will just sit down and be able to get spirit messages like they're clairaudient. It's like the gods, ancestors, or spirits are in your ears. Okay, cool. Sometimes people need an outward form to look at. So it's not even necessarily about you. It's your clients need you to do this thing. So I find sortilege is really awesome. This is stuff like tarot or rune readings. Then you can do things like scrying, fire scrying, other freeform divination methods like a black mirror, or putting a drop of ink into a cup of water and divining that way, of letting the images form in your mind. You can also use yes-no methods, where you're dropping a stone in between two other stones, and the stone you're dropping is an indicator stone of yes or no. You can do coin flips, 1, 2, 3, 4 coin flips. You can do all kinds of things. Sometimes my yes-no method involves runes. And if I get a rune like Hagalaz, which is hailstorms, that's a definite fuck no. If I get Ansus, it's a yes, absolutely yes. So you can even within different divination styles, you can still find, yeah, speaking of things growing like weeds, absolutely. Yeah, so there's almost limitless forms that divination can take, and it might be particular to your religion as to which method is more acceptable for spirit work than another. generally speaking, heathens are looking for tarot or for rune readings. But that's not the only thing we can do. You know, I've known folks who will roll the bones, who will learn different divination styles, such as throwing knuckle bones, for instance. So there's a lot of different ways that are available to us that we can use. Another method of spiritual communication are waking visions, dreams, things like that. Some folks can't get nothing out of a divination system like tarot or runes, and they have to wait for the gods to hit them up in dreams or something like that, or they have to go into a meditative state first. Regular spirit contact is another way of establishing effective spiritual communication. That is doing your cultus. So doing regular prayers and worship and just setting aside time to connect with the gods, ancestors, and spirits. Regular spirit contact can be 5 to 10 to 15, 20, 30 minutes of meditation, whatever you can afford to give that day. You can do journey work. That is spirit travel outside of your body to go and find spirit information from another world. For instance, in heathenry, we would probably journey to one of the 9 worlds, depending on whether or not you see Midgard as its own world, because we live in Midgard, Middle Earth. So you might say, if you want more insight into fire, you might ask fire to let you journey to Muspelheim, and you could journey in spirit form to Muspelheim. And yes, thank you, Rob. I will call you Rob from here on out, our host for Ann Arbor Pagan Pride virtual session. So there's a lot of different ways that you can establish regular spirit contact. These are just a few. So let's talk next about being a spirit worker means you need to build networks of support. These are existing communities, family and friends, your wider tribe, other spirit workers, and really asking what kinds of support you need from each of these. So you need to not be afraid to ask for help or support. I am definitely the pot calling the kettle black here. I am getting better at it. I am a work in progress. I still suck at it. That being said, having existing communities of networks that you can plug into is really important. I heavily suggest pretty much everybody there's nobody now that I can think of that I don't recommend from the Pagan Pride Day today. So talk to the people that are here in the Pagan Pride discussions. Talk to people that these people know. We have a great many contacts through the Around Grandfather Fire Discord that we normally wouldn't have. Just as an example, like this community is one we built from the ground up, and some folks are really good at this divination system, and some folks make stickers. And so we provide different kinds of support and different kinds of means of lifting each other up. And sometimes it's as silly as spreading a simple, funny meme and lightening somebody's day. And sometimes the support is like, hey, I'm in some rough times right now. I could use some help. What do you think? And bringing something to the community as a whole. That's what community does. And in a lot of ways, we're a lot of moving parts, all kind of operating together in the same milieu. And we help build each other up. And that's true of what an existing community should look like for a spirit worker, as well as your family and friends and your tribe, the wider community that you share. Other spirit workers are an excellent source of network of support, because there's some folks, like, I love my wife very dearly. She does not understand spirit work from the inside. She gets to watch me do it, but she doesn't do it. And that's sometimes it can be really frustrating, because I'm trying to explain something, or I've got an issue going on, but she can't grok it. She doesn't have the experience. That's what I have other spirit workers for. That's the real big positive quality about having a community of spirit workers to talk with and bounce ideas and experiences off of, because your spouse, your friends, your family may not get it and may not have the capacity to hear what's going on with you. And that's fine. That's what other people in the community are for. So what are some, thank you, Nicole. Thank you very much. Yeah, it wasn't deliberate, but Ann Arbor Pagan Pride did end up with a fairly diverse group. Yeah, I mean, that's that's the thing. Like if you're developing a community where you're saying, hey, this is a safe place for you to come and be, that's why safe spaces exist, is so that people of different backgrounds can come together in a safe place and provide mutual support. So without talking too much more about community and gushing about community, because I could be here all day doing that, we're going to move on. So up next is being a spirit worker is skills for being a spirit worker. You need discipline. You know, what's that line from kindergarten camp? You lack discipline. You need to do more. Well, you don't necessarily need to do more. You need to do a couple of things as a spirit worker. You need to do your cultist and personal spirit work on a regular basis. You need to get to know your inner landscape. You need to know what the inside of your brain looks like who you as a person look like on the inside. So you need to do regular cleansing, grounding, centering, and shielding work. It doesn't need to be elaborate, just regular, to keep yourself clean, to keep yourself emotionally and spiritually grounded, to keep yourself centered on the things that you need to focus on, and you need to do shielding work. I say this as somebody who is ADHD. This is not easy, but it is necessary. And the last thing as far as discipline goes is go to therapy if you need it and it's accessible. Therapy is not going to be the end of the world. It's going to suck, but it helps. It's not a panacea. And you need to be careful about who you talk with as far as like, is this therapist going to be good for your needs? It is okay to take your time. It is okay to be discerning about who you open up to and why and how. But I heavily recommend if you're really serious about doing this work long term, as best you can, find a therapist. And at least have a couple of sessions so that somebody on the outside helps you get a look at you. I have found it very helpful, and I found it very healing. Not everybody's going to have that experience, but I heavily recommend it anyway. Up next is discernment. So you need to take care to evaluate information and material. I very heavily suggest spiritual accounting from Jim Two Snakes Stovall. I will provide a link now that I'm thinking about it, because of course I forgot to put the link in my outline. Gods, I hope it's in the pinned messages. Resources. There it is. Excellent. So Kai put out, it's absolutely okay to try on therapists until you find one you click with. Yes, yes, yes. You don't have to try just one at a time. When I started, I actually went to 2 at the same time and eventually figured out which one worked for me. Nicole mentioned, if you don't think you need therapy, try it anyway. Yes, gods, yes. You're going to run face first into some hard shadow work. Shadow work could be its own workshop. Suffice to say, shadow work is not cleaning out your shadows. It's dealing with the dark shit and working with it through it. And Kai also mentions, if anything, it's helpful to have a fairly unbiased person to talk to about your worries. Yes, yes, yes. And somebody that is not in your community of friends, family, lovers, etc., who is outside of most of your relationships is excellent. Kat Blackwell mentions, I had a much easier time connecting with my working spirits after therapy. That is a very good point. By doing that work now, you are going to save yourself and your communities a lot of headache. The Google Drive link that I just posted is Jim Two Snakes Spiritual Accounting ebook. I heavily recommend everybody read this damn thing. Jim is an awesome human being and a wonderful person and puts out a lot of stuff like this. I highly suggest you go fund his Patreon and engage his spiritual dad services. He's on patreon.com. I think I'd have that on speed dial, I think. There we are. Whoop. And I will throw his link, if it frickin' loads. There we go. Into the chat. So that is who wrote the spiritual accounting ebook. Heavily recommend you check his stuff out. You also need to have, for discernment purposes, have folks in the community that you trust to help you evaluate things. That is huge. Having people who are not you to evaluate your spiritual questions and your spiritual concerns. That is a huge, huge, huge deal. Especially with regard to spiritual stuff that comes up, having people to help you evaluate things is amazing. Weird. You're not seeing the links in the chat? Huh. Okay. Well, I will throw them in the Zoom chat. And you can post them because I do not know why they won't post. Because the Sarenth Odinsson should be showing up on the live chat feed because I've got a separate window open. That's odd. Okay, whatever. Oh, fair point. Okay. Yeah. Kai just mentioned that YouTube may block links. That's a fair point. I hadn't thought about that. So, being a spirit worker and skills, you need to do divination of some kind. Your own, get good with at least 1 to 3 methods. Even if you never use it for regular spirit work, having more tools in your tool bag is not a bad idea. I heavily recommend at least one form of tarot or oracle or Lenormand or something, so that you have some kind of cards that are generic enough that you can whip out and somebody's going to be comfortable with it, but not so obvious like my Iron Runes, for instance. You pull out this heavy bag and plunk it down and you might scare some people. Far better to be thorough than not thorough enough with divination. Get blind readings, especially for rough situations or situations where you don't fully trust yourself. If you get some off-the-wall, wild, crazy little vignette from a spirit, or you have some vision and it's big and it's powerful, you should probably get that checked before you start following that. You should probably get that checked at least 2 or 3 times if you can. And what a blind reading is that's a reading where you give the reader no information at all. You say, I need an up, down, yes or no. I need to know if this experience was genuine and my understanding of it was genuine, but you give them no extra information. They are there to just up or down, yes or no, confirm what I think about blah. And then you can go from there. Sometimes giving too much information kind of can bias the reading. Whether or not the person that you're getting a reading from is biased, it will bias you sometimes against what they're telling you, especially if you're really resistant to the contents of an experience. Having a blind reading can be reassuring for you as opposed to keeping them honest. Okay. So, up next for skills for being a spirit worker is care. Take time out for things that you enjoy. Take time out to relax and just do things for the fun of it. Life cannot be all about work, whether that's a small W or a big W. Do spirit work for yourself unless for some reason you've got a taboo on yourself for it. And be willing and able not to take on a case or to pass one on to somebody else. They may not be for you, and that's fine. If a case is particularly triggering and you cannot handle the content of what a client is putting down for you, you do not have to pick it up. I'll say that again. You do not have to pick up what a client is putting down. You may not be the spirit worker for them. Help them to find somebody else, or just say you need to find somebody else and leave it at that. I cannot help you with your work. Sometimes self-care is saying no. So that being said, the next part is part 5 is work. Prioritize and commit to the work that is yours to do. Do your work fully and diligently. So today, most of us hold down a job in addition to this work. And be sure that you balance your work, and life balance. So make a balance out of your day job, or in my case, a night job, your work life that the gods, ancestors, and spirits assign to you, and the rest of your life. There needs to be balance at some point. And sometimes you're going to be robbing Peter to pay Paul, but you still, in the end, need to do work to make sure that you have food on your table, that the spirits, the gods, ancestors, and spirits are happy, and that you actually have a life that is worth living at the end of the day. Up next is rest. You need to dedicate time to rest and relaxation. You will need the downtime. Okay, real talk. This is really hard for me to do. So if you need to, as I sometimes do, think of rest as a kind of service to the holy powers. I have a hard time relaxing unless I frame it that way. And I say this knowing that. You cannot fill a full cup and you can't get water from an empty one. Rest looks different. Sometimes writing is really relaxing for me. What looks like work to somebody else is really relaxing to me. Be willing to change up what relaxation means. Like if the end result is that you're relaxed, what does it matter how you get there? Rest is going to be something that you yourself need to define and work on for you. Up next is having patience. Patience with yourself. You have a lifetime, however long that is, to do the work that is yours to do. Have patience with other people. They have their own work to do, and that work is theirs, not yours. Have patience with the gods, ancestors, and the Vatir. Often they see farther and deeper than we do, and they push us to achieve excellence in the good things in life. Part of having that patience is reminding them you can only go so far and you stick to your boundaries. The next part of skills for being a spirit worker is training. Always be looking to learn in ways that are going to improve your spirit work. This is not necessarily spiritual experience like going on a journey every day. This can be studying materials relevant to your particular religion. For instance, The Viking Way by Dr. Price was a real eye-opener, gave me a lot of new information and a lot of glossary that I didn't have previous. It gave me a lot of words that I could use. Kai makes a really good point. You can't do the work if you're dead. And Nicole makes a really good point. If you don't make the time to sit down, the universe will sit you down. That's very true. You will sit down or you'll be sat down. But back to training, developing and keeping up good study habits so you can properly evaluate material you come across. This is really huge, especially when we're talking about Reconstructionist work within, say, heathenry or Cometicism or Greek polytheism. You need to evaluate the material you come across. If you're still using Buja or Budge or however the flipping hell you say his name, instead of somebody like R.O. Faulkner, you need to really look at what you're constructing your religion around, because Budge hasn't been relevant in over 50 years. Like part of the problem with Reconstruction from the pagan angle is most of us don't have access to cutting edge material from the field, current theories, things like that. Like when we get books like The Way of the Viking by Dr. Price, or when we get books like Women in the Viking World, these are really excellent because they're translated in English. First off, a lot of the stuff that is out there in the field is in German or French for a lot of the Egyptian stuff, or it's in Norwegian or Icelandic or other Scandinavian or German languages for the stuff that's relevant to heathens. So the stuff that comes into English sometimes is about 5, 10, 20 years out of date at times before it comes stateside, because it just takes that long to develop interest in developing translations for it. So we don't always have the most up-to-date materials. Now, some of our own scholars here in America are in the field, are producing great works. You can find this stuff on academia.edu. But that's also a rabbit hole of misinformation and bullshit if you don't know what you're looking for. So you need to trust vetted experts in their relevant fields and seek to understand the limits of your own ability to study and keep up on this stuff. You also need to understand the limits of the realm of a particular expert's experience and expertise. An archaeologist has a limited field in heathen related matters to pull from. We don't know what the 13 or so masks they pulled up from a Scandinavian village ultimately meant. We have ideas, we can guess, but do we know? No. Actually, one of the most frequent refrains you're going to see in a lot of studies is we don't know for sure. At least I hope you see that a lot more nowadays. There's going to be a lot of speculation. Actually, a good chunk of the books that are out there are speculation on what this or that meant in this context. So evaluating and properly vetting your resources is hugely important. So seek to develop and improve your body, mind, and spirit. Improvement in any part of your soul matrix helps the other parts, whether it's your body, whether it's your mind, whether it's different spirit parts. Improvement in any part is going to help the other. So training is just going to help everything move better. Seek to develop your techniques through disciplined work and novel experimentation as appropriate. There is something to be said for doing rote prayers. There's also something to be said for doing prayers that are made up on the fly, that are extemporaneous. And I think that good technique develops from both. Disciplined work allows for disciplined experimentation and repeatable results. Effective training is a means to develop expertise. And as a spirit worker, that's what you're meaning to develop. So don't be afraid to change a routine, form, practice, or even length of time so the work you dedicate to it's more effective. The training can and will likely change over time for you, but effective training is a means to developing expertise. So the last skill that I have here for being a spirit worker is reciprocity. That is gift or a gift in all things. You are not a free ride for either the holy powers, the Gimnaregen, or your communities. This includes family and lovers. Work-life balance is a must. I cover it twice because it's that important. Be sure enough to give time to the work so that you're not rushing through it, but not so much time that it eats your whole life. We are not gurus on the mountain. We don't have the kinds of communities where we could even hope to exist like that and be sustainable. It's just not going to happen. You have to have a work-life balance. Get paid for your work. Everyone's work, whether it's the work of their hands, mind, or spirit, deserves good compensation. It will be paid in some fashion. Far better be it for you to have control over how that comes to you. And then lastly, the work will likely differ spirit worker to spirit worker and the respective community's needs. If you're lucky and there's a lot of spirit workers in your area, you won't have to be a jack of all trades. But even so, there's a lot of use in developing a lot of spiritual skills and techniques as you can. There's no such thing as a useless tool, but a misapplied tool. All right, so that, yes, thank you, Rob. Rote prayer and improvised prayer are useful in different ways, absolutely. So that is pretty much the conclusion of my lecture portion here. Does anybody have questions or want to share experiences at this point?
Keep in mind that you're on like a 15-second lag between the Zoom and the YouTube. So
Oh,
we have to give it a little extra time.
right.
Well, I am not seeing any questions come through. But we still got 14 minutes till the next person. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about at all?
I mean, this is spirit work. I could talk at length about it. I just wanted to make sure we had enough time for Q&A. Actually, I do have a suggested reading list for spirit workers,
Okay,
which I can go over in brief.
sounds good.
Cool. So my suggested reading for heathen spirit workers specifically, because I'm not a comedic spirit worker, is Asatru for Beginners by Matthias Nordvig. And I'm actually going to throw these into the chat just for grins. See about throwing it into the YouTube chat.
Yeah, it's looking like anything with the URL is getting blocked by YouTube because you're not an admin. If
Ah,
I am an admin, I can probably copy this whole thing right now.
okay. That'll work.
For you.
Ooh, thank you. Do I find that spirit work differs by tradition? Yes. If nothing else, then the cultural context of how the spirit work is done changes. So, actually, a really easy way to talk about this is the soul matrix. So, depending on the soul matrix that you look at in heathenry versus Cometicism. So, Cometicism has, I believe, a 5-part Ren Ka Parts of Kemetic soul. Thank you, Google. I was close. Ba, Ka, Ren, Kot, and Ib. So the Ba is the eternal and undying. The Ka is the twin aspect of the Ba, yet there's a slight bit of confusion at times with regards to these. They can see your link to your life that you lived, a personification of you in the prematerial plane, basically like the personality. The Ren, which is the true name, basically. The Kut, which is the shadow self, the personification of all worldly things, emotion, longing, even desires. And then there's the Ib, which is the heart of the soul aspects, the only physical part of the body taken into life, into the afterlife. So, yes, there's a 5-part soul in Cometicism, and the heathen soul can be split up into anywhere from 5 to 17 parts, depending on the model you're using. I like the 17-part model, but I'm starting to walk away from that line and see how to develop my own. Long story short, the spirit work on a baseline level differs by tradition based on the soul parts you're working with and that you're seeking to strengthen. So the very brief overview of the soul matrix for the Cometics doesn't emphasize the body much, whereas the heathen soul matrix, you have the like, the physical body, the on, the breath, that also is akin to prana or chi. You also have the hugr and the munner, that is the thought and memory. Hugr is like active thought, and depending on how you look at the soul matrix, it's your personality or your inner self. And then there's the munner, which is your memories. Hugin and Munin are named after these qualities, or these qualities are named after them. The spirit work that I do strengthens different aspects of the soul matrix than it would in Cometicism. So I am not worried as much about the afterlife as I am about this life and this life issues. So a lot of like the Kahat, like it's not evil, it doesn't personify any aspects of the realm of Isret. It's part of us. We have light and dark soul aspects. There are parts of the shadow self that you would work with for this life success. For instance, the Ib, a lot of the stuff that is talked about in the Kemetic soul matrix isn't stuff that you have as direct a line on, in my understanding, as you do in terms of the heathen soul matrix, but that might just be a difference in my experience between the two. The spirit work for heathenry, I find, is an awful lot like different forms of Celtic Reconstructionism, whether it's Irish or Scottish or what have you. I find that there's a lot of intersecting lines, and I'm not sure if that's due to similarities in practice or what, because Cometicism is fairly unlike, in a lot of ways, heathen spirit work. I think primarily because so much of the priesthood's writings are remaining in circulation to us, as opposed to heathenry and most of the culture backgrounds for different Celtic polytheisms being mostly oral. So there's a lot that we have to reconstruct or revive hand in hand with our gods that a Kemetic person can point to. These are the festival days for Anubis. These are the festival days that celebrated Ra. These are the festival days that did this, that, and the other. This is how the temple processional worked. There's a lot of information that Kemetics have that heathens don't, as a matter of course. And it's easy to just say, oh, well, they've got so much information, they can reconstruct their religion. But you can't say that accurately, because the information that's available to them doesn't comment on the everyday practices of peasants for the most part, and takes part in wildly different time periods. So the spirit work differs by tradition, but it also differs based on where we're pulling our information out of and how we're applying it. So the Ptolemaic period might be a really great gold mine for somebody who's practicing, say, Greek mixed with Egyptian stuff. But if you're looking for something that's, quote, pure Egyptian, end quote, which, okay, sure, we don't have to get into the issue of purity here, but the information you gather from these different resources is going to be different, is going to be applied different. Oh, you're absolutely welcome, Kat. Yeah, the book list was one that I put together over quite a while, and the Longship is just a fabulous resource. I recommend pretty much everything by them. Yeah. And they have a bunch of resources for folks to check out, and I recommend folks read them. I hope that answered your question. So the ultimate answer that I think is relevant is that the spirit work doesn't just differ by tradition, it differs per spirit worker to spirit worker based on what's relevant to their practice, what's relevant to the communities they serve, what's relevant to the gods, ancestors, and the Vatir that they are involved with. Because you can take two heathens, and this heathen's going to have a really excellent relationship with Odin, and this one's going to have a really excellent relationship with Loki. And they're going to get whole different spirit work duties, even if they're in the same group, same path, same everything. Yeah, you're welcome. So that's basically how I see spirit work unfolding in a lot of spaces. It is both individual and communal in terms of what needs are addressed.
I will throw in that as a Hellenic practitioner, a lot of the stuff you said about Kemetic tradition is true of Hellenic as well. We have a lot of written records, which does contrast with all of my Celtic practitioner friends in ADF who are jealous of how much we do have. But at the same time, it's like we know when the civic rituals were, and we know mostly what they look like. What was a household? What was a Gaelic household ritual to Hestia? What did that look like? Nobody wrote it down.
Well, you didn't have to, right? Because everybody knew.
So yeah, you do have to do a bit of literal reconstruction of the rituals, but trying to figure out what works in a modern context with what little information you do have.
There's another one that I would definitely recommend, and it's The Tradition of Household Spirits by Claude Lacouteau. And I'm going to butcher his spelling of his name. There we go. I'm going to throw that into chat. Yeah. Excellent resource, especially if you're looking for folkloric stuff to base heathen spirit work on. There's a lot of stuff in there on folklore and practice regarding house spirits, from the Husvitir, Dumavoy, and other brownies, kobolds, that kind of thing. Excellent resource, and it's a wonderful compendium. Pretty much everything by Claude Lacouteau is awesome and immediately applicable to heathen practice. But yeah, that whole having to reconstruct from the ground up really sucks, because like, what was the average person doing? Well, we don't know, because they didn't have enough money to get their stuff written down or recited for generations by skalds.
I mean, really, how much of ancient Greek theology do we know, or how about the lore of the gods do we know? Because Hesiod was an old farmer who had a lot of spare time on his hands.
Oh yeah,
So he wrote down his, like, here are all the legends I know, and that's what we've got. So, but it's one guy.
Yeah, one. And even the poets that we get, like what was it? Not Ovid. He's the one that basically was accused of using the gods as characters in the myths instead of like
That might be Ovid.
Maybe it's Ovid. Maybe I'm thinking of Ovid. But like, even the myths we have aren't reliable as indicators for how the gods were worshipped, because they were stories, and those stories changed and were disagreed upon all the time.
Yeah. There was one chart that someone posted on a Hellenic discussion list, and I've been kicking myself for years that I didn't save a copy of it. But it listed every family, every parentage of any Greek deity that was anywhere in the ancient world. And it's this huge overlapping chart to make sure you realize, like, well, Zeus is the father of, or Zeus and Demeter are the father of Persephone. Like, she's actually got 5 different pairs of parents depending on where in the Greek-speaking world you were. And most deities have multiple parents, multiple different children. It's regional, and the only reason we think this is an official set is because the Athenian stuff is the only stuff that survived.
Yep.
So for most people, they think that's the official one. And I have to get corrected. No, not everyone.
Yeah, that we have a lot of that kind of issue too, because like, well, who was part of the head of the different cultists in Sweden versus Norway? Mm-hmm. Well, it depended on what part you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, Freyr was really popular here, Thor was really popular here, but they never talk about any of the goddesses. So like, whenever anybody says, well, you know, we can't reconstruct a Loki cultist, well, yes, but we also can't reconstruct a Frigg cultist, and presumably being the queen of Asgarth and the chieftainess of Asgarth, she'd be really important. We should include her anyway.
You'd think that, and it's the same with Hestia. There are practically no myths involving Hestia. But we know that every heart and every household in the ancient Greek-speaking world was considered an altar to Hestia. She was the most commonly worshipped deity, technically. But no public rites, they were household rites, so didn't get into the books, and then no one told myths about her. This is what people usually mention, the whole, like, wasn't there a story where she gave up her spot on Olympus to Dionysus, and he became one of the 12 deities? And I have to say, yeah, Robert Graves wrote that in 1954.
Yep.
That ancient Greek lore is younger than my parents. Sorry.
Just really quick, if you want to find me, I am at patreon.com/Sarenth Odinsson, Sarenth Odinsson. You can also email me, sarenth@gmail.com. You can find me on Twitter @Sarenth. You can find me on Around Grandfather Fire. That's anchor.fm/Around Grandfather Fire. You can also find me on 3 Pagans on Tap. I've provided all the links to Rob, so those should be posted in the chat at some point and the show notes, I hope. That's it for being a spirit worker. Thank you all for being part. And I'm going to get off of this and let the next person jump on.
Thank you for presenting, and I think we'll be seeing you again in a few hours.
Yep.
Okay. I will also get the URLs into the description of the video so folks can see them more conveniently there. Okay, it is 1 o'clock. We are continuing Ann Arbor Virtual Pagan Pride Day 2021. Next up, we have AC Fisher Aldag. We'll be presenting on Talismans. I hope she's listening to me and about to turn her microphone and her camera on soon.
There you go.
Okay, I see a microphone turned on.
And start video. There you go.
All right. Hi there.
All right. Now I'm going to make sure my.
Can you hear me?
Off. Yeah, you are rolling. I'm going to cut off the cameras for everyone else. That should help conserve your bandwidth because it looks like you're having some trouble there.
We are way out of the country. So when you guys were making the jokes about, riding around and milking deer and whatever, that's totally us.
Well, you should have ability to share your screen right now, so I will let you take over.
Okay, I need to turn the chat on here. We got that?
Keep in mind the keep in mind the Zoom chat and the YouTube chat are two different things. Do you have the YouTube chat up as well?
I do not. I can't see it well enough. So what I'm asking,
if anything comes up in YouTube chat, I can pass it along. That's probably easiest at this
if
point.
one of you could go ahead and read me what's on the chat, then I could answer questions. I'd appreciate that.
I will take care of that then.
And Rob, were you also able to do the share screen with the PowerPoint?
Yeah, you should be able to do it now.
Okay, let's do a test here, shall we? You want to do this for? I have my husband here is helping me, so say hi, Dave. Dave.
Hello, Dave. It says you're screen sharing. Looks good.
He's a more technical savvy person than myself. There, can anybody see that?
Yep. We are reading you.
Talismans.
Awesome. Okay, are you ready for me to begin?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Well, hi, everybody, and welcome. This is Terrific Talismans, which is sigils and objects and other stuff from the British Isles that were used to retain energy and repel negative things. This is specifically from the British Isles folklore tradition, although every religion and every tradition has talismans and sigils that they use. First of all, I'm going to give you a couple caveats. I am reading from a script so that I can figure out what I'm doing and what I'm saying. And Dave, my husband, we're going to say hi. Dave is helping me with the technology because I don't see well and I'm not exactly technically savvy. And if you are going to write something in the chat, then Rob is going to have to read it aloud to me. So I appreciate all you guys' help. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to, you stop screen sharing on video. Is that what that says? Yeah, I'm good with that. Can you still see me? Well,
yeah, you were sharing earlier.
Okay,
I'm not
great.
seeing.
I'll put the PowerPoint back up when I've got cool stuff to show you. Okay. All right. So we're going.
Well,
to
it
be
did work
talking about
earlier, so try again. I would say
it did not work earlier, or it did work earlier.
it did work earlier.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll put it back up in a second here.
Okay.
This is information from the British Isles, which includes the UK, Cornwall, England, Ireland, the Isle of Man, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany. And Brittany is the coast of France, and now the USA and Australia as well, and any place that British people colonized. However, you don't need to be of that ethnicity or that location to be able to use these talismans and to practice this tradition. It's not a closed tradition in any way. It was usually done by the common people, and unlike what was said earlier, Mr. Odinsson's his class, there was a lot written about the common people because folklorists came in and talked to people about these living traditions and wrote some of them down, and they also cataloged them in the 1950s right up to the present, which we'll find out about a little bit later.
And they wrote early diatribes against them in the
they did. They wrote all
Christian
churchmen from the Church of England wrote diatribes against these practices, but people kept right on doing them anyway. So it's not something that died out with Christianity. It's a tradition that was alive right up until recent times, and then it's been revived since about the 1970s and 1980s on. So if you will show me slide number 3, please. People wonder, what is a talisman? Well, a talisman is any physical object that contains and holds magical power. which can be used to attract or repel energies, beings, and forces. And an amulet is just a talisman that's worn. Over on the left-hand side of the PowerPoint, you'll see an amulet, an example of an amulet, which is an amber and jet necklace. A sigil is a symbol with talismanic qualities or properties that is drawn or etched or painted onto another object. Talismans are also called charms, fetishes, believe it or not. That's what archaeologists, anthropologists called them back in the day, a fetish. They're also called demon traps, runes, which doesn't have anything to do with the Norse or heathen alphabet. It's just what they were called, of these symbols and images. And these are still relevant today in that they can capture or repel or deflect or get rid of harmful energies. So that's needed even more kind of in this environment and this time of year, because this time of history, because there seems to be more negative energy around today than there ever has been before. So an example of a talisman is, this is a 4-leaf clover that my son found back in 2013, and he just taped it to this card, and it's used for good luck. This is a real common talisman that everybody's aware of, that everybody knows to represent and symbolize good luck. I've used that word symbolize a lot. Talismans either use sympathetic magic or contagion magic. To use something that means something else. Like an ear of corn symbolizes prosperity. So an ear of corn is a talisman. It's used as sympathetic magic for that type of energy or that type of attraction magic. Can also be repulsion magic. Sympathetic magic is often called attraction magic, but it's also used to repel something, which is real important in the type of talismans that we're going to talk about today. They're also used like to deflect energy or capture energy. And they're also used in contagion magic. And that means when something touches something else, that it's transfers its properties or qualities from one object to another object or to another condition. And an example of that is carrying a frog in your pocket. So if you're around people that have COVID, the frog gets sick instead of you. It's kind of mean to the frog, but that's an example of contagion magic. And another word that we need to learn is apotropaic magic. And that is just a fancy $10 word. It came from the Greek, and it just means to repel or to guard against or to get rid of. It's repulsion magic, and apotropaic object is something that gets rid of or deflects or removes harmful energies. Same with an apotropaic sigil. So that word gets bandied about a lot with anthropologists and archaeologists. Apotropaic is just a $5 word that means to repel something. So we need to go to slide number 4, Mr. Dave. And people often wonder, what are we guarding against? Why do we need talismans to guard
I'll have to put in here, your screen sharing was, okay, here we go. Was just telling me your screen sharing wasn't working.
It takes us a minute here.
Okay, go ahead.
So what are we guarding against? It's magical protection, but against what? Back in the day, the term they used the most often was evil spirits. So this could be fae or other natural entities that just cause trouble. I mean, lightning isn't evil, but lightning can sure cause a lot of trouble if it hits your house. Harm from malevolent forces that are deliberately, intentionally bad. The word witches was used a lot, but that was mostly used for magic users who want to cause harm to other people. It's not how we use the word today.
Or just somebody who opposes you.
Yeah, somebody who opposes you was called a witch. Some of the symptoms that you're being magically harmed, or that somebody's casting some negative energy at you, or that a negative condition was happening, would be just a general feeling of disquiet or trouble, trouble sleeping, arguments within the family, anxiety and depression. And by that, I don't mean like clinical depression or anxiety that comes from a chemical imbalance in the brain or from a medical condition. It was just meant in the days like melancholy, it would be depression. I mean, just a general feeling of sadness that doesn't seem to have any particular source. It just would happen. Fatigue or your energy being drained. All of these symptoms within people would mean that there was some kind of negative energy going on, or that some sort of harmful entity or baleful condition was there. And there's a picture on the slide of a little demon stealing a baby, which is from the I think that's from the 1600s, but I'm not sure. It would also mean curses or hexes being cast at you deliberately for whatever reason by a magic user. Baleful emotions that you'd feel, like just overwhelming anger or jealousy for just no reason. And it was also used, the talismans were also used against just general illnesses or malaise or normal human problems. So,
Like not having a drought.
yeah, like not having a drought. So also there'd be physical symptoms that there was some kind of evil spirit going on or some kind of negative energy going on. Like, for instance, your milk turning sour after it had just been drawn out of the cow. Your yeast dies, so your bread won't rise. And back in the day, it'd be your farm animals act really disturbed. Nowadays, it's your pets. If your cat is going crazy for no reason, there might be some negative or harmful energy there. Just accidents, bad luck, and financial troubles, all kinds of bad things happening to you is what you would be protecting yourself against with the talismans. So go back to, there we go. Okay, where was I? We're going to show some examples of some talismans and amulets, and we'll go to the slide in a minute, but first we're going to show the actual physical objects that we've collected. These are holy stones, also called hag stones. You can see there's a hole in the middle that goes all the way through. These I found on the shore of Lake Michigan, and they're shale stone. And these are stones that a hole was created in by pressure or by water bearing down on them, so that they would create a natural hole all the way through. These were used as talismans. You didn't embellish them or paint on them or carve on them or anything. You were just supposed to use the stone itself. You could hang it for something. Back on slide number 4. Hang on a second, we're getting to it. Back on slide number 4, in the lower left, there's a picture of a hagstone with a key attached, which was supposed to bring safety and prosperity to the home. And these are also called peep stones or keek stones. Go ahead and go back. Because you could peer through them and you could see an honest man or see the fae. And these were put like up in windowsills, or you could carry one, or you could put a string through the hole and wear it around your neck or put it in your pocket to keep away negative energy and to bring about positive energy and good luck. Or baneful entities. Okay, the next one we have, now I'm going to caution anybody, if you've got like a phobia about snakes, this is a trigger warning because these are snake skins and they're real. You get the snake skin out of the container for me. These are snake skins that we gathered from our woodshed floor where the snakes had shed them. They're just like little garter snakes or little hognose snakes. But what people would do back in the day is grind these up in a mortar and pestle and sprinkle the powder around things, people that they didn't want to have harmed by supernatural forces. Like, for instance, you could powder this up in your mortar and pestle and then sprinkle the powder around your baby's cradle so your baby would not have colic at night, which they believed was caused by harmful spirits or negative entities that were upsetting the baby. And snake skins are also a symbol in our culture of wisdom and female and male energies both. And what else were you bringing up that it was symbolized, Dave?
Wisdom and longevity.
Wisdom, longevity, and just all the energies and qualities that you think of positive for snakes, because snakes were seen as good people back in the day before the whole Adam and Eve and the bad snake Snakes were seen
they
as
shed their skins
helpers.
and had a new life, so they were like showing, seen as symbols of
Renewal,
renewal and continuing of life.
right. So the next one we're gonna show is an iron railroad spike. Any iron nail or any iron tool back in the day was used to deflect the energy of the Fae or other negative beings. Of course, before railroad spikes, we're gonna go ahead to the next slide here. Before railroad spikes, there were iron tools such as spears and iron pins, even nails put around underneath the bed in the four corners of the room, around a ritual area with the points facing in. Railroad spikes were after industrialization, and this is something that's in common with the hoodoo and conjure pins from Afro-Caribbean people. Iron is something that has an intrinsic quality because it repels negative energies or ethereal beings or things like that. It also represents strength. And the rustier your iron is, the better it is. You didn't want to get rid of the rust on it. I am looking now to see if there's anybody that is, yep, elf shot. That's a real good point. Oh, Mr. Odinsson is saying the point that he was making is that heathen worldview is that that the living traditions that they were they changed form and that the information is lost. But for us, we fortunately had a lot of anthropologists and archaeologists and amateur folklorists, including Gerald Gardner and a lot of his friends, collected a lot of these traditions while they were still being practiced. So we do have a lot of that information available about British Isles traditions that came from the Celts and that came from Anglo-Saxon people and that came from the Romans. So these didn't die out. They're still around. All right, let's see what else we got down here. Bells on the doors. This came from Tractor Supply Company, which is like a farm supply company. And the sharp pinging noise came as a, this was like a sound and noise that repelled the Fae, repelled negative energy because they didn't like the sharp pinging noise. And later on, Christians used that same principle in church bells. They were supposed to drive the devil away or drive demons away, but you put these on the front door so that negative influences couldn't come through your front door.
And you notice it still has a name.
It has a pentacle on it.
A pentacle on it.
Right.
They don't seem to worry about that particularly.
Okay, so let's see what we are on next here. Oh, the scythe. This is one of my favorites. People would put a scythe or a sickle in your chimney.
On your count.
Which way am I going? Okay. They put a scythe or a sickle in the chimney on the what's called the sweep steps, which is where your chimney sweep would climb up inside the chimney and clean out all the soot or whatever. Dave's gonna hold it for me.
Yeah.
Don't drop it because it really is sharp. Like
It is sharp, but it's
I
not as
cut the
big
heck
as it
out of
looks when you're
myself.
putting it way up there.
yeah,
So,
it's just a little hand tool that was used for reaping, and you can still buy these at Tractor Supply Company or any farm supply store. And these, the metal and the sharpness was used to repel beings like ferrous metals. And this was still practiced in the business because there was a wedding at a fancy bed and breakfast inn, and they were talking about them having placed these sickles up inside the chimney so that the Fae and other beings could not attack the bride and groom during this. And this was also used in a ritual by British traditional witchcraft. You would place the sickle. Oh my God, a sneezing kitty cat. You place the sickle and a broom on the floor. You have to step over it to get into the ritual area, which was used to hollow a certain space. And it was also used to make an oath. So you had to step over the side. There's my kitty cat back there. He's obviously being attacked by demons because he's sneezing. But anyway, you would step over the scythe and the broom to get into your ritual area. And that was like taking an oath. And it also meant it would cut away or leave any of the negative energies that were clinging to you so that you'd go into your ritual area as a pure person. That was not British traditional, that was British traditional witchcraft, not British Isles folkloric tradition. We didn't really have that, but the British traditional witches did. And the difference from that is Robert Cochrane wrote a lot of those down. Gerald Gardner wrote down a lot of British Isles traditional folklore, and then he added to it and embellished it to create Wicca. Okay, I'm looking over at my phone to see if anybody else has any comments. Please go ahead and feel free to make comments and to ask questions. Right, what else do we have? The black tourmaline. Can you hand me the black tourmaline from over there? And I have one as well. Why don't you just put it up there a little higher and a little that way so it's against the white wall. These are stones that are striated. They're like a type of volcanic rock, I think. And these are used to repel negativity, and they also trap negative energies and harmful influences within them. And then you put them outside during the full moon so that the moon energies would suck away the negative influences. And this is worn as an amulet. As I said before, an amulet is just a talisman that you wear. And that one Dave keeps in his pocket. And these little wands or rods are cool because you can zap people with them. Zap. But that helps to remove baleful influences that might be causing you troubles. And the next I'm going to show, this is kind of rare, is the bird's foot. And it's right there. Okay, this is probably legal for me to have. This is the foot of a falcon. And he slammed himself really hard into my chicken coop, chasing my chickens, and broke his neck and died. So I'm like, okay, he's on my land.
He gifted himself.
He gifted himself. He sacrificed himself. So and he's like on my land, and he died of natural causes. It was ethically harvested. So what the bird's foot did was you put a stone or crystal into the claw of the bird. We're going to go back to the screen, and unfortunately, okay, no, it is number, let's find out here. 3. It's number 3.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Okay, up in the upper right, there's an example of some jewelry that's a bird foot talisman. This was really big in Italy, besides in the British Isles. And that one is made out of silver, and it has a moonstone in its claws. And these were used with the qualities of a raptor or a bird, like being really strong and really good eyesight. Assertive, yeah, even aggressive. So the stone itself that I have in mine, if you want to put it back on mine, is a piece of British jet, black jet, which is petrified charcoal. And that was because of the color black, because it was charcoal, it has kind of fire energies. It was also used to absorb and trap negative energy. So you'd carry something like this if you were going to go into court, if you're going to a job interview where you got to be really aggressive, if you're opposing somebody, maybe carry it into battle. Now, where can you get these? You probably will not be able to get one of these. They're very rare. There's one in the British Museum of Witchcraft in Cornwall. There's some that are depicted online. If you want a bird's foot talisman, you're probably going to have to get the jewelry, the silver one or gold one, where it's clutching a different type of jewel. I'm looking at my chats, and it doesn't have anything on there yet. Okay, let me see the other chats. A lot of these things have taken new forms as time changed, as it was magic used by the common people. Are there any modern substitutions that you've made and would recommend? Well, you can get a lot of this stuff just at farm supply stores, tractor stores, the regular grocery stores, or metaphysical stores. I know that the railroad spikes are sold in some metaphysical stores that cater to British traditional witchcraft. and British Isles folklore tradition. The common people improvised. They just used stuff that was on hand. They used farm tools. They used
Right.
household
For
tools.
instance, you can still
Yeah.
find any kind you want to walk around.
The scrying stones or peep stones or keek stones or hag stones, you can find all over the shores of Lake Michigan, especially what's the beach that we go to? Pilgrim Haven and South Haven. But I know there's a lot up north around the top of the top of the mitten up in here at Wilderness State Park.
Or
We
a
found some.
local stream if you can find one.
Yes, and streams as well. A lot of these articles, you can do a facsimile, you can draw one. You can use something that you find in your garage as ways to repel negative energy. You can find stuff out in nature. If you like to go hiking or if you like to go camping, you can find a lot of these things in natural.
Store.
Or you can go to the bead store. Okay, this is this one I was going to show in a minute with these below, but this is a amber and jet necklace, which I bought at the bead store, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in a few minutes. All right. But yeah, black tourmaline, I went and bought it at Arts and Crafts, which is our local metaphysical store, and they have a huge online presence. They have a big catalog online. They've got all kinds of cool stuff. I know they have railroad spikes, and they have some other traditional British witchcraft items for sale there, reasonably priced too. So there's a plug for my friends at Arts and Crafts. Okay, next we're going to go on to witches' marks, and this is something that anybody can do at home too. All right, let's go to slide number 6 and talk about witches' marks and apotropaic marks. These are sigils and objects that are used to repel harmful energies and beings. They're also called hexafoils, hexfoils, and that's two different things we'll get to in a minute. Apotropaic mark, demon traps, guards, wards, medieval graffiti, and runes. And that's different than the Norse or Asatru runes, as in the runic alphabet used by Norse people. It just meant a sigil that was used for a magical purpose. I had somebody else asking me something here, so hang on a second. Oh. Lekoto, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, talks about how snakes were buried under the house. Either the hearth or the front door were seen as guardians of the home. Yeah, we're going to talk about hidden objects in just a minute. Okay, so we're going to talk about the protective sigils next. And the one on the lower left, can you make the little arrow go over it? I don't know if people can see that or not. That was called a daisy wheel, but it's also called a hexfoil or a hexafoil. Hexafoil because it has 6 petals, and foil, it's like tree foil. But also it was called a hexfoil because it was believed to get rid of hexes or curses. It was also believed to get rid of demons because the demon would go in there and go around and around and around and get stuck and not be able to get out. And there's also in this picture a Maisie cross, which is right there, and the daisy wheel right there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. I hope so. And pentagrams. Now there's pentagrams in these 2 carvings from the book Medieval Graffiti. So the pentagram really was used as a magical sigil back in the day. It was really used as an apotropaic sigil. The spectacles were for clear vision, and Christians also got in on the act because the ones that looked like a W and an M stood for the Virgin of Virgins or Virgin Mary, and that sigil was believed to repel evil spirits and get rid of negative things. The web had a similar, the web or the little design over here, both of these, had a similar belief in that the demon would get stuck in there and not be able to get out. So these are very prevalent all over the British Isles. And next we're going to talk about hidden objects, and then we'll talk about where some of these things were found. Mr. Odinsson was talking about how they had don't do stop share yet. Go to the hidden objects one, if you will, please, Dave. He was talking about how they would hide snakes under the house. Hidden objects have been found all over the British Isles and in northern and eastern United States and New England, where British traditions went to, and also in Australia and in Canada. Hidden items were put into walls, under the threshold, in rafters, buried in chimneys, buried or put in chimneys. It's two different things. They include old shoes, underclothing, and the witch's bottle that's so famous. Witch's bottles were made of ceramic or glass, and they contain personal items like urine, your fingernails, your hair, and also things like vinegar or red wine, and nails, iron pins, other sharp objects that were made of iron. And these were not only to repel negative energy, they were also used as a decoy, because it would go to the personal items in the bottle or the sweat in the clothing and the shoes. And it would, the negative energy or the negative being, the harmful being, would mistake the sweat and the fingernails and the hair for the person. So it was used as a decoy. Witches' bottles were also considered to trap witches or harmful energies or negative beings. And they were also, don't do this, okay? Don't do this. They were put on the stove and boiled until they exploded. And that would be used to repel or cast out the negative being. Of course, flying glass with urine and other yucky stuff and body fluids attached to it would not be a good thing nowadays, but so don't do that. Witches' bottles were also buried outside the home, and they were used as a decoy to catch the negative energy and also to repel things. So also, another thing that people used to do, we were talking about the snakes, and this is another trigger warning, so if this kind of thing grosses you out, a mummified cat was often interred in the walls, and that's because cats seem to have a connection to the supernatural and to magical entities. So in the bottom middle is an example of the mummified cat. There's examples of all these things in the British Museum of Witchcraft that's in Boswell, Cornwall. So you don't want to look at the mummified cat. If it'll gross you out, please don't. We are not sure whether or not the kitty cats would be put in there while they were still alive. A lot of archaeologists say no, they weren't. They were already dead when they were put in there. But they were used to protect the family that owned the cat originally. The good feelings that you get for having the cat on your lap were supposed to permeate the household. They were a guardian. They were a protector.
Chase evil spirits like it used to chase mice.
Yeah, it would chase evil spirits like it was used to chase mice, said Dave. So they're still finding these in present day. There was just one found in Canada recently. Okay, so we're going to talk about the age of some of these things, the location and their frequency. The age, no one really knows. They have found these marks and these talismans and these hidden objects in dwellings that were erected in the British Isles in the 11th century, right up till the present. They found them in council housing, which is kind of like Section 8 housing here, government housing here in the United States. They found them in manufactured housing. When they're tearing down houses or tearing out a wall to fix the plumbing or whatever, that's when these things are found.
And they found them 3,000 years ago, or sorry, they found them in India from places that are 3,000 years old, or 5,000 years old.
Yeah, they
So
found
Harappan
things.
stuff has got like some that are very related to the ones that you still find in.
Right. In the
Medieval.
1940s and 1950s, when people were installing indoor plumbing and electricity and they opened up walls, they found a lot of these things in walls that had never been touched in buildings that were hundreds of years old. So nobody really knows how long this tradition has been practiced. Location, like I said, they were found in homes and workplaces, but also in stables and barns. There is a witch's mark in the Tower of London. There's a witch's mark in Shakespeare's birthplace, and the Cresswell Craig's Caves has hundreds of them, and I'll show you a picture of that at the very end of this. And yes, they were also found in Christian churches. I have about 40 minutes left, or 20 minutes left here. They were also found in Christian churches before and after the Reformation. So Catholics and Protestants were both making these marks alongside regular graffiti, Sven loves Laura or whatever, Milton is a tosser, whatever they would graffiti on their graffiti like you see in modern day subways or on trains or whatever. People would draw these in church board, but a lot of them had pagan symbology to them. Some were found etched on trees in a New Forest district where Gerald Gardner lived and where he practiced magic. Since Gardner was an amateur folklorist, and so were many of his friends, and he collected witchcraft articles or articles that he believed were connected to the practice of British Isles folkloric tradition. This shows me that Gardner really did have some connection to traditional witchcraft and traditional British folk magic, and he saved a lot of these articles. He might have seen some of these witches' marks inscribed on trees. Then when they cut the trees down, they removed the bark. Sometimes they found really old witches' marks on the inner layers. So this shows me that Gardner didn't make up a lot of these practices, that they were really in use right up into the 1940s and 1950s when he was writing about Wicca. Okay, the frequency. Okay, this is a funny story. There have been hundreds, thousands of witches' marks and talismans found in buildings. The British National Historical Society, which is called the National Trust, they did this survey online in 2016, and they were overwhelmed by responses. They asked people, do you have a witch mark, one of these marks? And they showed examples of them. You have one of these in your house? And so many people responded and actually crashed their website that they had hundreds of responses, and some of them are still online. So people had found dozens of these all throughout the British Isles, mostly in England. Scotland, not so much, but that might be because the Reformation did a lot to try and curtail witchcraft. There were a lot found in Wales. There's a whole lot of them found in Cornwall. They're very, very popular in the Cornish regions. Okay, so now I'm going to show you some more objects, some more cool things. Some of these you'll be able to find and some of them you won't. That's the way when we were talking about the snake skins, you can use a friend's pet snake. That's fine. It doesn't have to be found out in the wild. All right. Those are the hollow ones. All right, these are rooster spurs, which is like a, let me put it in my hand so you can see it. These are rooster spurs, which are like a talismanic thing from a living animal. It's the rooster's back toenail that sticks out from the back of the shank of their foot, and they use them to fight with. This one has bone in it, so obviously Mr. Rooster was a sacrifice for somebody's chicken dinner.
Probably
This
ours.
one, yeah, probably ours. This one is hollow, so the rooster shed it just like its claws or toenails. I'm trying to show it so it can see it's hollow. These not only represent like male strength and the male principle and hostility and aggression and force and things like that, but they also are used as a way to cast out negative energy from the home. They can be carried around in the pocket, worn if you drill a hole through it. It can be worn as an amulet. And people would also make these into a gold or silver talisman. So if you want to get your own rooster spur, you either have to have a rooster and raise it, or you can go to bodegas or old-fashioned butcher stores where they butcher the animal right there and ask them for the rooster spurs and
Or
tell them it's,
find a friend who's got chickens.
or find a friend that's got chickens and tell them it's just a good luck charm. And they'll say, oh, it's a butcher pig talisman, because they're going to look at you funny. Right, what else do I have on my list here? Antlers. This is a shed antler of a deer. It wasn't harvested for food. It was one that they drop off in the springtime. And this carries the energy of the horned lord, of course, whom we call the buka or the bucka, which just means the buck. And Cymraeg and Cornish languages. It's different than the sea god or the sea demon that's called the Buka. And this would carry male energies. I'm noticing a theme here is a lot of these apotropaic items are all male centric because it was for protection and guardianship and removing harmful energies, which was seen as a male job back in the day. So this would attract positive energy and prosperity and meat to your family and good hunting. But it was also used, if you think of all the buck heads with the horns on them in hunting lodges and in cabins, especially here in Michigan, that originated as a talisman of good fortune and good luck and repelling negative energy. Okay, the next I have is the Amber and Jet necklace. I gotta be careful with this. This is mine, and I actually broke it, which proves that it was doing its job, which is to repel negative energy and to get rid of harmful problems. Now, Wiccan priestesses wear the Amber and Jet. I'm trying to get it across the white background. There we go. They wear Amber and Jet to prove their office, for their degree, to prove they're a priestess, but these are a really old thing in that they found them in a lot of graves in the British Isles. They found them a lot of Mesolithic graves, including those of Neanderthals. So that proves that people have been using these talismanic objects for a really long time. Amber, of course, is fossilized resin, and Jet is fossilized charcoal. They both carry a negative charge electrically. So this was used to repel negative energy and also as a vitality thing. These are more female energy oriented. It was considered, the woman's job back in the day was considered preserving and caregiving and taking care of. So these things were fossilized. They were considered to have preservative energy. And let's see, I've got my horseshoe. Can you hand him to me, please? That's a real horseshoe. And this is telling me I got 10 minutes left here. This horseshoe was used, the point side up, again, it's a ferrous metal, it's iron, so it repels the fae. And the Christian story about this is a horse kicked the devil in the face and left a horseshoe imprint in his forehead. So the devil couldn't cross under any doorway where there was a horseshoe. So that was kind of the Christian's excuse about why you had your horseshoe in there, because the symbol of good luck is a really old one. And then I'll talk really quick about these. These talismans are holiday specific. This is holly. You can sell it, still has the berries, it still has the leaves. These talismans are made at holiday times for Yule or Alban Arthur, as we call it, and midsummer at Alban Heffen. And this is like the Kipling poem, Oak, Ash, and Thorn. It's made out of the leaves of an oak, an ash, and a thorn. The thorn, you see the sharp pokey thorn on there, I think. We got it the wrong way. There we go. To repel thieves and people who were going to cause mischief in your house. The oak was for strength, and the ash was because in a forest fire, the ash will not burn up as quickly as other trees will. So it was kind of considered fire resistant, and it was also used to make bows, like bow and arrows. So they were used for a household good luck talisman to repel thievery, to bring strength, and to repel fire. These would last 3 months till the next holiday, because our big 4 holidays are the solstices and equinoxes. Not everybody does that, but we would create these talismans and then charge them up during the course of a ceremony or a folk play, and then put them in the house, let them absorb negative energy and repel creatures until they wear out, and then we discard them. And I got a funny story about that too, is we had one of the oak, ash, and thorn talismans in our truck when we got in a really bad accident that we didn't think, well, the police didn't think anybody could have walked away from this accident. A tree actually fell on Dave's truck during a very bad windstorm as he was driving down the road. And he walked away from it with just a couple scratches. The truck was utterly totaled. It was squashed. And the oak, ash, and thorn talisman inside of it looked like it had been burnt. Dave was alive, so it's all good. Okay, these talismans, what do you do with them? To get them to have energy, stick to them and do what you want them to do. People would empower their talismans, and we still do. I keep talking like this is really ancient, and it's not. People still do this. They imbue the talismans with magical energy in a ritual situation, which for Wiccans would be a circle, and for British traditional witchcraft practitioners it would be hollowed compass, just kind of like a circle. It's a little different. Or during a folk play, which is when you act out scenes from the gods, or you act out scenes that have to do with tradition, do a folk dance or things like that. And the energy from it would go into the talisman to its purpose. And they can also be just left outside during the full moon. They can be left outside in the sun, put in a windowsill. You have to imbue them with intent. Like, I want this oak and ash and thorn talisman to protect my home. So you have to tell it what you want it to do. So now we're going to ask if there's any questions. Questions.
We'll give it a few seconds because I know you're about a 15 or 20-second delay between what you say here and what YouTube sees. So.
All right. That sounds good. I can talk about the broom for a minute. I don't think I did the broom, did I?
Nope, you didn't.
Okay. This would be something when you're doing hollowing the compass, you take the broom and the scythe or the sickle, and you put them crossed on the ground, and then people have to step over them to get into the compass area. But it's kind of like a circle, kind of like casting a circle, but it's done on the ground. It's done with different implements. And you'd have to step over it, which is supposed to sweep away the negative and represent the household, and to cut away the negative and represent the agricultural life. So you'd have to step over this before entering the sacred space, the hallowed space, in order to work magic, to charge your talismans, and to do other workings. And the broom was something, this is also has a little bit of Christian tradition to it, is you would put it in the corner or next to your door, and then a demonic entity or a harmful entity would have to count all of the straws before they could enter, and hopefully that would take them all night, and then when the sun rose it would make the entity melt or turn into dust or just go away, run away. And it's also a tradition that the broom was put in upright in the corner when you wanted a guest that had been staying too long to leave. So that's the talisman of the broom or the besom, and the sickle or the scythe. We got any questions? Tell me about the background. This is from Josie. Tell me about my background and how I got into this. Well, my family practiced this for years and years, and I started writing down some of our traditions. I met other people who were into magic, witchcraft, and Wicca through the community, got involved in that, and I kept trying to refer back to my traditions, but they mostly wanted to do the Gardnerian or the Asatru or the more popular ways of doing magic and doing witchcraft. So I started doing some of my traditions in exhibitions at pagan gatherings and festivals, and people were really interested in it and started doing some of the folk plays and started doing some of the folk magic along with me. And I've taught it to my family, I've taught it to my children, I've learned it from my family. But I also did a lot of book learning and research, finding out about these different traditions and how they differ just a little bit from English village to English village. and they differ just a little bit in Ireland. They differed a little bit in Wales, and my family was from the southeastern part of Wales, which is on what's called the Marches, which is the borderlands between Wales and England. And it's also down kind of toward Cornwall. So I had those three traditions meet there. So I did a lot of comparison and study about this and talk to a lot of other people. And now I am bringing this to other people so they can learn it, because it's a really fun tradition. It's vibrant. It's still being practiced. In some places in the UK, it's being practiced as a tourist attraction. People do folk plays and folk dances and some of these folk magic things to attract tourists. The Witchcraft Museum in Boscastle, Cornwall gets hundreds of visitors in a normal year. Of course, during COVID, they didn't, but lots of people are really interested in it. And where my family is from is the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and there are still people up there who practice these traditions. It's merged between Welsh people and Native American people and Finnish people in the Upper Peninsula. In Appalachia, it was Scots-Irish mixed with Native American people and enslaved working people, as well as Welsh people. So
the Welsh used to the first slaves who ran away.
right. It is a living tradition here in America, in the USA, as well as in the UK. You can still find people in Cornwall and Wales who practice traditional religions, and especially in Brittany. In Brittany, if you look in Wikipedia about the religion of the different countries, it will still say native practitioners. There's about 4,000 to 7,000 people in Brittany, which is the northern coast of France. So they say that there's still 7,000 people who are Little Britain, right? Who are still practicing the traditional folk ways or traditional folk religions. Yeah, let's see if there's any more questions. I know a bunch of Finnish people in the UK. Well, they're great. They eat really good food too. And we got, thank you. You're very welcome.
That's exactly how I do it, in fact.
Whoops. I don't know what I
Okay,
just
last
did.
chance for questions before we wrap up.
All right, before I go, I want to tell Ann Arbor Pagan Pride, thank you very much for having me. And I also want to give how you can get more information and plug my book.
Okay.
Are we on there? Can you see it?
Almost. It takes a few seconds for the screen sharing to kick in, so we'll get there.
So I talked
there we
about the medieval graffiti and the hex marks and witches marks in the Cresswell Craigs. There's a picture of some of that. You can actually go and visit some of these sites and see some of these things. There's the book Medieval Graffiti by Mark Champion. That has all the funny graffiti and just, people writing their initials or whatever, all the way to some of these apotropaic symbols and witches marks. Witch Marks, These Marks by Rachel Hall from the nationaltrust.org.uk. And you can actually see quite a few of them there at that site, as well as read her article. The Witch Marks Cave Tour in the Cresswell Craigs. They have a website there, so if you can't get to the UK, you can look at it online. And I wrote a book called Common Magic, Origins and Practices of British Folk Magic, and there's a whole chapter in there on talismans. That's available from Llewellyn worldwide, and you can get that on Amazon or from the Llewellyn Company. I wrote an article called Terrific Talismans that's in Llewellyn's 2022 Witches Companion. There's also a lot of other really good articles in there by some very famous pagan and witchcraft and Wiccan authors, including, I think, Jason Mankey has an article in there. There's a few others that are probably very famous and who you know. There's my British Isles Folkloric Tradition page on Facebook, where I go to a lot of other sites and put on there information about fairies and herbs and crystals and sacred sites and holy wells and all kinds of the things that we talked about today as well. So that's stuff, living folklore. People are still writing about that. They're like, oh, I went to this site and here's pictures I took. It's very kind of intimate, as well as stuff from my own family tradition and my own heritage. And on my website, which I haven't updated lately, but I really need to, acfisheraldag.net or .com, either one. There's a lot of free articles, pictures, lots of pictures of all these things and more information. And you can also buy my books and articles there. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to share some of this stuff with you. And are there any more questions real quick?
Well, thank you for coming. I'm glad we managed to get someone from outside the Ann Arbor area. So we're going to do it virtually. We may as well get people from out of the area if they don't have to drive in for it. So.
Oh, I'm making some appearances too. I'm going to be in person at the Grand Rapids Pagan Pride Day next week on September 18th, which is Saturday, in Richmond Park. I'm going to be at the Fort Wayne PPD, which is also online, September 25th and 26th, and the Detroit Conjure and Witches Bazaar and Ball on October 30th, which is in the Detroit, I think the Rosemont area. You can find that online. There's going to be a lot of other vendors and other people showing their works. You can come and see some of the folk magic items that I had and handle them and play with them and whatever. And then go to the ball and dance and party. So
I know I've seen ads for that on Facebook, so it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Hope to see you there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for stopping by. It is not quite 2 o'clock yet. I'm guessing Kai is about ready to get started.
Yes.
Hi.
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 Can I get screen sharing access to, please?
You should have it.
Cool. I'll double check that. Let's see.
Again, for folks just joining us, we're about halfway through our programming day here at Ann Arbor Virtual Pagan Pride Day. Yep, you're sharing.
Cool.
Okay.
In presentation mode.
You can do that too.
Cool.
So yeah, we've got 3 more hours of programming coming. I'll have to look up to get it exactly right. Again, I probably should stop apologizing for the screw up at the beginning of the stream because most of you aren't even going to watch that. But yeah, no, last year it was just so easy to get Zoom and YouTube to talk to each other. And this year they were just not in the mood. But we managed to get it to talk to a different URL at least. So we're going to keep going with it. Let's see, starting at 3, we've got Nicole. We'll be talking about herbalism, plant lore. At 4, Sarenth will be back. You saw him talking earlier about spirit work. He'll be doing a presentation on polytheist prayer, a favorite subject of mine. But for now, we've got Kai presenting spiritual ancestors honoring the mythic dead. So go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, everybody. I don't know if you can actually see me. Let me see if I can fix that.
Because you're screen sharing. So
Yeah. So, well, at any rate, I'm going to see if I can fix that really quick because I think it's because it's full screen. Let me fix it. So, anyways, hi, I'm Kai. Welcome to Spiritual Ancestors Honoring the Mythic Dead. As stated in the description, this is a class on it's a 201 level class. You should have some basic knowledge of ancestor work, ancestor worship to do this, but it is let's get started because it's now 2. So all right, so I think I figured it out. Okay, there we go. All right, so who am I? Like I said, I'm Kai. I've been a practicing pagan for over 12 years, studying the occult for longer than that, 17 years. Last Samhain, I officially dedicated myself as a priest to the Morrigan. Funny enough, teaching this class is part of that contract. I also study the Irish tradition through the Irish Pagan School. I highly recommend you check them out if you are interested in anything related to Irish paganism. They actually, I think, have a class tomorrow that's going to be excellent. I also practice fairy witchcraft through Morgan Daimler's books, and am working on a star worship practice as well. Other than that, I am a spirit worker, as mentioned in Sarenth's class earlier, which was excellent. And I also do a lot of divination. So what is ancestor worship? I like to just get everybody on the same page just to make sure we all know what we're doing. So from the Merriam-Webster dictionary, we have ancestor worship described as the custom of venerating deceased ancestors who are still considered part of the family and whose spirits are believed to have the power to intervene in the affairs of the living. So everybody's on the same page with that. So what does that look like? A lot of people have issues with the word worship. So I will be interchangeably using worship and veneration. They both pretty much mean the same thing. Worship is the feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. I would also add spirits on that because you can worship more than just deities. Veneration, on the other hand, is great respect and reverence. So they both mention reverence, hence why you can kind of interchange them. So what does ancestor worship tend to look like at the basic level for a lot of folks? Oh, I was going to mention too, if you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. I will be taking short breaks every once in a while to double check questions because there is like a 15-second delay. I just want to make sure people get them answered in time. So yeah, so most folks tend to have some kind of ancestor shrine who practice ancestor worship. They'll leave offerings there, they'll spend time there, you know, communing with their ancestors. It's usually, it can be anything like fairly basic from just a little shelf with some pictures on it to, you know, something super elaborate. Just as an example, mine happens to be on the top shelf of a bookcase that my grandfather made, which, you know, I was like, this is really appropriate for an ancestor shrine. And I have like pictures, offerings, things that remind me of the people who have passed, that kind of thing. So continuing on, let's talk about ancestral classifications because we're talking about spiritual ancestors in this class, but it helps to have a base knowledge of what kind of ancestors we're working with here. So the one that most people tend to work with closely and are familiar with the most are the beloved dead or the loved dead. These are folks that you knew closely, or yeah, that you were close to, that you loved deeply in life. Usually the easiest example for that is beloved is parents, grandparents, close friends, pets, you know, close family, that kind of thing. And we all know that most people, when they think of ancestors, tend to think of blood ancestors, which is where a lot of beloved dead tend to fall. But you can have spiritual ancestors as beloved dead too, and I'll touch on that a little later. As for the next one, we have known dead. So that's folks that you know their names, but you never really knew them in life, or they died before you got to know them. As I say here, family trees are a great way to think about this because you can go back and see. I don't know how many folks do ancestor work through family trees, but you find out all about different ancestors and you can learn their stories even if you didn't know them. Beyond that, we have the unknown dead or the unnamed dead. These are the ancestors who we don't know their names. Either we don't have a way to find them out because a lot of places like Ireland and various other colonized nations, their family records were burned. So we don't actually have, or destroyed in some way. So we don't actually have good reference much further back than like the 1800s, 1700s. The same thing happened, I know, with a lot of people of color here in the US where they just don't know who their family are. So in that case, you can still work with your ancestors with the unknown dead, and they go back for many, many generations. A new classification that I just kind of realized we need to have in there as well as ancestral guardians. These are the ancestors that act as guardians, gatekeepers, or go-betweens to keep their descendants safe and to communicate with other spirits, like say like other proud spirits or gods or the like. a pretty common example of this that I'm familiar with is the Disir from heathenry, and they're the motherly heads of household of the ancestor house. So they're the ones who basically are like, yeah, this is what happens. This is what doesn't happen. They get compared to like the matrone as well that are in Roman traditions. Though the matrone can also be goddesses, and things get complicated. Everything's nuanced. Most things are not as cut and dry as you would like them to be. So then, last thing we talk about here is the mythical dead. And I'll go to the next slide for that one because that's what this class is about. So, who are the mythic dead? A lot of people, when they think of the mythical dead, we think of culture heroes like Heracles, Finn McCool, Gilgamesh, King Arthur. They're like Momotaro from Japanese culture. Sun Wukong could be considered a mythical dead, I guess. That's confusing. And they sometimes end up being worshipped as gods. A lot of them are demigods in some form or fashion. So like Heracles, for instance, they have gods as parents. So by the end of their stories, they end up being deified in some form or fashion. Another good way to think of mythical dead is like the Catholic saints. We're not related to the saints necessarily, but they're usually seen as intercessors to Big G God, or Yahweh. And that's basically what mythical dead can act as. And they're also famous. They've done acts, that kind of thing. So if you work with the Catholic saints, that would be a way that you could think of them as well. Don't forget too, there are modern heroes that we have that could be considered culture heroes. One of the examples I thought of that might be a little sticky, but is definitely somebody that has made huge amounts of progress here in the US was like Martin Luther King Jr. Or, I mean, there's lots of different, Malcolm X would be another one, or like Abraham Lincoln, or, various presidents, or various other people who fought for like civil rights or who advanced culture in some way. Like Einstein would be another example possibly of that. And I will mention too, a lot of spiritual ancestors fall into this group because most of us aren't related to people like Heracles or Finn McCool. So that's where a lot of your spiritual ancestors can also be considered mythic dead. So let's talk about spiritual ancestors then. Generally speaking, spiritual ancestors aren't related to you by blood. I'm sure there are exceptions. There's usually exceptions to every rule, but hence why I say generally. A lot of the times, people who you can consider spiritual ancestors are people who are in your community that you are close to, like teachers or leaders or elders that have passed on that were directly influential in your life. There's also people that you admired or that deeply affected your development, or their lives made a great impact on yours. My personal example for that is Prince, the musician. His work and his performances were part of my awakening in terms of gender identity and sexuality and that kind of thing. And that has made a huge impact on my life, obviously, because those are very significant things. Also, keep in mind, there can be an overlap. A close friend can be both a beloved ancestor and a spiritual ancestor, because you're not necessarily related to your close friends by blood. So hence why they're both spiritual, but because you were so close to them, they can be considered beloved dead as well. One person, as an example, with the beloved and spiritual ancestors is my best friend who passed last year. I actually have some things that he gave me as part of my ancestor shrine. Okay, so any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. I see Mother Multiverse popped one in here. Is having a mythology a necessary part of mythical dead? For instance, do they have to be well known to gain that attribution? I wouldn't say so. Mythical dead, I mean, is, I guess, close to like being deified in a sense, but like I said, there are a lot of celebrities and that kind of thing that we know who are very clearly famous and aren't necessarily attributed to any mythology. But there are also people who, you know, like I said, make a significant impact on your life, like your teachers or spiritual elders, that kind of thing. They're not necessarily famous, but they would be mythical because they're teachers of the ways of your tradition. So I would say no, mythology isn't necessary. Like, I don't know a lot of people who worship culture heroes. I know a particular group that worships various culture heroes in Irish mythology, the Corú Cathbota priesthood. And they do like various festivals honoring different culture heroes. But yeah, you don't have to honor culture heroes as part of your mythic dead spiritual ancestor work. Okay, and then another question from Mother Multiverse. Does being mythical dead mean that that ancestor is more powerful than non-mythical dead or ancestors? Yes and no. In my personal experience, being incorporeal gives you a lot more freedom in terms of how you move your energy, I guess, I would say. Some mythical dead are mythical because they're well known. Some are mythical because they're powerful. Some are both. I would say personally, your close ancestors are going to be more powerful in your personal life than mythic ancestors might be. That's my personal experience in that regard, because they're closer to you. They know what your life is like. They know what you're about. And they're also personally invested in you. I will touch on that briefly coming forward too. So yeah, I would say mythic dead doesn't necessarily mean they're more powerful than non-mythic dead or ancestors, because like I said, the closer they are to you, the more powerful they're going to be in your life. Sometimes it's just nice to have some mythic dead on your side too. Are there any more questions before I move on? I'll give it a second just to see if anything pops up. Worst case, there's more breaks later where I can pop more things into the chat. I think I just had another question pop up. If somebody could, if there's one in the Zoom until I can figure out how to get to the chat.
There is. He's
Okay.
asking, we do the or saying we do the deified ancestor things seen as folk deities or folk saints. That's
Yeah, I would say, yeah, that definitely works in terms of like mythic dead, mythic ancestors kind of a thing. So yeah, folk heroes, folk deities. I know the delineation gets really sticky with like folk deities because they are like localized deities, and they could be seen as deified ancestors. Like, I guess one really good example of a deified ancestor in a sense in the Irish mythology is Don, who was the first of the Malaysians to die in Ireland. And he's now the god of the dead in a sense. He, you know, is basically hanging out at the gate of the underworld, for lack of a better word. So he's considered the god of the dead in so much as gods can be, you know, of a certain thing. Gods are multifaceted, just like people. So yeah, I would say that's definitely a thing. So, all right, moving on. As folks know, there's a lot of benefits to ancestor veneration. I just wanted to touch on this because it's an important thing to mention. A lot of people don't understand why it's a good idea. But the first point being, ancestors understand human problems a lot better than gods do. Gods are not human, and they don't really get human timelines or human problems. If you're like, I need a job, they're like, yeah, but I want you to do this thing. Why would you need a job for that? So getting your ancestors on your side to help you with that and help move things in the right direction for getting a job that you want, or making sure that you're getting paid enough, anything especially close to home, making sure you get the house that you want, that kind of a thing. Ancestors are great for that because they understand your needs and wants better. And like I said before too, ancestors also tend to understand human timelines a lot better because most of them have recently lived human lives and understand what a second and a minute and an hour and a month and that kind of thing are, as opposed to gods who are generally just like timeless in a sense. So they're like, yeah, it'll happen when it happens. Ancestors are like, oh yeah, that probably needs to happen sooner rather than later, doesn't it? They're also great intermediaries in communication with other spirits. I know I mentioned that previously with like the ancestral guardians. Yeah, having somebody who's closer to that other side than you are is really helpful when you're trying to both establish a communication with various other spirits and keeping up with that communication too. They're honestly some of the best ways to get in contact. So if you say you have a god that you think is poking you, it's a good idea to talk to your ancestors and see if they can help you out with that and figure out who it is. Yeah, Rob said ADF practice definitely suggests that ancestors are better at understanding human problems. Yeah, again, they're closer to the human experience, so they understand it a lot better. Another great thing with ancestor veneration or ancestor worship is it gives you the chance to work on generational trauma or any kind of trauma in your family. This helps with spiritual ancestors too, because they, especially if you're talking about like modern heroes who have specifically tried to affect things like civil rights, justice, that kind of thing, you know, talking to them and being like, hey, you know, if you know the way to nudge this in the right direction, you know, your help is appreciated. And yeah, like last but not least, honestly, it's just nice to know you've got someone in your corner. Your ancestors want you alive. They want you to be happy and they want you to be healthy. They care, you know, that their bloodline and their descendants continue on. When I say descendants too, I don't just mean bloodline descendants. I do mean spiritual descendants too. And the best example of that being teacher to student, that tradition line would be a spiritual descendant kind of a thing. All right. So moving on from that, a good thing to talk about with spiritual ancestors is appropriation versus appreciation. I know it's a very hot button topic right now. People get very upset about what is considered appropriation, which is why I thought it would be important to throw down some definitions just so people get on the same page with that too. So appropriation by itself is the action of taking something for one's own use, typically without the owner's permission, aka stealing. You see this a lot in places where colonizers took over, where they'll either adopt various traditions to try to get the locals into their culture, or they'll monetize the indigenous cultures stuff as exotic or something like that. So yeah, then touching on cultural appropriation, that's when a dominant culture, like I said, we can use, I don't know, we'll use Britain, I guess, as an example, because that's the most prevalent one that we know of these days. But, you know, when a dominant culture takes another culture's ideas and identity without permission or appropriate context for the practice. We see this a lot in paganism, unfortunately, where people think they can just up and take, like a good example being something like the runes or Ogham. They are fairly open to working with people, but knowing how to work with them from their native traditions is really important, and taking that out of context basically removes the significance of it. You know, it's not just about learning what they mean in terms of like, you know, oh, this letter R looking one is I don't honestly know the runes, to be fair, but like this letter R1 means like happiness or something, and you know, people get it wrong, and if you don't intrinsically know what those things are by working with them very closely, you're taking them out of context and using them wrong, and that's just, besides being, you know, not great for the culture, it's also just inappropriate spiritually. A lot of these things have spirits of their own, and treating them as objects instead of living spirits is really detrimental to your practice. So getting off of that rant, talking about appreciation, then it's shown by engaging with and giving back to these cultures, being respectful of their wishes and practices. Oh, thank you, Sarenth. The R one is Rytho. Thank you. So basically, you know, this is instead of just taking from a culture, being like, oh, that looks neat, I'm going to just start doing that in my practice. You actually look into it, you research, you talk to native people in that culture, you give back to them somehow, whether that be through donating your time, your money, you know, spreading the word about them, and like making sure their voices are heard. Those are all ways that you can engage appropriately with a community. So I feel like I'm jumping around a little bit, but this, I bring up the appropriation versus appreciation because what happens when you have an ancestor, especially a spiritual ancestor you want to work with that has a different religious worldview than you, or a different moral compass, that kind of a thing. Another, again, I'll use this example. Prince is, when he died, he was a Jehovah's Witness. I don't actively involve him in any of my magical workings because that would be disingenuous of me and forcing him into something he didn't believe. Again, we'll talk about this more in depth here. So the first step when approaching any ancestor, spiritual or otherwise, treat them with respect and get their consent to work with them. If they want to be involved, they will tell you, or you can find out through, I will mention this later, different communication methods. But yeah, treat them with respect like you would a person. You don't treat your ancestor like. Another rant I could go on is when you see things like ghost shows where they just yell at the ghost to try to get them to talk. And it's like, yeah, if somebody walked into a room and started yelling at you to talk, would you talk? Probably not. You'd probably run away. So again, same thing with ancestors. They were people. They know how to communicate in certain ways. There obviously are ancestors who maybe can't communicate with you clearly, but especially more modern ancestors are going to, you're going to be able to get them to communicate with you easier, most likely. And yeah, if they don't want to be involved in your practice, you need to be okay with that. Consent is important in any kind of magical working, and making sure that you know that they're okay with it is a big deal, because otherwise you're violating their own boundaries and you don't want that, I hope. So sorry, I saw Nicole mention, hey demons, it's me, ya boy. For folks who like BuzzFeed Unsolved. I love that show. That's fantastic. I'm loving the comments in the chat right now. All right, so then moving on from that, there are many, many different ways to venerate ancestors. You don't have to directly involve them in rituals, magical workings, the like. Probably the easiest way to do that is literally to just sit with them and say hi. Like, you don't even have to do anything other than that. Other methods, if you want to be more involved in that regard, are like using them for inspiration for your rituals or your magical workings, like, you know, and again, probably obtain consent for that, of like, hey, you know, you inspired me in this way, I want to use that as a basis for a ritual. You know, you don't have to be involved, but you're, you know, I'll bring you up at something like that. Talk with them and figure out, I mean, with anything, divination and spiritual accounting is always important. Practice discernment. All right, so then another way, do research on them. Same thing with like family trees. I'm going to use Prince as an example for most of this. Finding out things that they liked, doing research, learning their stories. One of the funny things with Prince is he really liked mustard, so he had about 19 different kinds of mustard in his refrigerator. I don't put mustard on my ancestor shrine currently, but that might be something in the future for sure. Also, even, yeah, like I said, just offering prayers, words of gratitude, appreciation. Like, you don't have to be like, hey, I want you meddling in my life. You can just be like, hey, you're awesome, and I'm really thankful for the influence you had in my life. The very simple thing you can do that will help you connect with that ancestor. And like I said, ultimately, figure out what's best for both of you. You can talk, you can compromise, you can work things out so that you both are comfortable and happy with the situation. All right, so who can you venerate? I put this in bold because this is important. Do not honor living people as ancestors. Please don't put living people as ancestors on your ancestor shrine because they are not yet ancestors. Like I said here, it's generally considered taboo because it's seen as a way of ancestors reclaiming people. In a sense, if you put them on the ancestor shrine, the ancestors are like, hey, we need to put them on the ancestor shrine, so they need to be an ancestor. So yeah, please don't do that. It's possible, and I mentioned this before with things like pets. It is possible to have non-human ancestors, both spiritually and through blood. There's a lot of beings in folklore who are progenitors of different, say, like clans or tribes, and you can honor them as a spiritual ancestor. There are many folks who honor, say, like the Shi or that kind of thing as ancestors because they were either spiritual teachers or are in fact somehow related to their bloodline in a sense. Figure it out. Like it's absolutely okay to honor non-human ancestors. I do know I have a friend who actively honors wolf ancestors, which is important. Like a lot of people don't think about that either, is how important wolves were to human development and vice versa. I should probably put their stuff in the resources just for that fact, so you can check out their stuff. Another thing to keep in mind, house spirits, they are not necessarily your ancestors. Some are things like, say, brownies or oh my gosh, I can't remember the Baltic one, I think it is. But anyway, I was going to say Dovahkiin, and I know that's not right. So yeah, make sure before you put house spirits on your ancestor shrine, because you can have ancestors who are also house spirits. Make sure that they are ancestors first. Don't put your brownies and your various other house spirits on your ancestor shrine. They have separate things in folklore that you can do that are appropriate for them. And like I said, generally just feel free to venerate who you want. Be respectful, use discernment, get consent, basis for any good practice, honestly. And you know, like I said, with the appropriation versus appreciation, like make sure you're showing your appreciation appropriately. Again, like I said, like I have various people who have different kinds of worldviews, religions, that kind of thing on my ancestor shrine who are spiritual ancestors, but I don't try to involve them in any of my work. I'm just like, you know what you did in my life was significant, and I want to show you that appreciation by, you know, giving you some honor every day. And yeah, also something I wanted to touch on too, remember that consent goes both ways. If you have an ancestor that you don't want to work with because they were traumatizing, abusive, that kind of thing, you don't have to work with them. If you want to work on that later, you can, but you do not have to work with traumatic ancestors. There is always another ancestor you can jump to, whether that be backwards, sideways, etc. Are there any more questions currently? Hopefully I'm covering everything in depth enough that people understand what's going on there. I realize too that I'm touching both on blood and spiritual ancestors, but it's probably because ancestors go very much hand in hand. Let's see, Rob said, reciprocity is very important in ADF, so gods and ancestors have to earn our respect as well as us earning theirs. Yes, absolutely. You don't have to give away stuff for free either. Again, practice discernment. I will mention coming up here that if you need a way to communicate, I've got some methods listed further on here. I will also mention too, I am going to have this PDF of the slides available on my website. I will put the link in the list that we'll put in the description for the YouTube. Just so if people want to take it slower than I'm taking it, they can. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Emily and Sarenth. Let's see. We have another question. What do you recommend when finding out a mythical ancestor has done bad or questionable things? Should they be removed from the altar, healed, etc.? That's up to what you and your ancestors want to do with them. You can, doing ancestor elevations is complicated and not something I would recommend immediately, especially if you're just starting out with this practice. You can be like, hey, either shape up or ship out. Like, I'm not working with you if you're going to be a horrible person, or you don't, apologize for what you did in life, and you don't, like, we want you to do better, basically. And yeah, you can be like, no, I don't want to work with you if that's the case. Like I said, consent goes both ways. You can just kind of put them off to the side if you want, or just ignore them. You can see about healing them if they consent to it too. Trying to forcibly heal an ancestor is a bad idea. You also just don't have to put them on your ancestor shrine if they're a mythical ancestor. The same thing with blood ancestors too. Like, you don't have to work with them if you don't want to. A lot of people do try to figure out ways to help them integrate back into the practice. Which I would say is probably a slightly more advanced technique, but ancestors have a little more time than we do. And again, that touches on the healing, the generational curses thing. You don't have to heal generational curses. It's just an option when you start working with your ancestors. I'm going to move on, just so if anybody else has any questions, pop them in the chat. I will definitely answer them. There's going to be even more time at the end for questions. All right. So let's talk about setting up space for your ancestors. I mentioned my setup earlier, but honestly, with any kind of setup, any kind of practice, do what works for you. If you're disabled, do it in your head, or, set up something on your nightstand. And you can be something as expensive as like a giant glass showcase where you put all sorts of family heirlooms, or like a china cabinet, that kind of thing. Or you can go to the dollar store and get a little shelf and then put a picture up, or even just something that reminds you of them. It doesn't have to be, a picture. I know I'm very lucky. I have quite a bit of family pictures that my mom actually took care of. I have, I think, a picture from the early 1900s of some of my ancestors, which, again, very lucky for that. A lot of my family is actually very, despite not realizing it, is very into ancestor worship. We do definitely take care of our dead. So moving on to have representations of the people you're venerating if you can. Pictures, things they gave you, tokens, even if it's something you make to remind you of them. Another one of my spiritual ancestors I'll mention is Bob Ross, because of his calm and kind demeanor. He was a big influence on my life and just being kind. And I actually have a little picture that came in a kit that I painted of him to put him on my ancestor shrine. Another thing that reminds me of one of my spiritual ancestors, I have a couple Pokemon games. I'm a huge fan of Pokemon. And I have a couple of the games on my ancestor shrine to represent Satoru Iwata, who was the president of Nintendo for several years. The reason I picked, it's the gold and silver versions of Pokemon. The reasons I picked those in particular, the games wouldn't have been the way they were if he hadn't programmed them the specific way that he did. Originally, they were supposed to just be the one region. And because he figured out a way to compress the file in the cartridge, they actually were able to fit 2 whole regions in the game, which was a technological feat at the time. And those were probably, and still are probably, some of my favorite Pokemon games. So I put those up on there to honor him, and honor how he was as a president as well, because he was a very generous and kind president of the company. So that, yeah, you can have literally anything as a representation of somebody if it reminds you of them. You also don't necessarily have to have representations. I have a lot of folks that I haven't found a representation yet that I want to use. So I still honor them and think about them, but I don't have anything on my shrine for them yet. And again, like I said, if you don't have the space to make one, you can do this all in your head. You can just set up, I know a lot of people have things like astral temples or mind palaces, that kind of thing. You can just do that and set up a shrine there and set up a space for your ancestors there. That's totally okay. It also makes it easier. You don't have to get out of bed to go there. So then different sacrifices and stuff just to get you started. Sacrifices can be as simple as a glass of clean water. Water is something that all humans need to live. So it's a great thing to offer to them, especially ancestors who say didn't have that luxury. Lots of older ancestors who nowadays would marvel at the amount of stuff that we have and can use, like the amount of spices we can have in our cabinets, or the fact that we have clean water at our fingertips instead of having to go out to the river, just how many modern conveniences we have. So giving them, samples of that is definitely a good way to honor them. Also, if you know what they liked in life, get them that. One of my blood ancestors, my grandfather, was a huge fan of Better Made chips that are made in Detroit. So I pick him up a bag every once in a while, usually for his birthday, just as a nice little offering to have. Yeah, so basically with any ancestor or any practice, really, just build it consistently. It doesn't have to be every day. Some people, that's the goal, is they want to have something every day. A lot of people can't do that. I know a lot of folks that have chronic illnesses or any kind of disability, they can't consistently do something every day, and that's okay. Even if it's just a head bob to be like, hey, y'all are cool, that's okay. That's all you have to do, just acknowledging them consistently. It can be a weekly practice. It could even be a monthly practice. I generally refresh my ancestor offerings once a month because usually by then they've kind of dried up and need to be gotten rid of. But you don't have to do something every day, and that's okay. Do what's in your ability to do. Eventually, as you keep up with this practice, it'll grow. You'll get more comfortable in that space set aside for them, and it'll make it much easier to communicate. That's the ultimate goal with this, is to build a good network of communication and having that extra go-between, basically, for other spiritual interactions. So let's touch on how to communicate. Developing your own method of communication is the ultimate goal of this. You can't necessarily rely on words. A lot of ancestors may be nonverbal, or they don't speak your language, or they're far older than that, or they're non-human, for instance. So what can you do to get around that roadblock? Biggest thing, divination, super easy. Building up a consistent practice is the hard part probably with that, but any kind of divination is appropriate. I know it was mentioned earlier in the Spiritwork class. It can be as simple as a coin flip, or one of my go-to methods when I'm in a pinch is bibliomancy. I just pull a book off the shelf, find a page, point to a word, and that usually gives me some kind of an answer. But yeah, you can do tarot, runes, anything that works for you. Build up that relationship with whatever that method is. Also, keep in mind there's plenty of modern things you can do too. I have a friend who regularly, when in a pinch, will just do a fortune cookie divination online. There's a site where you can just generate a random fortune cookie. And she's used that pretty frequently to really good effect. Yeah, I regularly use the online Google coin flip to make decisions when I can't make a decision. It's not necessarily 50-50, but it's a good way to just indicate, okay, I really can't decide what to do. What should I do? And yeah, you can use that as a method to communicate with your ancestors. If you don't feel comfortable with divination, especially at first, you can always ask an expert. A lot of the people here are great to talk to for this. I have a list of references and resources at the end. Sarenth is an excellent person who works with ancestors. Jim Two Snakes, who was also mentioned earlier. And I have a couple other people mentioned at the end who are excellent people to reach out to. There's a lot of people in the local area here in Ann Arbor that are great to reach out to for divination and that kind of thing too. Another thing you can do, ask for signs, omens, portents, whatever you want to call that. You know, if you're like, all right, if I see 3 hawks today, that means this is what they want me to do. You know, you can set things out for them to be like, okay, if it's yes, do this. If it's no, do this. Or even if there's something that you consistently see as like a sign that your ancestors are looking out for you. One of the things my mom passed down to me was, I know a lot of folks do the 11:11 trick on the clock where it's like, oh, you see 11:11, make a wish. But the thing my mom taught me was to, when you see 11:11, it's your ancestors looking out for you, smiling down on you, you know, thinking about you. So every time I see 11:11 now, I think of that too. Another one, I mentioned my best friend that died recently. When I see on the clock 1:04, which was his birthday, that makes me think of him. So it's just that nice little connection of like, okay, we're thinking about each other. And yeah, as you practice, the easier it'll get. You'll get that consistently. You'll learn what your gut feelings are like for certain things. You'll learn your symbol set, what works for you for different things. And yeah, you'll develop your own consistent method of communication over time. Let's see. Oh yeah, so here's the resources I recommend. I've got a couple books here. Again, I mentioned Sarenth Odinsson before. He has an excellent book called Calling to Our Ancestors. Another book that's great is A Litany for the Many Dead. It's got a lot of prayers for working with ancestors, if I recall right. A great one for looking at heathen traditions with ancestor worship is The Road to Hell, a study of the conception of the dead in Old Norse literature by Hilda Roderick Ellis. And then another good one in general is Honoring Your Ancestors, A Guide to Ancestral Veneration by Mallory Vaudosy. Some blogs and practitioners I recommend you follow or, you know, reach out to if you have any kind of questions on ancestor work. Again, Sarenth. Each of these names that are highlighted, if you go into the resources that I'm going to post, you can click on these and it'll take them to their blog or their website. Mortellus is excellent. They also just recently wrote a book called Do I Have to Wear Black? And it's a book on pagan funerary rites. Excellent book. They're also an excellent resource for ancestor stuff. Lady Storm, she does great work talking about ancestor work. She's trained in the Peruvian tradition and I want to say a yoga tradition as well. And she does a lot of really good ancestor work. Highly recommend her. And again, Jim Two Snakes, the person who not only he was probably one of the more influential people in my ancestor practice, one of the people who encouraged me to make an ancestor shrine when I was first starting out. So highly recommend him. He's great. He also has a TikTok that's fantastic. So, all right. Any last questions?
I did want to make sure there was one from Emily Hall. I don't think.
Yep, I see them here. Let's see. We've got Mother Multiverse that I've heard of elevations of the dead as a thing, empowering and bringing them up. When is it appropriate to do this? And then you bring it up all psychically. Yeah, basically do your discernment, your spiritual accounting. If you think that's something that needs to be done, check in with your ancestors, check in with experts. You know, they'll help you figure out what the best course of action is. And a lot of these people, like I mentioned, are great about helping you figure out what direction you need to go in next. And they're very kind and concerned. You know, they definitely show genuine concern for your situation. Let's see. So Emily said, do you ever use or borrow, share the things that you put on your ancestors' altar, or do you always leave the items on the altar? For me personally, a lot of the stuff I have on there is not stuff I would use. though one of the things I have for David Bowie is a CD tape collection, I think it is. So occasionally I'll take that down and listen to the tapes and stuff like that. Or like I have necklaces, I have a pendulum that my friend gave me, and various other things. But a lot of the stuff that I have on my ancestor shrine isn't really stuff that's used. It's mostly just like pictures or that kind of thing. At some point, I'm going to take the Pokemon games down and fix them because they, fun fact, the Pokemon second generation games had a built-in battery with a clock, and that expired, I think, about 5 years ago. So I have to go in and fix the internal battery at some point because I would like to play them again on the Game Boy. Yeah, but I don't see why you couldn't, especially if you're doing some ancestor work, taking things off of there that would be useful. In your ancestor work, I don't see why you couldn't. I would say put it back, especially if you're like, I'm giving this to you, just kidding. Don't do that. Don't take things from the dead. That's another good way to get yourself prematurely dead. How you can become an ancestor quickly, that would be a good class to do. Yeah. I would say and it depends on the ancestor too. I would ask them before, you're like, hey, I want to use this. Just talk with them, communicate with them, do some divination. Like, hey, is it appropriate for me to borrow this or take this? Or sometimes ancestors are like, I don't want this anymore, take it. So, talk to them. They're people too. Let's see, Mother Multiverse. Do ancestors ever get into conflict with one another? If so, what should one do about it? Absolutely, yes. Ancestors will fight with each other. And I have a friend who had to specifically separate them on complete opposite sides of the shrine because they didn't get along. And very slowly their tokens kind of came together and they made up. But yeah, ancestors will fight. The best thing you can do about it is either separate them on the shrine if you're honoring both of them on the shrine, or eventually you're going to try to honor as many as you can, but yeah, if they need to be separated, that's fine. Eventually you can either figure out if they want to actually work together or not. But yeah, that's really up to the ancestors if they kind of want to get back into good graces with each other. There are plenty of families where people fought and do not like each other, and that's how families are. Same thing with spiritual ancestors. If they don't get along with your family, that's going to happen. Give them space. I actually, on my particular shrine, have my spiritual ancestors and my bloodline ancestors on separate parts. Like they blend together a little in the middle because it's a very small shelf. But yeah, they're on separate ends of the bookshelf. So I have that delineation basically. Yeah, and again, you'll figure out what they want. I know a lot of people, when they start setting up their shrines, they'll get like bad headaches when something gets put next to somebody else that they don't like, or that kind of thing. It's kind of funny sometimes. Shan said we need to make an ancestor timeout box. You've been bad. And then Rob said the naughty corner. Like, funny. It would be kind of funny to actually get one of those like dice jails to put your ancestors in. I don't know if people are familiar with that with role-playing games, but they've started making little boxes called dice jails for when your dice don't behave the way you want them to. Make the same thing for your ancestors. I don't know if that's a good idea, honestly, because that might be a little, I don't know, traumatic for them, maybe. Again, work it out with your ancestors. That's probably the best thing to do. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of anything else that I wanted to share too. I was going to give some examples of like my ancestor shrine, of like people that I honor. I know I talked to, or I have Prince, I have David Bowie, Satoru Iwata, Bob Ross, my best friend. I have another person, a woman at my first job, who was very like motherly to me, and she actually gave me a necklace. And I found out shortly after I left that job that she had passed. So I actually have that necklace she gave me on the shrine. as a way to honor her. I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, I also have like a picture for my spiritual ancestors that are, I guess, otherworldly, for lack of a better word. I don't know all of them, but I know they're there. So I just have a little representation for them on my shrine. At some point, I would love to add people like Carrie Fisher, because she's incredible and such a badass, honestly. Or I know I want to add Mr. Rogers as well because of his kind. A lot of the people I like to honor are people who are genuinely kind and caring, because these days we see so little of that in like public media representation, and I want to see more of that. I know, funny enough, the point that came up with the don't put living ancestors on your shrine, because they're not ancestors yet. Don't put living people on your shrine. The recent thing that went around of Steve from Blue's Clues, and my partner was like, yeah, you should probably mention that because a bunch of people are going to put him on their ancestor shrine and he's going to die mysteriously. So yeah, don't put living people on your ancestor shrine. Also, please don't use your ancestor shrine like a death note. Don't try to kill people with your ancestor shrine, please. that's bad. Let's see. Mother Multiverse. If I try to get Stanley, Jack Kirby, and Steve Ditko on one altar shaped like a boxing ring, is it appropriate to take bets? You know, I don't see why not. Why not? That would be an interesting ancestor fight to watch. The Naughty Spirit Corner is part of one setup. Yes, I like this, Emily. Every altar needs a good soul cage. Oh, do you have any good stories of when an ancestor helped you out? Oh gosh. I mean, there was once a time that I did a ritual inspired by Prince and David Bowie with a group that I was formerly associated with. So I would say, and that was a ritual about transformation, very much like looking at yourself and transforming into the person you want to be, despite what the world thinks. You know, so basically like a liberation type of ritual of like, no, I can be myself and screw anybody who tries to mess with me. And that was a very, very good ritual, very powerful. I'm trying to think. I'm sure there are plenty of times my ancestors have helped me out and I'm just too oblivious to notice. I'm trying to think of anybody else. I'm sure I have great memory because I have a lot of ADHD up in here. And yeah, trying to remember things on the spot is not always easy for me. Sarenth said, crosses out names from the Black Book on the Ancestor Bay. Emily asked, how do you dispose of food offerings that you give to the ancestors? I tend to ask them. A lot of the times it's just go dump it outside somewhere. I have a little like hole in my yard that I tend to put most of my offerings. I don't give a lot of food offerings to my ancestors specifically. They mostly just want alcohol, which I don't know how I should feel about that, but I give them water and alcohol. And then sometimes things that don't really go bad, like candy, certain candies, I'll just leave there. And depending on who it is, like my ancestors are very chill. I don't work with them a whole lot in terms of magical stuff because they're just like, yeah, you know what you're doing. I'm like, thanks. But I'll refresh them, you know, like sometimes it's every year. Sometimes it's like my regular offerings are once a month, which is various alcohols, water. Occasionally, if I bake something that I think they'll like, I'll put it on the ancestor offering area. Because I have a separate shelf just for offerings, because that just makes it easier for cleanup. And yeah, like usually after a month is most of the time when I clean up my ancestor shrine. And I'll put stuff outside. Or if it's the alcohol, I just wash out the glasses because I don't want to put all that nastiness out in the ground. Let's see. Rob said, I've used dried oats like once a year. I take them to the park to drop them off where animals can get them. Yeah, that's a good thing to mention with offerings too, is if you're going to do food offerings, try to make sure you're doing ones, if you're going to dispose of them outside, that are safe for animals to eat. I'm usually okay doing things like bread, but like if it's got chocolate in it, don't set that outside. Or if you do set that outside, put it somewhere where things aren't necessarily going to eat it, because yeah, that can be dangerous. And yeah, like biodegradable offerings and stuff are probably best in that regard. Yeah, no chocolate offerings left outside. If I don't think it's safe to be left outside, I just throw it away. Most of my ancestors are fine with like, yeah, they're like, no, don't put that outside. Or sometimes they're like, yeah, I don't want that. So like I took everything out of it I wanted. It's no point in putting it outside. Yeah, it's again discernment. Like that's my basic thing for pretty much everything is practice discernment. Ask questions. You know, if you're not sure, do divination. You don't necessarily have to question everything, but if you're not sure, just do a quick divination on it. Get some blind readings, whatever you need to do. Are there any other questions before I end? Oh, I actually have a slide after this. This is all my contact info. If you have any more questions or just any comments, concerns, anything like that, feel free to pop me an email. My website is sanctuaryontheshore.com. And that QR code, oops, as I punch my microphone, that QR code and the link above it are to my link tree, which are up to all my different like social medias, my Patreon, that kind of thing. So if you like what I'm doing, feel free to support me in that way as well. Yeah. Any last questions before we wrap it up? I realize we've got a couple minutes, like 4 minutes before the next class. The next class is going to be excellent too. Nicole is talking about Poison Ivy's Grimoire. Which is awesome. It's a great class.
Well, I was going to say, I don't see Nicole in the Zoom session yet. So,
there she is.
Okay. I was going to say, you're going to have to keep talking until Nicole shows up, but I guess we're covered now.
Yeah.
Give a minute for any last questions for Kai.
And like I said, if you have any other questions, feel free to send me an email or contact me through my website. It would be nice to get some action on that contact form I put together.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Kai.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
So we're getting through. We got 2 more classes left. Sarenth's coming up in an hour. I'll note now in case I don't get a chance to mention it again that September 10th, 2022, mark the date. That's when we're scheduled for the next Ann Arbor Pagan Pride Day. That's when we have the site reserved at Washington Community College, just like we have the last 2 years and it got canceled. So I'm hoping next year is the year we finally get to do it in person. But make a note of it. And if we can't do it in person because the site cancels on us again, like they did this year, then we will aim to do another virtual event like this. Okay, Nicole, are you ready?
Yeah, am I on?
I guess I should formally wait 2 minutes.
Okay, I can do that.
Just some comments from the chat, nothing that needs responding to. I will see them, I'm sure.
If people want to read me comments from the YouTube channel, I might not be able to see it while I am
okay.
talking.
I can do that. I'll be here.
Cool. Yeah, I think I can't figure out how to not double play the audio, which nobody wants to hear that. So we're just not going to do that.
Sure. Except for the last year when I didn't really know how all of this worked, I was like, well, can we have someone volunteer to read the chat questions into Zoom? And then it turned out everyone at Zoom was watching the chat anyway. So it wasn't really an issue. Okay, well, we're close enough. This is Nicole presenting on Poison Ivy's Grimoire. Take it away, Nicole.
Hi. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Nicole, a Living Earth Creations. I'm here with my cat assistants who are not assisting at all. We're knocking all my plants over. And I have a degree in environmental biology, and I used it a lot to kind of help demystify the mystical, as they get literally eating the poison hemlock sample. You cannot have that. So that people don't accidentally poison themselves. So the entire point of this class is my course on how to form a spiritual relationship with plant allies. So talk about allies indoors, allies outdoors. And so the main caveat that kicked me into actually, and excuse me, I'm getting over a chest cold. I sound bad. So indulge me a little. So the main thing that got me to start teaching this as a course is I used to teach courses on plant systematics, mostly to the pagan population. And somebody once told me in one of those courses that the strategy to building a relationship with plants was to put some of it in their mouth and to wait and see if they had a reaction. And that was how they formed their relationship. Now let's talk about this for a minute. So in Michigan, we have a spreading takeover of poison hemlock all over the state. It's primarily on the roadsides. And this is the plant that killed Socrates. It poisons, it paralyzes your lungs more specifically, and it does not take a lot to do so. It enters your body through being eaten or even through physical contact. And so I really want people to feel comfortable with interacting with things in a safe way where they're not going to accidentally poison themselves. And since we brought this up, I'm going to bring up how to ID that really fast. So poison hemlock and Queen Anne's lace get swapped a lot because they look somewhat similar. So poison hemlock is huge. This is a leaf and a little bit of the stem. From a poison hemlock plant, they get upwards of 7 feet tall. They have big, long red spots all over the stem and leaf structures. And umbel flowers, umbrella shaped. When I say umbel, I mean umbrella shaped flowers about the size of my head. Queen Anne's lace is much smaller. This is also wild carrot. Queen Anne always wears a collar. Can you see that on the back of the flower right here? Poison hemlock will never have that. And so once again, never put anything in your mouth until you know what it is. And so this class is going to go like this a little bit, where I'm going to info dump on you a little. And then I'm going to do like a Q&A session. And it will be like an Atari machine, where if you don't give me any feedback, I'm going to sit here and blink at you. So this is a good place, and it's hard because I can't see the chat as well as I would like to be able to bring me all your plant questions. So talking about plant allies, why bother? People make out nature for some reason, as a biologist I don't understand, to be this gentle, loving assistant in our magical workings. I tell people, you know, people think of deer as being a nemesis if you're a gardener and raiding your gardens and eating all of your vegetables. But I tell people that if deer behaved how plants behave to each other, they would raid your garden, break into your house, kill your family, and raid your fridge. Plants are ruthless. There is a sea of chemical warfare going on underneath the soil that we don't get to interact with being people and not being a part of that habitat. And so we really can kind of tap into the brutal like existence force that plants have to help us in our day-to-day lives. And they can be amazing, powerful allies, but you learn how to understand how they're talking to us. Because plants do have a language. The way they hold their physiology, the way they interact with the soil is really complicated. And once you get to be able to understand that, they're not that challenging. And so we can start on the inside a little bit. You don't have to have, what was the first class we had today, right? You don't have to have access to be able to go hiking all the time. You don't need to be able to get outside to have a powerful relationship with plants. I'm going to introduce you to 3 allies that are relatively impossible to kill. And I know that I say them, it's like, no, I can kill everything. No, like just hang out with me for a second. Usually what kills plants is them being loved to death. So if you just agree as a group to not do that, we will be fine. So the 3 that I'm going to introduce you to today is an indoor system of allies is this guy. If you go to the store and you're going to pick a plant ally to live with you indoors, and we'll get into outdoor herbs in a minute. That's a whole other library we can jump into. We're going to keep it simple. You're not someone who wants to go hiking. You don't want to do that. You want to have living wards that live inside your house. You don't have to sit here and burn smoke to create them. You don't have to sit here and do spell work to create them. Your spell work is built in living with this guy. This is a snake plant. He is really resilient. He does not care. You can put him in somewhere that does not get a lot of sunshine. He doesn't even really want a lot of sunshine. And water him like once every 2 weeks. He is a really good air cleansing and spiritually cleansing and guardian plant. Put him on the corners on the outside of your house, like in the corners of your bedroom, in the corners of the bath, in the corners of like wherever the far extremities of your house are. Living wards, really easy. Give him water once every couple of weeks. The same thing with this guy. So zebra haworthia grow in South Africa, and they're actually planted like they literally just pick up the plant and put it on top of the roof, or they dig up these plants and they put them on the edges of the property to serve as spiritual guardians of sort. And since they've become so popular in the succulent world, these little guys are very pretty. They're very easy, and you just put them once again in the corners of your house and forget that they exist. Like that's really your job as a plant owner of one of these guys. Like you basically put them in the corner and leave them there, and maybe set an alarm in your phone once a month to go say, hey, you actually have a plant that's alive somewhere in your house. You should go put some water in it, and have really fast draining soil. What usually kills a lot of these is they will give you out of these in moss. They don't want to have water on the roots. They will die really fast. And so how plants talk to you. So if you're keeping plants in a garden, because you want to have an herb garden of magical witchy things outside, you want to have living wards like these two inside your house, then you need to learn how they talk. So with these succulents like snake plant and with zebra haworthia, who don't like a lot of water, you're going to just put them in a corner and leave them the fuck alone. Like that's the recipe to success with these two. And you'll see that this guy is a little bit squishy. This guy is a little bit wrinkly. I left him that way on purpose. That's his way of telling me he needs water. Now, if these plants, as this has not happened in the past, start dying from the bottom up, that means you're giving them too much water. That's true for any plant. That's true for your garden outdoors. That's true for your plants inside. So they're talking to you and saying, if they're dying from the edges of the leaves in, they're not getting enough water. If they're dying from the bottom up, they're getting too much water. If that starts to happen, take them out of the pot, take out half the soil, put in new soil, fluff up the roots so they dry out a little bit, and start over. But once you learn how to speak their language, having a magical garden outside and keeping your wards, your allies close to your house isn't hard. Having living wards inside your house doesn't have to be hard. The same thing with African violets. They're really easy. Doesn't even like sunlight. Put it somewhere quiet and leave it the fuck alone. They're really good for making the energy of your house more peaceful. And so 3 plants, really good way to start if you're not really into going outside and hiking and doing stuff, that are excellent to build an alliance with. So how do you make friends with the plant? Plants are very utilitarian. So people tell you, get some like elaborate offerings, do like all this really cool incensey stuff, etc. Don't waste your time with plants and land spirits. They want things that they can use. And so whenever I go out into the wilderness, and I had to lose things to deflect the feline assistance, there it is. I always carry a go bag. And so what lives in my go bag is a whole bunch of offering stuff. And with my plant spirits, I'm very utilitarian, and this kind of carries over for land spirits as well. So one thing that my son and I will do in the spring when all the plants begin to come out of their dormancy from the winter is we take some of the paper coffee filters and a little bit of the twine you use on chickens to tie them up, to dress them up, or like some raffia, some biodegradable assembly. And we fill that full of a little bit of tobacco and a little bit of mugwort and coffee grounds. And maybe if we have like some eggshells or a mushed up banana, we're going to attack with whenever I want to making banana bread. We can just toss that in there, mix it up and put it in there. And we give offerings to each of the trees on our property. And so you can do that and carry those with you. If you want to go outside and make friends with plants outside, those are great, a great way to make offerings. The problem with doing that inside is bugs. Insects are an unfortunate side effect of having plants indoors. You're probably going to always at some point get fungus gnats, which if you have those guys that look like fruit flies, but they're not fruit flies, they're coming out of your plant soil and they're a nuisance. You're just gonna have to learn how to live with. They're harmless, they're obnoxious, but that can be a side effect of putting like organic decomposing matter into your plants. So if you're gonna give offerings to your plants, there's nothing wrong with fertilizer spikes. And the same thing with outdoors. Like if I want to give an offering to a juniper tree, they make juniper feeding plant spikes. Now what's going on is boop into the soil. And that counts. Plants and land spirits are very utilitarian. You don't have to get fancy, you don't have to get very esoteric. You just do the very minimum stuff. So this is a good spirit worker tool to go back to Sarenth's lecture. So what I will take with me when I'm going to go out into the woods and want to harvest some herbs or make friends is I have this go bag. And a really big important thing to having a good relationship with plant spirits and land spirits is do not try to cut pieces off of trees and plants with your hands if at all possible. Why? Because when you're going to cut something off of the plant, whatever kind of plant it is, and you are pulling and peeling and twisting, what that damaged tissue is an opening for bacterial and harmful organism infections. For fungus, again, especially this time of year in the fall, fungus is a really big thing. Don't do that. Go and make nice cuts on the herbs with a pair of scissors or a knife. Don't go in and do a whole bunch of damage. Also in my go bag, I have alcohol, which is, controversial depending on how you feel about indigenous spirits, might feel about having alcohol poured out in the soil. I have honey for the fair folk, more honey because, never have too much honey. I have a little thing mugwort. I have tobacco and some other sacred herbs. I was always taught that you pay Sasquatch tobacco to get safe entry in and out of the forest. And even though I don't work directly with indigenous traditions, I honor that because they were here first, and I give their spirits an offering when I go into the woods. So if you want to make friends with spirits that are outside, and if anybody wants to stop me, because I am just info dumping on you right now, please do. I don't mind questions, but I will, again, the ends of the screen, like all Q&A, I'm going to blink at you if you don't ask me stuff.
We do have a few comments if you want to respond.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, AC, this goes back a little ways. AC notes that wild parsley also looks like hemlock. Mother Multiverse is saying, don't you put it in your mouth, don't you shove it in your face. It might look good to eat, it might look good to taste. You could get sick real quick. Sarenth and I having some conversations about natural things not being good for you, like arsenic. And also Sarenth saying that he loves the bags that you demonstrated. And that you and, well, your child.
Yeah.
Okay, we're caught up.
Okay, perfect. So, sorry, 13. So if you want to go make friends with natural spirits or plants in the wild, how do you do that? So we're getting into the realm of land material or land spirits. And I always say it's good practice that if you're going to go out herbing and you want to be a good practitioner, to make friends before you start taking things away from the environment. And so how do you do that? It's basically with intent. You go out onto the property before you start taking things off of it, whether it's a new house, whether it's somewhere you haven't engaged with the land in this way before, whether it's the park, anywhere you plan on taking plant matter out of, and just, saying, hi, I'm here to learn about this environment. I would like to take some herbs. I'm, going to be reverent about it, and then give it an offering. And if you ever find, and you may experience this, and I've experienced it in the past, it's rare, but there are sometimes land areas that are adverse to people. And so if you go somewhere and you feel like, you're in a bad horror movie, or sorry, throat, if you feel uneasy on the land, don't push it. And there's a lot of spooky stories of people who, push that unnecessarily and got themselves in trouble. So if your instinct is telling you no, your subconscious is picking up on something that you're not seeing in the environment. So if you're going somewhere and your spooky filter, so hey, something is wrong here, is going off, don't push that, because it could be as simple as something about the land is wrong, the land spirit doesn't like you, other spirits in the land don't like you, or this is just a bad day to be out here and there's just no reason to put yourself at risk. So, if we're going to be good pagans and practitioners and not want to push the issue, we shouldn't, because that's how bad things happen. So in that case, what you would do is you would go to the edge of where you feel the bad vibes starting, and leave an offering and back up and walk away. Don't push into it. Don't disrespect them. Don't, do that. And then if it's a situation where you find that to be a consistent issue, to have that vibe recurring, do that repeatedly and see if you can earn their trust. And one thing that I have found is, as I have traveled around even just the state, you kind of do get a set of references, where you will come up to a new place, a new area, And it will be like, well, I don't know you, but this spirit knows you. And so I know that you're fine. And so if you go out and like, you know, you show your butt a little bit and you're rude to somebody and you don't respect the space properly, that can follow you around and make your life unnecessarily difficult. And we don't want to have to deal with that. Also keep in mind when you're out collecting the spirits that used to be on the land. So I mentioned that I offered a Sasquatch before I go into the woods, just because I know that he was important to the people who lived here before me. So I give him his due so that he will hopefully allow me to go in and go out of the woods unmolested. And I do the same thing for the Dini Moutha or the fairies or the fair folk, because I know that they're here as well. And before I go into any new area that I don't normally offer with them, like it's not where I live, I leave tobacco for Sasquatch and I leave honey for the fair folk, and then I go in, you know, and it's always good to cover your bases. So that's how you build a good rapport. And also just good praxis. So whenever you're going to go harvesting plants, don't take more than 1/3 of the population, because otherwise you compromise their ability to come back next year. And so the only exception I ever make to that is if it's invasive, like when I go harvest St. John's wort is not native to the United States. And it's considered what's called exotic. Not all non-native plants are invasive. Plants can be native and invasive, and they can be non-native and not invasive. So the idea that something that is not from here has to be bad is not necessarily true. There's a lot of really cool plants that we have, like St. John's wort, that is not native. That's not always problematic, but it can be. So again, good stewardship. Don't take more than you need. Don't take more than 1/3 of the population. That way you don't obliterate it and next it has nothing to come back to next year. You don't want to have that happen. So yeah, land spirits, picking plants, making offerings. Whenever you pick something, leave an offering behind. So I usually in my go bag, I will having a big sloppy wet mess of coffee grounds that are used and some banana isn't really conducive to not ruining my stuff. So I usually have a mix of tobacco and mugwort that I'll carry with me. And whenever I take something from the area, I'll leave that. And it's really important to not leave inorganic stuff. Sorry, the talking's catching up with my throat and I'm gonna be coughing a lot. My apologies. So don't, make offering bags made out of polyester. And please, for the love of God, do not tie ribbon onto the trees. I know that there are some areas, especially like in Ireland, that do ribbon trees, and there's a certain way that they do them and a way that is safe to do that. But I have watched multiple offering trees get destroyed by people tying polyester ribbons or plastic ribbons to trees and not leaving any space for growth and forgetting that they grow in the winter. And those trees just slowly coming apart as the ribbons just cut into them over time. So don't do that. You don't always need to take anything out of the plant to be able to take it home with you. It's just going to be as simple as taking things that are already fallen off of the ground or asking the plant for help. You don't need to go in and tie stuff. Try not to leave things behind you. Basically, be a good steward. Don't leave things better than how you found them. But that's
We do have some questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, this one I'm not sure if it's serious. All of these are from Mother Multiverse. If the land seems bad and it asks you to bury some dead animals, should you just leave well enough alone? I'm thinking it's a Pet Cemetery reference. I'm not sure.
Pet Cemetery reference. Thanks, Melody. The ground here is sour. We don't do that.
Next question. Oh, what a perfect time for my phone to go off. Okay. How about if the land seems nice but asks for some kind of offering?
If that's within your means to do, absolutely do it. I mean, there's no reason. Like, it's again building a relationship. It's reciprocity. You want to come in and you want to take some stuff off this land? Cool. Can I have, can I have some tobacco? Can I have, fertilizer? Can I have whatever?
Okay. Also from Mother Multiverse, do you find fungal spirits very different from plant spirits?
On what spirits?
Fungal.
Not really. I haven't worked a lot with fungus as an ally, to be honest. But Not to my knowledge. Because yeah, no, I don't think they're very dissimilar at all.
Okay, I see comments, and I was going to comment as well that about the Clutie trees in Ireland. You were talking about
Yeah.
There have been offerings that you try to leave organic cloth that will rot quickly. So
Yeah.
that's an issue for the tree growth. So
Right.
just know what will rot and what will not. And that's it for now.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So for some stuff coming back in that you can plant outside that's really good for living wards, juniper is a really big one. It was said that when a negative, like a malicious spirit, or again, going back to the whole witch thing, approached your home, they had to they had to count that word, every single needle on here. And the needle patterns of both juniper and spruce had to follow the Fibonacci sequence. So imagine a whole tree having to count all of the needles on here, and they're very small and spindly, to be able to approach someone's household to do bad things. So juniper is a really good ally to plant near your home. Once again, if you don't have access to be able to go outdoors, bonsai has opened up a whole world of amazing things, to where you can get small versions of trees that you can have live inside your apartment and not have to go outside or have room to plant them. So a lot of things are possible. To think of what else is important that I haven't mentioned. Yeah, I think I'm probably about to that point. I don't know where we're at time-wise, where I'm gonna just kind of open it up to if anybody has anything they want help with diagnosing, as far as like what you might want plants to help you work with, or what would you use for this. I'm gonna open up to that because that's kind of what I came here to do. So let me know what you got.
Okay, I'll keep the mic open. I'll read anything that I see.
Mhm.
I hope we have something, because it's going to be hard to fill the half an hour until the next class if we don't.
I mean, I can invent things if I need to, but I'd rather like people hopefully have stuff in mind they wanted to work on since they're here.
I'll give them a few seconds to type stuff in, because I know from unfortunate experience on Twitch that it takes time to get the messages typed in.
Right.
One of the puzzle solvers I followed is like a Minesweeper version called Temetsi, and he wants the people to help him, but usually it takes me 30 seconds to type in, like,
Right.
don't click that button, by which point he's already clicked it and done it.
It's done.
Okay, I am not seeing any questions, so
Okay.
I'll get back to you.
All right. So if nobody has anything, I guess we can just talk about some generic house words and other things that you can find outside that you can use to keep your house safe. I did mention juniper. Juniper you can just hang by your front door. Juniper is really easy to find here in Michigan, especially, and a lot of the Midwest. It kind of just grows rampant by the roads. You can go out and you can find it. It has these really nice, really obvious compressed needles. Now we'll have these blueberries that are actually cones. If you like stick your finger in there and they try to flake them apart, they will separate like a little compressed tiny pine cone that I use as a flavoring for gin. And you can hang these by your front door to serve as a ward device, just to keep in your home. Again, make sure you cut it nicely. Don't twist it off of the plant. The same thing with St. John's wort, for example. It can be picked and hung by the front door. Goldenrod, which is not the source of your allergies, by the way, because the particles of the pollens in this plant are actually too large to get into your respiratory system. It's a great plant just to pick and bring inside to bring prosperity and happiness into your home. So you just cut a little bit, it's growing everywhere, and just stick it in a vase, stick it in a cup, let it dry, and it will help bring prosperity and joy into the household. What else can I talk with you about? So if people are going to go do love magic, as people are wont to do, if you're going to work with plants, roses are a really good example where you can incorporate boundaries into your work and not get yourself in trouble on accident. If you're going to work with roses, work with the whole stem and leave the thorns on, because roses will dictate where you get to touch them and where you don't. And that, when it comes to working with other people or relationship spell work, something that gets lost a lot and creates a whole lot of problems.
Okay, we do have some questions in now if you're ready.
Cool, let's do it.
Okay, from Sarenth, what about invasives or old world plants that have spiritual connections, e.g. the 9 herbs from heathenry, the 9 herbs from heathenry? How can we grow, say, Amauna, aka mugwort, without eating the lawn?
So, for example, one thing that I was told that I had to do when I wanted to grow a certain invasive plant called Viper's Bug Loss back in the day was the land spirits made me make a trench around it so that it could not easily propagate through to other areas of the garden. What you're also going to do when you have plants that could be invasive is cut the flowers off. Like with mugwort, you don't really want the inflorescences anyway. So if it doesn't go to seed, it can't become a problem. The problem with, say, like garlic mustard, people brought it in to go in the garden because it tasted delicious and just let it do whatever it wanted to do. And so if you're going to grow a problematic or invasive species or a non-native species, the best way to manage that is to not let it flower and just cut the flowers off as you see them grow.
Okay, next from Mother Multiverse, can grass do anything as an ally? How does one appropriately honor the lawn?
Oh, can grass be an ally?
Yeah.
So this is it's a complicated question, right? Because what we normally see in most of our lawns, it depends on where you live and what your lawn's made up out of. In a lot of areas, unless you live in an old house that was not a new construction within, say, the last, I don't know, 40 years, there's a really good chance if you have a relatively new house that the land that you live on was stripped of all of its topsoil, had some topsoil replaced, if any, and was planted with non-native grasses. And so at that point, you get into that really like difficult crossover of sometimes land spirits are hostile with people who tend to like coddle problematic things. And I ran into that a lot with Common Teasel, who was a plant that I do work with, that is sacred to one of my goddesses, but also a really problematic invasive plant, which is really cool and I like it, but it's, I still acknowledge that it needs to be controlled. And the problem with a lot of what we think of as lawn grass, that it tends to be non-native. So if we see crabgrass popping up a lot, that's a great example where it's invasive and it's not supposed to be here. And it creates more problems. But if you want to go like form an alliance with, say, like sweetgrass or sedges or things that are like native to the area, you absolutely can. And it'll absolutely depend on what plant you're talking about as to what you would do. But otherwise, the same principles of giving offerings and careful cultivating would apply.
Okay, and lastly, from Malik, how would you go about building a relationship with plants that you use primarily as offerings, i.e. tobacco?
The same things apply. So if you're going to grow it yourself, you just make a space for it and you would harvest that in a sustainable way and then give offerings or fertilizers in exchange for use of the plant. If you're talking about you get this plant from an outside source, for example, I get my sage from an indigenous man out in California. When it comes in the box, I sit and I talk with that spirit for a minute and I pray with it and then I get to using it in things. So it's just it is making the time to set aside because you actually talk to the spirit of the plant versus just trying to make it, an ingredient in whatever it is that you're doing, if that makes sense.
All right, and that's it for now.
Well, if people don't have any questions, I won't stress my voice to hang out and talk with you all. But I hope that was helpful at the very least.
Yeah, I'll give it a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll give it a few minutes to see if anybody else wants to pop in.
Yeah. I know Sarenth here. Can we get him in early for the next one, or do I have to vamp for half an hour? Okay, I think that's probably it then.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Bye. Mhm. don't mute yourself when you're trying to talk. So if we can get Sarenth's attention, we might start his class a little early, although half an hour early might be a bit much. Any questions from the chat for me, since I don't have a presentation this time? Don't really have any music to play this year. The thing I could come up with would be copyrighted, then we get like a takedown notice for the whole thing. So I certainly can't do that.
Hello.
Ooh, I think I hear someone.
Yep, it's me.
Okay, well, you're willing to go on half an hour early? Hey, Nicole finished early, so we're just trying to figure out whether we should have you start early or have half an hour of silence.
I'm totally fine with starting half an hour early.
Okay, then I think we should probably do that. Okay, thank you everyone for being here. We are going to move things up a little bit. Atypical for a pagan Pride Day, I know, to have workshops starting early instead of having them run late. But this is Sarenth. You saw him earlier, and he will now be talking about Polytheist prayer. Go ahead.
Just 5 seconds, and I will be ready to go.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I'll be right back.
So I guess I will be vamping for a little while. Okay. Yeah, Emily says thank you for to Nicole for good ideas for the house boards.
Okay.
Because at this point, I think Nicole's probably in the chat, so to read that anymore. All right. Sarenth appears to be back. Are you
I
ready?
really want to thank Nicole for her class because she always brings really good stuff to the table when it comes to herbs. I just wish I had more questions to ask her at the moment. What is Polytheist Prayer is the workshop, and I'm ready to go when you folks are. Ooh. Mother Multiverse
Well, I
brings up a
mentioned
really good
Pagan Pride
point.
2022
okay.
earlier. The date is set for September 10th.
Okay.
We have the contract. Of course, we got a contract the last 2 years, and you saw how that turned out. Obviously, I'm hoping things have gotten back to normal enough by next year that we can actually do it in person. My great amusement was that in 2020, that like we were waiting for them to contact us and say, "Hey, we're canceling. Here's your money back," and we waited and we waited and we waited, and finally, like late July, I talked to them and said, "Are you going to cancel this or what?" I said, "Oh yeah, you're canceled. Right, sorry."
Nice.
But then this year, it was like, okay, it looks like we might be able to pull this off. September, things might be calm enough. We can do a face-to-face event. And in April, they submitted a notice saying we're canceling all contract for events for 2021. Well, good to know you were Johnny on the spot this time. Okay. So yeah, the face-to-face is the plan right now. Obviously, I can't predict how things are going to go for the coming year. I want to be there. I hope that we will be able to do it there.
Same here.
And I will say though, if we can't do it again, if we can't do it live next year, I would be happy to do another online one because it does seem people like it.
Yeah, same here. I also, even if we do an in-person, I would like something to, like I have a tripod. I can just hook my phone up and we can just have workshops in front of the camera, if nothing else.
That would be good. I mean, that's one thing. I'm disabled. I know everyone who knows me personally knows that, but folks watching from home might not realize that. But one big thing that the pandemic has changed is that suddenly I can start going to concerts and plays and stuff again because everyone's putting them online.
Right.
As they have been for the last year. Like one of my favorite podcasts is the Thrilling Adventure Hour, and they did their live shows in Los Angeles. It's like it would be a dream of mine to see them perform live, but I'm never going to get to Los Angeles. So I have to start the podcast. And then suddenly a month of the pandemic, it's like, hey, we're going to do it online live. Like, oh, okay. My dream came to me. All right. But now I'm seeing now that things are getting a little bit back to normal. A lot of the people who move their stuff online are suddenly moving it offline. No, one pair of improv artists that were doing a monthly thing to support their theater while their theater was shuttered. We're just like they did at once, like first Monday of the month, they get together and do an hour, have a decent enough improv. And
Okay.
$5 was a good price, so and then I think it was the April or May one. They just ended it with, oh, by the way, the theater's reopening, so we're done with this. Bye. Like, oh, so that's
Really?
the stage of the pandemic we're at. Okay. All the stuff that disabled people have gained is about to start slipping away slowly. Awesome.
That's
It's
annoying.
all a roundabout way of saying that I hope that Pagan events find a way to bring some of the face-to-face stuff online more than they have. Now that we disabled folks have a taste of it, we really don't want it taken away if we can help it.
I think for workshops that I put on for like convocation and things like that, I would like to offer those where at least if the camera's facing me, it won't have to face the audience. But I would like to offer those online, if for no other reason than because con is expensive. Like, let's be real, it's expensive whether you're camping at Michigan Pagan Fest or you're in a hotel room for the weekend. 3-4 days in a hotel is nothing to sneeze at, and camping can be kind of rough. I mean, especially in a case like yours where you're disabled and it's hard to get in and out of the campgrounds. And so I would like these to be even more accessible. So if nothing else, I can see about at least doing live streams and recordings of my stuff.
Right. Obviously, I don't know what the setup really is like at WCC as far as our ability to get good bandwidth, but we'll find out hopefully if we are doing it there next year. Were there any
okay.
other- Would we like to have an online ritual? We actually talked about having an online ritual last year, but I couldn't find any takers. Yeah, well, if you have a ritual in mind, if we have to do it online next year, let me know. I would like that.
That'd be cool.
Okay, then I will turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you all for coming. In this lecture and discussion, we're going to explore prayer in a polytheist context. We're going to explore what prayer is, why engage in it, and what does it mean to pray to gods, ancestors, and spirits. Please bring your thoughts and questions. I've already talked about myself earlier. I'm a heathen spirit worker and a Gothi of a local kindred, Mimmisbrunner kindred. I am a co-host of Around Grandfather Fire and 3 Pagans on Tap. This workshop derived from a book I'm in the middle of writing. And it started off as, this is going to be a small chat book. It's going to be oriented for kids. It's now a 19-page outline and only the first section's finished. So it's no longer going to be a small book. So what is prayer? The Oxford English Dictionary defines prayer as a solemn request for help or expression of thanks addressed to a god or an object of worship. Many polytheists talk about prayer as a conversation with a god, ancestor, and or spirit. I understand prayers as a more formal thing. They are ways of speaking with or to the holy powers, the Gin and Regen, to be sure, but they also tend to have structure to them that conversation does not. And there's no small bit of difference between, hey, thanks, Odin, and hail, Odin. Thank you for helping me to grow in wisdom. The former is less formal, specific, and has less structure to it. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with addressing the gods, ancestors, or spirits in this way, so long as you're respectful. Still, a casual conversation is not necessarily a prayer. A prayer is a formal request of a god, goddess, ancestor, spirit, or a group of them for their attention and a continuation of reciprocity, gift for a gift. And this is true whether the subject of the prayer is praise, a request for help, a thank you, or anything else that we can make a prayer for. We could stop here with this definition and understanding of prayer, but prayer alone doesn't make much sense without context. We know the why and what of prayer now. So how do you pray? With this in mind, we have some basic formulas. We have hail, name, or title. The simplest prayer can also serve as an opening to a prayer, the close of a prayer, or an acknowledgement of a god, goddess, ancestor, or spirit. A prayer such as Hail the Ginregen can be a prayer of recognition of thanks to all of one's gods, ancestors, and spirits. Again, Ginregen, translates to mighty or holy powers. The next prayer is thank you, name, title, etc. It can be easy to overlook this, but being thankful is hugely important. It affirms the cycle of reciprocity and our place in it. The Old English Dictionary talks about being thankful as expressing gratitude and relief. Continuing the cycle of reciprocity is a choice. Our gods, ancestors, and spirits choose to continue with us, and we choose to continue to be in relationship with them. Being grateful for that, particularly when it can be hard for us to do our part of reciprocity, means we don't take them for granted and we honor their choice. Being grateful then brings us to meet them, and we in turn continue that cycle of reciprocity together, and we choose to continue its flow. Then there's the prayer like, please help, name, title, etc. There's nothing wrong with asking our gods, ancestors, and spirits, our Ginregen, for help. If we were meant to face challenging times alone, we wouldn't have fellow humans as examples, helpers, guides, or guardians. If we were meant to face challenging times alone, we wouldn't have good relationships, if any at all, with our gods, ancestors, or Vatia. Reciprocity is a two-way street. We can't just give and give and give for it to be healthy. We have to ask for help, to invite others to share in our struggles. Another simple prayer is bless this place, these people, this object. To bless something, again, Oxford English Dictionary, is to pronounce words in a religious rite in order to confer or invoke a divine favor upon them. This works as a definition for our needs. You can ask a blessing on someone. For instance, a loved one's driving home in a powerful storm. You might ask Thor to bless them with safe passage home. The simple form of this prayer could be, please bless my son or my mom with a safe drive home, Thor. Or Thor, please bless mom with a safe drive home. You might ask a god, ancestor, or spirit to bless an item representing them before putting it on a shrine. You might ask them to bless something that you're wearing before putting it on your neck. It ensures the item is a good conduit in your relationship with them. And depending on your religion, it might be a necessary component of establishing representations on a shrine, as the object then becomes part of the body of that god, ancestor, or spirit. The cost of the item, who made it, what it's made out of, can have special meaning. And it might be something that you found that reminds you of one of your Ginregen. Plenty of blessed items in my shrine have come from thrift stores, and there's no shame in sourcing shrine items cheaply. If folks have questions as we go along, or if they want me to go over some things in deeper detail, whatever, please hit me up, let me know, throw it in the comments, or ask Rob from Pagan Pride. We can also combine these simple prayers we just talked about, taking the prayers we already have, and we can combine them into powerful petitions, thankful expressions, and beautiful ways of continuing the cycle of reciprocity. An example is to Thor for protection, like, hail Thor, thank you for keeping my mom safe on her drive home. Please help her get safe when she goes to work. An example to Thor for protection would be, bless her with your protection, hail Thor. An example to Frigg for setting up a home shrine. Hail Frigg, hearth goddess, please help me to cleanse this shrine so it's ready for you and the other gods. Bless this shrine so it's a good hearth shrine. Please help me keep the shrine well, hail Frigg. With regards to presentation, it's worth pointing out that prayers don't all need to be verbal. A posture or a gesture itself may be a form of prayer or a key part of engaging in it. So what are some respectful methods of presenting yourself before, during, and after prayer? Well, not everyone can sit, stand, kneel, genuflect, or prostrate themselves, let alone for a long period of time. A respectful posture, first, is one whose maintenance doesn't cause you a lot of pain or distraction. This also means that if you need to change your posture often, that's fine. Whatever your posture or changing of it is, it should bring focus to what you're doing. Like, polytheist prayers are basically how we make relationships with our gods, ancestors, and spirits in a formal way. So whatever you're doing should add to your focus, should add to the experience of the prayer. So this also holds true for gestures. Changing positions from standing to kneeling, for instance, should be comfortable. The point is to be respectful and mindful during prayer and to whom you're praying. So if there's expectations of being able to change positions is harmful to you, you can perform a gesture in substitution. So you have standing, which is standing up and facing the gods, ancestors, spirits at your shrine. You've got sitting, of course, which I'm doing right now, perfectly respectful. You have genuflection, which is going down on one knee. And then you have prostrating, which is lying completely flat, face on the floor. Prostrating isn't something we see in a lot of polytheist or pagan spaces much. I do it, but I know that it's unusual for a lot of pagans. It requires that your knees not be hurting. It requires that your legs be working correctly. And it also can be very painful for people to get off the position once they're in it. Prostrating is also seen by some folks as demeaning. I don't see it that way. I see it as ultimate trust because I'm baring my neck to the gods, ancestors, and spirits. Genuflection is an honorable position as well, but it also carries a lot of the same issues with prostration. Genuflection is just going down on one knee. Some people do this only for certain things such as oaths. The popular way of genuflection that a lot of people see is during marriage proposals. This also can be a proposal situation like, I would like to place this item on the altar. Are you okay with it? Genuflect, offer the item. Is it accepted? Cool. Put it on the shrine. So there are gestures. These are nonverbal communications one can make physically that displays and describes your state of mind or object of devotion. They can be ritual acts that direct energy, that grabs the focus of a god, ancestors, or Vetir. And it can also open or close a ritual with respect. As with postures, these are just a few examples, and they should bring meaning, focus, and clarity to a ritual. Probably the hand gestures that we're most familiar with are signs of benediction from Catholic and Orthodox ritual, or the mudras, the hand signs from Indic Hindu yoga traditions. But here are a couple that I'm exploring and thinking about for the purposes of polytheist prayer. We have open palm facing the shrine or the vey or the sacred place. And this is a way of communicating, adoration. It can communicate, hi, I don't have anything in my hands, which for some polytheist gods actually matters. Like, I don't have any weapons in my hands. I am not hiding anything. You might have open palm facing yourself, which can communicate asking for blessings to come onto you, or I am offering this prayer to you. You could have closed fists. Closed fists tend to be combative, or they tend to be, I am holding on to something so tight. It could be something that you're bringing to them that you need to let go. So you can come to them with closed fists and then let go of the emotion, the frustration, or maybe you're literally handing them something and leaving it. Something that is very hard for you to leave. You can come to them with cupped hands. When do we cup our hands? When we're taking water in. When do we cup our hands? When we're giving water away. When we're giving things away. So the thing about these gestures is they're moldable to our needs. We don't have formalized ritual formats anymore, if we ever really did. And it's not like there's a catechism of the heathen church that we can all look to and go, this is what this should look like. So with that in mind, we also have folded hands, which can be like this or this. You often see this a lot in Catholic prayer. I'm not sure if you see this a lot during Christian prayer. Otherwise, like, I'm not very knowledgeable about Protestantism, but I occasionally see folks clasp hands like this. Folded hands often reflect a prayerful attitude, or focus inward, or focus on the subject of the prayers. So like, almost like you're holding the prayer in your hands and then you're letting it go. You can also do claws or raking motions, especially when you're talking about shrine work and getting rid of negative energies or dismissing baneful spirits. Claws and raking communicates, and you combine this with prayers of, I cleanse this place. You're literally clawing the energies, clawing the the gunk out. And the last one that I have for the hands is a mind, heart, spirit salute. So, thanking a god and saying thank you. And that communicates a thank you from the head, the heart, and the lips. So I am mentally thanking, spiritually and heartfelt thanks, and then I'm speaking thanks. Or hailing. You can do it the same way. I hail you, I greet you in my mind, I greet you in my heart, and I greet you by my lips. There's also things you can do with your head as far as gestures go. You can bow, you can nod. Bowing is, again, kind of like prostration, sometimes looked down on in heathen circles. The popular, we don't kneel, we don't prostrate before our gods because we stand with them as equals, I think misunderstands the relationship that we hold with them. And I will push back on that rather heavy. The thing about any gesture you do needs to bring focus, and it needs to direct the energy of your prayer in the way that you're hoping the prayer is received. So, I mean, if you're bouncing around and you're not actually paying attention, that's going to be reflected in how you portray yourself. And if you have a situation where, say, you're having a really hard time concentrating, changing up your routine of prayer or gestures can really help bring that focus back to your body, because your body does need to do stuff. And we live in these flesh suits. They need to be taken care of and entertained. So you got to make sure that you're getting your water. You got to make sure that you're in prayer space, stimulating your body so that it goes along with what your mind and your heart and your spirit are like, hey, this is the direction we need to go in. So it's not just about communicating to the gods, ancestors, and spirits. It's also about us communicating to ourselves what our focus is. So yeah, and clasp hands, they're so useful, because I mean, it gives your hands something to do, like on a baseline, like as a father, like clasped hands like gives the kids something to focus on, because it's no longer, well, the silverware is in front of me and the plates in front of me. We do meal prayers, right? So the silverware is set, maybe there's a little bit of food on the table, but instead of playing with all those things, they get to clasp their hand and focus on the prayer. Emily writes, I have specific gestures I use in the comedic part of my practice. I'm curious if you use a gesture for a specific part of your practice for spirits, but not with others. Ooh, that's a good question. Yes, and most of the exclusive gestures I have are specific to Anubis, actually. So there are certain gestures that I use for the opening and closing of space when I work with the dead as a priest of Anubis. There are certain things and prayers and hand signs that I'll use that don't get used anywhere else, and it's only used in the context of praying and doing work for Anubis. As far as is there specific hand signs or gestures as far as other gods? Not no. Like I think the most I do in terms of gestures that are unique to heathenry is I will sign runes over things, but it's not like a gesture where I try to make an R with my hand or something if I'm putting Rytho on it. I mean, the fingers don't really do the whole benediction thing with Ansus very well. I mean, that looks kind of like a claw. So no, I don't have specific gestures as a heathen that I use for my heathen gods. Most of the exclusive stuff comes through the comedic work I do with Anubis. It's a very good question, though. Thank you. Thank you, Emily. So part of engaging in prayer and part of experiencing prayer are experiencing our sacred places. Now, I'm primarily going to be talking about heathen sacred spaces. It's what I know the best. So we're going to talk a bit about a Ve and a Stali. So a Ve is a sacred place. The term historically refers to outdoor sacred spaces. It's VE with a little acute mark above it. And I'll put that in chat. And what that is the outdoor sacred spaces, but it's also been used to describe indoor ones as well. The word for an indoor sacred place historically was stali, which is kind of where we get the word stall from, like a stall for putting things up or what have you. Most modern heathen sacred places are made in the home or on tables, shelves, that kind of thing, and they're adorned with a variety of objects. As with prayer, there's no one way to make or decorate them. What's common between modern heathens is they are made to be places to pray, offer to, and spend time with our Ginregen, our holy powers. So whatever you make the Ve of or you have on them, or the Stali, so long as they're made in respect and they're good and welcoming to the Ginregen, they're good. So for setting up the sacred place in the home, who's the Stali for? Whether for the Ginregen as a whole, a single or a group of gods, a single or group of ancestors, a single Vetir or a group of Vetir, respectfully constructing a Stali is made mindfully. And keep in mind that a Stali can change over time and it doesn't need to be perfect. So if all you've got is a small shelf for space or a plastic table for a surface, don't feel shame. You're making a good, welcome place for them, not despite them. So I can see about showing you folks one of our Stali actually in a minute here. Let's see. Can you see this? Okay. I'm going to pick this up. And it's going to come with me. I show you right there. That is our heathen gods Ve, our Stali. As you can see, the Dryad Designs is one of our favorite designs for the statues. We have 3 iron rings for Frigg and a variety of items on the altar as well. A Mjolnir for Thor, various candles, and a lot of offering bowls. So, that's just one example. I have other examples around me, which I don't think that the camera's going to reach and let me do, but that's okay. The point is that the Stalis take a variety of forms, and it is okay if it's not as big or elaborate as, say, mine are, or as numerous, because I've got a bunch. Sometimes you'll find that the gods, ancestors, and spirits want more. You'll find that they might want less. And it's just a question of, can you provide the space? And are you in a space where you can provide it effectively? So if you're making a Stali or recognizing that a Ve is here, let's talk a little bit about recognizing a Ve. So you might go outside and you might find a Ve. Say you're going outside and you've got a really nice tree in your backyard. And this is true whether you're living in a home or you've got an apartment or whatever. There might be a very special looking tree. It might be the biggest tree in the area, or it might just look really cool to you. This could be a Ve, a sacred place outside. You could be making the Ve similar to how you make a Stali, in that you could erect what's called a Hurgar, which is a sacred place made out of stacked or erected stones. And I'm going to put this one in the chat as well. Horger. The thing about all of these is that you're recognizing a place as sacred. Whether or not it's indoor, outdoor, made, or found, you're recognizing that this place is or is now a sacred place. When you're out in the woods or you find a really nice boulder or something, you're more like you're recognizing it as being a sacred place. The ritual steps for recognizing a stali or recognizing a vey don't change very much. They can be adapted to your needs, though. How I usually break down ritual is you cleanse, you make offerings, you invite or recognize through prayer, commune with the space if you have the wherewithal and the time. You might divine as well. Set up any sacred items you're going to leave, and then you conclude the ritual with prayers. Ideally, each step has prayers of some kind. Prayers to the beings you work with to cleanse, prayers you give an offering with, prayers and invitation or recognition, prayers of communication and communion, and prayers as you set up your sacred items, and prayers at the close of a ritual. Now, depending on how frequented this place is, you might take the sacred items with you and bring them back at a later date. You can also do this very same thing with an Altoids tin. Like, your sacred spaces do not have to be big. They don't have to be expansive. They don't have to be all-encompassing or particularly huge. They just need to be effective areas of conduit of relationship between you, the gods, ancestors, and Veitir. And then from here, you maintain that stali or that vey by regular prayers and offerings and regular cleaning. Kai mentioned that her ancestor offerings get done once a month. That's fine. There is nothing wrong with taking just a month, one day out of the month, and doing offerings. We tend to offer to the gods, ancestors, and spirits at least once a week. And for a while there, we were doing it 3 times a week, one day for the gods, one day for the ancestors, and one day for the spirits. And now it's kind of catch as catch can. And that does change over time. Sometimes you've got a whole lot of time and drive to go, 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 go. And sometimes you just don't. What are some other places, sacred places and things? I'm actually going to put all of these in the chat so that folks can reference these words. So these are other, I just put it in this chat, like the Hoff is the temple. The would have been a meeting place to go and worship the gods or make offerings and sacrifices. There's not a lot of these Hoffs around right now in the modern day. They would have possibly also been halls of lords, Gothar, which is the plural of Gothi. So Hoff kind of translates to hall, and it would have been used as a temple space to worship the gods and have meetings. Then you've got Vanger, which is basically translates to plain, and for our purposes, the word Vanger is a sacred plane as opposed to just a mundane place. That's, I think, the thing to take away from this. I believe Wiener is also related to planes and that kind of thing. The Lunder is a grove, and that is specifically, yeah, it is a grove. And then, of course, we have the Stali, which we've already talked about quite a bit. But a Lunder is a grove of trees, and it was a place that was known to, in ancient heathenry, would have been places to make offerings and make sacrifice. It would have also been a place to make prayers. So, okay, so let's get to actually making prayers now. Now that we've talked a bit about sacred places and the places where we make these prayers, how do we make prayers? So what kinds of prayers are there? And these are just a couple. Like these are just 18 different kinds of prayers that I could think of. So Rob points out before I move on, a store run by his friends in Columbus sells Altoid tin altars. Very useful when traveling. Yes, yes, yes. Especially if you've got little pictures or prayer cards or things like that, which I am working on making prayer cards. I have Thor done. I'm going to be getting Odin printed soon. So if folks want to back that project, hit me up on Patreon, or they'll be sold through Etsy as well once they're all ready to go. So making prayers, what kinds of prayers are there? We have introductions, and this is simply like something like, Hail Thor, hello, I am Sarenth, thank you for hearing me. You're like, I really, because I can write a lot of flowery prayers and a lot of flowery language can go into my prayers, I like to try to emphasize the other side, which is very simple and direct. Your prayers don't have to be flowery. They don't have to be pretty. They can just be, Hail Thor. This is who I am. This is what I'm here for. Like the introductions to your gods don't have to be ornate. They don't have to be complex. You can get to that later. The next kind of prayer is hailing, and that is just trying to get their attention. Like, Hail Thor. It could, like, the thing about hailing is that it can be getting attention. It can be thanking them. You know, say something I do when lightning strikes near me, I hail Thor because, well, that's a strike that was near me, not on me. Hailing serves a lot of different functions. It can open or close a prayer. It can open or close a ritual. It can be thankful. It can be fearful. It can be surprise. It can be a lot of things. And it's really just kind of a catch-all prayer. And a lot of it has to do with your inflection and your gestures. You can do formal requests for attention through prayer. You know, Hail Odin, I could really use your help solving this problem. Be careful what you wish for. Just putting that out there. You can also offer thanks. You know, thank you, Othin, for helping me to solve the problem. That was a very interesting solution. I don't think I would have thought of that. I didn't know you could use a squirrel like that. You know, so you can also do prayers of offering. And this can be something simple like, Hail Othin, thank you for your help. This is my offering and thanks. Or you can just do regular offerings, and it's just it's a simple thing like, I have made this for you. Thank you for being in a relationship with me. I want the cycle of reciprocity to continue between us. Another kind of prayer you could make is a connection prayer. And these kinds of prayers are ones where you're seeking connection with a god, ancestor, or spirit. So I'm going to get off of the gods for a minute, and I'm going to talk about ancestors for some of these examples. So if you're trying to connect with the ancestors, like your powerful female ancestors, you might say something like, Hail Desir. I am seeking connection with you. You might say something like, oh, I feel blah, like I feel lost, or I feel curious to get to know you. You know, it kind of depends on your situation. Like a lot of these prayers depend on where your heart, your head, and you're physically at. So the connections that you're seeking will depend on what kinds of connections you need and want. Because if you want to connect with your powerful female ancestors, but you don't know how to start, it might feel very awkward. But the point of prayer is to formally make connections. And even if you stumble, it is worth every single stumble. Moving on, there's teaching and initiation. If you are going to get initiated into a group or into a religion or a mystery, you're probably going to make prayers for that initiation. When I began working with the rune spirits, I had a lot of these kinds of prayers asking the rune vitir, the rune spirits, to bless me and work with me. I made prayers when the tattoos got put on my skin. So I was making prayers like, thank you for being part of me. Thank you for helping me fulfill my oath, because I got these on my skin as a fulfillment of an oath. And what differentiates a formal from a casual prayer kind of depends on the person, because like if you're not used to prayer, if you're not used to the highfalutin language that I sometimes employ when I pray, you know, casual might just be, hey, how's it hanging, Odin? Or it might be, hey, old bastard, what's up? Versus, you know, thank you, Othin, for blessing me with wisdom and power and da 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 da. So the formats that our prayers take, you know, what I think of as a casual versus a formal prayer will probably differ from yours, from your understanding, from your connection. And then, of course, we have prayers for blessing, like, please bless me with protection. Ancestors, please bless me with guidance. Help me to make the good choices that are best for my family. Hail, ancestors, please bless my children with protection. Keep them safe while they're outside of the house. And then you have intercessory prayers. Now, intercessory prayers are asking a god, ancestor, spirit to interfere or to intercess, to come into a situation and bring their power to bear. So it might be, you know, there's been a lot of people that I know lately who've been in the hospital. So I might say, Hail Aaron Mengloth, please bless this person with healing. Please bless the staff that take care of them with care, kindness, and skill. So we can make good prayers for ourselves. We can also continue reciprocity through and for other people. Then we have grounding prayers, prayers that we ask different beings to help us ground out our excess energy and come back into a better alignment with our body. So this might be like, if I'm feeling really anxious and I know I'm feeling anxious and I'm palpitating, I'm sweating and I can't relax. So I might make a prayer like, Hail Yorth, goddess of the earth. Hail ancestors who have faced this fear before. Hail to the spirits who walk with me. Please help me to ground. Please help me to come back to myself. And that can be a very simple prayer. And you might not actually need any of the visualization that goes along with it. You might just need to pray and let somebody else help take that burden off of you. Now, I say that because I still think that people should learn how to do grounding, centering, and shielding as a matter of course, as well as cleansing. But I also think that it's perfectly fine and acceptable, especially when you're in crisis or you just can't do it on your own, to reach out and ask for help. That's the other part of Gabo. It's not about gift for a gift, of reciprocity. It's not just about giving. It's also about, I need help. Help me out, please. So again, taking this forward with centering. Centering is coming back to your center of focus where you want to put your attention. So if I'm having a really bad ADHD day and I cannot focus for the fucking life of me, I will probably put out a prayer saying, hey, ancestors, I know some of you struggled with this year, who I got it from. Please help me focus. Please help right my ship. Please help me focus on what I need to do right now. And I find that a lot of these prayers bring comfort and relief, something that came out from the definition from earlier of prayer. And so centering is a bringing back to focus, a bringing back to, that is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is how I'm supposed to be doing it. Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to get to that after I get through this part. Then there's shielding. Of course, shielding is asking for a kind of protection. It's spiritual protection. Oftentimes it is erected around our spirit body with the use of visualization or sound or different sense or different techniques such as energy work. What shielding does is it puts up a boundary that says, this is my space. This is where your ability to touch me ends unless you ask permission and I give it. So prayers for shielding can be prayers of protection. It can be prayers for specifically upholding your shielding during trying times, such as if you have to go into a situation where there's a lot of noise and you don't deal with noise very well. You can ask the gods, ancestors, and spirits to help reinforce your shields, to help keep that stuff out from affecting you, from hurting you, so that you can get through the things that need to be done. I do this a lot when I'm going into a crisis situation. I do this when I'm going to the hospital because I don't want a bunch of ghosts or people's nasty shit getting on me. So I might pray to the gods, ancestors, and spirits to help power up my shields, especially Kanos, because it's the torch rune and it burns and it also consecrates. And it also is a boundary rune. So I'll work with different spirits and different gods, ancestors to affect that change in my spirit and in my shields around my spirit. And then number 14 is healing. And these are prayers for healing. This is everything from spiritual, mental, and physical harm. I mentioned the prayers with Ada and Mengloth earlier, which are goddesses of healing and heathenry. There, you can ask the ancestors who are doctors or nurses or any kind of healer, hey, can you please put your hands on this situation? Can you please see this person through? We're going to talk in a little bit because Kai made a really great question. I'm sorry, not Kai, Josie made a really great question. Do we need permission from the other person to pray for them? I'm going to get to that in a minute. Spirit work prayers are the next prayers that I have. The spirit work prayers are things like, please help me to see well, please help me to do well. So if I'm going to go into, say, do a divination, I have prayers that I have set aside for that I'll do before I engage in actual divination or before I go on a spirit journey. And a lot of this carries over into the next one, which is prayers for journeying. These are prayers that you do before you set off on a spirit walking trip or running or ride or what have you. There's a lot of different ways to journey, but suffice to say that these are usually protection prayers and prayers to help you not get lost. And of course, there's divination prayers, which I just mentioned. And these are prayers usually these are prayers around being careful, being true to what the questions being asked, asking the gods, ancestors, and or spirits who are the subject of that divination to please give you good answers and actionable answers, that kind of thing. And then finally, there's the conclusion of a ritual. The conclusion of a ritual can be very simple. Hail to the gods, thank you for coming, thank you for your presence. Vestuhail. Vestuhail is may you be whole, and I tend to use it as a close because may you be whole, Heil or hail translates to whole, healthy, and holy, depending on context. And I love that. So it's part of why I have Vestuhail as a tagline for a lot of the ends of letters and emails, because I want the other person to be whole and happy and healthy and holy. And I also want the exchange between us, between the gods, ancestors, and Vatir, or between myself and another person, to be concluded in wholeness, happiness, healthiness, and holiness. Okay, so the question was asked by Josie, do we need permission from the other person to pray for them? Yes and no. So I'm generally speaking not going to ask my kids if I can pray for them because I am in charge of their well-being. As my son gets older, I might ask if it's something that is not an immediate crisis situation, but if my kid's in the hospital, I'm making prayers on his behalf. Likewise, my daughter. I think it's a question of, is this a crisis situation where prayer would normally be acceptable, or are you manipulating the person? A frequent manipulative prayer that a lot of Christians will push out is, well, I hope that you drop this paganism thing and go back to God. That's pretty fucking terrible. From their perspective, they're doing you a solid because they're praying for the good result for you. And I can appreciate that, but it's still really lousy behavior and kind of unethical. Actually, it's not kind of, it's unethical because they're praying for you to change your mind. They're not actually honoring your personhood. They are trying to get you to change and change for a way that they think is for the better. And I think that for me is a pretty solid ethical line when it comes to praying for other people. Generally speaking, I will not pray for people I don't know or on situations I'm not involved in, because it's a matter of, this is not my it's not my circus, it's not my monkeys. Why would I involve myself in a situation where, hey, by the way, I'm just going to insert myself into this situation and put my 2 cents worth in? No, I don't do prayers like that, generally speaking. Like, if it's a situation where I really want to see the result, or I really want to, for instance, it's something that directly affects myself or my family, I'll pray on something like that. Like if it's a political situation, or if it's a situation where a family member is sick in the hospital, I'll pray for them. I might pray for them in a way that is more generic, depending on if they're Christian or pagan. If I have a situation, for instance, I have a lot of Christian family members, a lot of Catholic family members, I don't have a problem doing Catholic prayers for the most part. The major exception being the Nicene Creed, which I don't believe in it, so I'm not going to pray it. But there's a lot of prayers that the ancestors find very soothing in the Bible. And so I don't have a problem reading Psalms to them, because the praise poetry makes them happy. Likewise, there are plenty of Christians in my family, and they appreciate when I pray to their God for them. I think that context is really dependent, and it matters a lot based on whether or not you have a relationship with the being. I wouldn't contact, for instance, a goddess of healing that I've never prayed to before in a crisis situation. But this is also why I think people need to develop relationships with different gods. Even if you don't pray to them or offer to them very often, having gods that you know and that know you in good reciprocity means that you can call on those relationships later on, and not in a manipulative way, but in like, hi, so, I know we don't talk as often as, say, Odin, but I could really use some help. You have expertise in this. Will you please do me a solid and help me out? Here's an offering. Whereas I'll go to Odin with damn near anything, whether it's healing or magical work or being frustrated as a parent. But I pray for other people. In that context, I pray a lot for other people. Odin, you've dealt with kids before. Please help me not to throw mine into the sun. So to pray for somebody to a certain end, yes. If they're ill and they don't want to get better, if they want to let go of their mortal coil, you're actually doing them a disservice by praying for them to get better. If they're ready to go and you say, well, I really want this person to live, please let them live, you're acting against their interests and against their desires and their wants and probably their needs as a person. So yeah, I think that the question of do we need permission is not as cut and dry as most people seem to think it is. But I think that there's a lot of cases where it's pretty cut and dry that you should get permission. Especially because if I know this person's really, really involved in a Christian church, me praying to my gods might be seen as a front and actually contraindicated to their situation. They're not going to want those prayers. If I want to be a good friend, if I want to be a good ally, I might not make prayers to my gods. I might say, hey, Jehovah, can you do your followers solid? They've been really good. They've followed your commandments. Can you maybe help them out? And it may have, I imagine it's probably going to be a little more formal than that, but the point still remains. So that actually kind of segues pretty nicely with what are we communicating with a prayer? With a prayer, whether it's verbal or through stance and gesture, what is it we're hoping to communicate? If we're saying thank you with our words, but our posture is not alert, are we communicating thanks with all that we are? If we're asking for peace with clenched fists, we're fighting with ourselves. And prayer takes practice. No one starts off good at prayer. It takes time to develop a feeling for how to make them, and some folks will never fully feel at home doing it. That's fine. Some folks feel best when working with others' prayers, and others feel better with less formal conversational ways, even if the process is bookended by more formal requests for the attention of the gods, ancestors, and spirits. Like if you need conversation in order to connect with the gods, ancestors, and spirits, and formal prayer takes you out of that connective mindset, don't worry about it. Don't do it. Because the point is continuing relationship. The point is not to be somebody that just sits down and makes formal prayers. If you're finding that formal prayers are a roadblock, don't bother with them. Like, good prayers take practice. And if there's such a sore point, if there's such trauma in your background that it's actually taking away from trying to connect with the Ginregen, for you to connect with them through prayer, then just talk to them. Like, mastering the basics of prayer and making one can take time. With as tied up in trauma and in the overculture as prayer's been, it can take time to get comfortable with it. So because of this, a lot of polytheists can take a while to approach prayer as a formal process and as a spiritual discipline. And there's nothing wrong with that. Take your time. Your journey is just that, yours. However, prayer is one of the most basic tools of spiritual expression, relationship making, and understanding in our polytheist tool chest. At some point, you do need to use the tools. And so rather than letting them sit on the shelf and rust, I would rather people occasionally take them out and work with them, clean off the tools, see what works, see what doesn't. And if ultra formal prayer is like your bee's knees, you need that, great. Rote prayers are amazing because you don't have to question what you're going to say or how you're going to say it. If you're doing prayers off the top of your tongue, you can get twisted. You can lose the plot. So it is okay to do rote prayers. It's okay to do all extemporaneous, like stuff you make off the top of your head. Both can be very spiritually fulfilling and connective. The point is that it works for your relationship with the gods, ancestors, and spirits. The point of prayer is relationship building and affirming that relationship and continuing reciprocity. So at this point, I think I'm going to open up for any Q&A. I could go into this deeper, but I also want to give space so that if people have questions or if they want me to dig into something, we can. So it's my hope that this workshop has given you the tools to start and or deepen your spiritual practice with prayer. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for exploring the basics of polytheist prayer. May the gods, ancestors, and Betias, the Ginregen, bless you in this work. Vestu Heil. So please, we're at the Q&A portion. Please bring questions. Please bring comments. Let me know what you think.
I'll start us off while we're waiting for people to type. One of the best pieces of advice that the founding senior druid of my grove ever gave me was to get into the habit of being able to invoke or to speak extemporaneously in ritual to offer prayer. Is when you're driving or walking, if you see something, just make up a prayer to it.
Yes.
Stop sign, make up a prayer to the stop sign. You're driving by in the country and you see a wheelbarrow by the side of the road, make up a prayer for the wheelbarrow. You won't use a whole lot of prayers to stop signs or wheelbarrows in your rituals, most likely, but it does get you into a mindset where you can start improvising immediately. I've never been tongue-tied when I've been going to someone else's ritual and they ask me to do an invocation. I am ready to go because I'm just used to doing it like that.
That's an excellent spiritual discipline. That's amazing. So we do a variation on that. Instead of praying to or praying with different signs and objects, we have our own little cultist to the roadside dead. So anytime we see a squished animal, and occasionally trees that we mistake for animals, we do a quick prayer. Hail to the roadside dead, Vestu Heil. You know, if we're encountering a lot to where making, like if it's fall and the deer and the squirrels are abundant on the side of the road, as they sometimes are in Michigan, also start of summer, we might make a prayer such as, hail to all the dead of this road. Hail to the carrion eaters, may you be safe. Vestu Heil. And it's a really simple process of honoring the dead that are very often forgotten. So I really love that you pick out little wheelbarrows and signs and such like that. That's really good practice. And I definitely feel like a kind of kinship with that. Well, thank you, Josie. I really appreciate that.
Okay, last chance for question, folks, because this is the last workshop for today. So we're gonna close up after this.
Yeah. Because I mean, if you want, I can fill out the last half hour till 5 o'clock. But you know, I'm going to be talking about prayers for the whole time.
Well, that's what's scheduled, so it doesn't bother me.
Oh, awesome! Thank you, Kai. Okay, does anybody have any other questions that they want me to hit? I could go for another hour, but I mean, let's not do another hour, another half hour if we want, but I can also cut it here.
Okay, last chance to ask for more.
Okay, I think we might be, that might be it.
I've seen the viewer numbers drop, so I think folks are leaving regardless.
Yep.
It's been nearly 6 hours, so I get that.
That's legit. Well, thank you all for sticking with us.
I don't want to say I have a favorite topic for workshops because I love all the workshops in my event equally, but certainly Polytheist prayer is one that is very important to me as a polytheist. So
Absolutely.
I'm glad that you offered it.
Yeah, it's one that's been on my mind for a while because, you know, growing up Catholic, like prayer was part of everything. Everything had a prayer. Everything had prayer to it. So I grew up in that milieu, and then I encountered a lot of Protestants who were like, "Why are you praying at your meals?" And I'm like, "Why aren't you?"
I had very similar because I grew up Catholic, and most of the first group I was in were Catholic, but then I started interacting with some who were raised Protestant. I was like, wow, you've got a very different take on this, don't you?
And I kind of carried that forward into my polytheism because why not? It works. I developed a very deep appreciation for ritual and prayer from the Catholic Church. And by gods, they've got issues, but one of the things that they don't slouch on is ritual and prayerfulness. And I took it into my polytheism, and it served my family very well because we're carrying these relationships everywhere we go. So one of the things I didn't comment too much about was who we make meal prayers to, because that's a little more heathen specific. But I'll dig into it a little bit since we're talking here.
Sure.
The beings that we pray to are noted in different sources of mythology for being connected with different animals. So Althumla is the great cosmic cow from our creation story, and we make prayers to her whenever we eat milk. Or, well, you don't eat milk. If you're eating milk, it's spoiled. You probably shouldn't. Milk products. When we eat beef, anything cow related, we pray to Althumla. And it's a simple prayer because like a 4-year-old has to be able to do this prayer. So, thank you, Althumla, for this food, for this drink. Yeah. It's actually a lot. It's just thank you, Althumla. Boom. Sometimes the easiest way to get the 4-year-old or 3-year-old to chug along with a prayer. And we'll pray to Gull and Bursty if we're eating anything as far as pigs go. That's Freyr's boar. So we make prayers to Gull and Bursty for anything with pig. We make prayers to Gull and Combi, which is Heimdall's rooster, and his name means Gullin. For both Gullin, Bursty, and Gullin Combi is gold, and Bursty is, I believe, bristle, and then Combi is crow, not the wattle, the crown, golden crown, I believe it is. And so we make prayers to these different animals as kind of like grandfather spirits to these animals, and we thank them for their children. because these animals are very giving. I mean, there's about maybe 11 animals on the planet that we harvest the most things from, and they are due gratitude and respect just as much as any of our other spirits are. So as part of our meal prayers, you got to make them simple, but you also got to make them mean something. And I definitely took a page out of my Catholic book for that. And so this workshop came about in part response to that. And also just, there's no catechism of heathenry. So like you get a lot of people who come into heathenry who don't know how to pray, who never really have. Either they grew up in an atheist household or the Protestant household, had the situation where you just sat and listened to a preacher for 3 hours twice a week. And, you might converse with God, but prayer is a different animal, and it is a spiritual discipline that takes some work. And I went, well, clearly this is a need, because I've had to teach my own kids, and I've talked with other heathen parents who were like, yeah, this can be kind of hard getting them into it. I'm like, yeah, because you're asking them to focus on something prior to a meal. That can be very tough.
Yeah.
Especially with my 3-year-old, especially if she sees something she wants. It's like, well, you gotta. It's interesting because I'm living in a blended religious household. Like my parents are Catholic and we're all polytheists. Mm-hmm. And so they give us the grace of letting us go first. Both because there's a lot of us here, but I think primarily because to get the prayers moving along and let our kids eat, but that we reciprocate by being quiet and listening to their prayers in kind, because they're quiet and they demand respect from our kids for our prayers, and then we turn around and do the same thing. So even in our blended household, it's a reciprocal relationship even here, where we're both honoring our gods, we're both giving thanks, and we're both setting that space aside for connection in each other's presence. And that's huge. Ooh. Yeah. So, I mean, we integrate prayers into a lot of our daily lives. Like we have prayers for the sun and prayers for the moon. So when we get up and we see the sun, we actually have a prayer to Suna, our sun goddess. When we go outside and we see the moon, we have a prayer for Mani and the moon god. But we also have, in that Suna prayer, we pray to Dag, the god of the day, of daylight. And we thank them for a fresh start, thanking for a new day. And then with Mani, we thank Mani for watching over us. We thank Not, the goddess of night, for blanketing us. And then we hail the star people, which are the people that we learned about from the Ojibwa person. And we honor those people for looking down on us and for protecting us and lighting up the sky. And so there's a lot of different connection points that you can make with just simple prayer. And I said, well, that's part of why I offered the workshop, because I was hoping that people would get a lot out of that.
I hope so. I think a lot of people will be watching it later as well. I remember last year, at the end of the regular session, we had 40 views, and I checked a month later, and it was up to 100 views. So clearly, a lot of people are going to be watching this on time delay. So
awesome.
Get out there.
So I heavily recommend folks come to Ann Arbor Pagan Pride next year, and we can find us on the number 2 paganpride.com, and we will have updates there, and we're also going to have updates on YouTube.
Of course, the current URL is on the banner for the video, so anyone watching the video probably sees it already.
Oh, okay. Well, So thank you so much, Rob. Thank you for hosting this and keeping things chugging along.
I'll turn my camera on for a little bit so people can see what I look like. Just control back to my screen. Okay. So again, thank you to all of our presenters for being here, for keeping this tradition going. This is not the ideal that I wanted for this year, obviously. Excuse me. I was hoping we could do it in person this year after last year. Didn't happen. We're going to aim to do it again in person this year, or aim to do it again in person next year. We will always have that goal in mind. If not, we will try to do something. We want to keep going this tradition of education for our local community if we possibly can. So with that, I will say goodbye to everyone, and I hope to see you in person next year. Bye.